posture. All right. Hello. To whom it may concern. Hang on. Haven't had enough water, but this will have to do in the meantime. Actually, I should probably go get that. I'm gonna need that in the long run. So, it feels weird being back here after the fact that the last 2 Sundays were both Christmas and the New Year's. The last 2 were very specific, and now we're back to like just whatever. It feels weird not to have a theme anymore. I kind of liked having a theme. The themes are fun. There's structure. Maybe I should go get that water now. I'll give it a sec. I've still got this in the meantime. It's all good. Oh yeah. Alright, Thinen 2. Wait. You've got that Super Ultra Combo 2023 badge. I've seen a few other people with that. And I forgot what it's from. Is that something to do with Street Fighter? I'm trying to remember what someone told me. Don't know why I can't remember. You don't know how you got it? It's pretty funny. Wait, what's it called? Super Ultra Combo 2023? Super Ultra Combo 2023. Let's see. Viewers who watch just 5 minutes of the Super Ultra Combo week content will receive a chat badge once the event's concluded. The content includes special pre-release Street Fighter 6 streams featuring IFC Yipes and very special surprise guests. So you tuned into some of the early Street Fighter streams. I'm not sure of whose or where, but we got a special award. You got a little trophy you can show off. Never even seen Street Fighter. You might have tuned into streams of a channel that is the channel that was hosting the Street Fighter stuff to get the badge in the week that they were doing it, but maybe you tuned in when they were doing other stuff. Because like that same channel wouldn't have just been doing Street Fighter. Like other times of the week, the channels tied to this would have been doing other content as well. But if the whole week is considered the Ultra Combo content week, then maybe as long as you were on that channel, no matter what you're watching, it counted. I still can't see what channels it was, but maybe maybe there's a whole bunch of partner channels that were streaming Street Fighter 6. I think Genie's got the VS badge as well. Let me get that water real quick, just so I don't forget it later. Black. Okay. Ice. Damn it. Doesn't work. Jesus Christ. Okay. Don't get a thermal mug. Just saying. Thermal mugs are so good at either trapping in temperature or keeping out temperature that if you want to cool down water really quickly and you put it in the freezer, the outside of the flask is freezing. Like, it's hard to hold on to. It's so cold. And there's ice dripping off it. The water inside is lukewarm. The same temperature it was when it came out the tap. That's how good thermal mugs are at keeping temperature in and out. and it's not convenient. It kind of pisses me off. It's weird how I know you and you've never spoken to me or seen me. I've spoken to you. We've spoken plenty of times. We're doing it right now. Not in Vice City. I haven't spoke to many people in Vice City. Or the Viet Cong. Or venereal cancer. I'm not sure which one of those you might be referring to. Ew. Blah, blah, blah. I should start out by having a look at something. Oh, you're talking about voice chat. Yeah, I don't use that for much. I don't even use the Discord voice chat stuff. I use the Discord to post memes and stuff. I mean, obviously, it's not very convenient when you're doing stuff like this. Because you're talking to, like, people through chat. Having even more people in a voice chat would be confusing and distracting. I might just start watching some random shit that I'm curious about that I've had here for a while. Let me find a new place for my coffee because I gotta move. Hello. I'm gonna go over here. Just move my shit. Where do I have to sit? Just here? It's a little bit off center from the light. I always hate that, but whatever. Do what we have to do. Get the microphone right. That's the important part. All right. I'm just going to start clicking on some of the things that I've got no idea what they are. Like Vellum. A couple of weeks ago, there was a trailer for a game called Vellum. And I've never heard of Vellum, so I'm going to Vellum. Let me just grab it. Bloop. What did I leave on screen? Oh, the Ultra Combo search. Alright. Cooperative PvE action roguelike. Okay. It's a lot of things. Where's the headphones? Earbuds. Does this look really low res to anybody else? 480p. What? No. Sorry about the 480p. In fact, let's start it again. So I was trying to see if the audio was working. So this is one of those games where you and your mates meet up in a hub and then go out on procedural roguelike levels. It's kind of disappointing that everybody looks like a floating wizard. I don't like that. Like, it doesn't look like there's character classes. It looks like you're all the same floating wizard with a hovering book, but you just change your color. It does seem kind of awkward that you have to, well... God damn, that got loud. It's not Enter the Gungeon, though. Everything's trying to get a piece of the roguelike pie. This is a concept, like, fair enough, but it doesn't look like there's much to it. It looks like, once you go out once or twice, you've seen most of the game. All the characters look the same. The levels you fight in look like just procedure-generated versions of the same shit. I don't know, not too excited. It looks fine for what it is, but whatever. I'm sure it's gonna have its own little following. I'm not a magic person, though. I don't like playing as the mage or the sorcerer class and stuff. It's like one of the least light classes that I usually play as in games like this. So the fact that the whole game everybody's a sorcerer is a bit meh. Enter the Gungeon looks cool. The graphics aren't anything too special if you haven't played it. Like when you see pictures of it, it's like, okay, cool, whatever. But it's when you play the game that you're like, oh yeah, this is awesome. The graphics are simple. The game is a lot deeper than that. But I like it. All right. Vellum, you had your chance. Watch a full run of Enter the Gungeon? Why would I do that? I've done a full run of Enter the Gungeon multiple times. I beat it as like 4 of the 5 main cast, I think. What else don't I know? Oh, Forest Quartet. Nintendo Switch. Let's see what the Forest Quartet is. This one's also a couple of weeks old. It's on the Nintendo, but it's got alcohol references and mild language. Nintendo, how could you? What's Howl? Oh, there's a bunch of interesting Nintendo shit coming up on the side. Neat. F6? The hell is F6? Forest Quartet is a puzzle adventure game about a gone but not forgotten lead singer. Cool. Interesting. It's got 10 floors and 7 characters.
Since you left,
No, I beat it as 4.
I've been wanting to go back to the city.
Me too.
I haven't really been thinking about anything.
Oh my god. Do you play as glowing Jesus? This is trippy. Whoa. The Shadow Beast beating on your house. It's kind of rad, man. I like the jazz soundtrack. Okay, I'm gonna take a guess as to the storyline. A jazz singer died, and this is you in the afterlife in jazz purgatory. That's gonna be the plot twist. You find out that you were just a normal old jazz musician in the 1960s. Maybe you died of a drug overdose, or maybe you were betrayed by a best friend.
Thank you all for coming, and thanks for your patience. Let's give Nina the goodbye she deserves.
That was classy. Okay, I like that better than Vellum. That was interesting. Big kitty, big city. We watched the trailer for this one a little while back. I actually am pretty keen for Little Kitty, Big City. I'm not gonna lie. Why is my chair so uncomfortable today? I don't have the right level of recline, I think. I gotta recline better. I gotta relax. It's Sunday, man. You ever played Stray? I want to play Stray. It's probably gonna be one of the first games I get when I get a PS5. Actually, it's no longer exclusive to PS5. I heard. I think it came out on Xbox as well now, after a year of exclusivity. So technically, it can Series X it. Maybe they'll bring it to Game Pass. It's a pretty short indie game, so those games tend to fly really well on Game Pass. They're pretty popular, like Game Pass fodder. So I'm crossing my fingers that Stray gets a Game Pass release at some point this year. That'll be cool. I'd jump all over that. Although Deathloop I was keen to play, and that was PlayStation exclusive. And then after 1 year, they lost their exclusivity and they had released on Xbox as well, and came on Game Pass, and I've still not played Deathloop. And I really should, because that game works better the sooner you play it, because it's got that Dark Souls-like interconnected multiplayer stuff, where while you're playing single player, other players can like infiltrate your game and mess with you. And that's like an element that I don't think works as well when the game's been out for like too long. When the game gets old and no one's playing it, that type of stuff doesn't get used anymore. Want a photo of me? You already showed me a photo of you. You don't remember? A little while back you showed you sent a picture of you. You're forgetting, Thynan. You're forgetting everything. What's Howl? I've never heard of Howl. I'm going to click on that.
Rated E10 for ages 10 and up.
Also on the Switch.
When the howl came, we were not.
Is that the Howl?
prepared.
The Howl's adorable. Oh, he howls and he turns people into
It's written
to more
that
howls. Got it.
there's one who defies the call. She seeks
Is this the
her
game?
lost brother.
I thought this was a cutscene. This is actually the
She's not
game.
made for fighting beasts,
Oh, damn.
but she knows their ways. She reads the future. She plans ahead. Walking the path.
Oh, it's like a
that's before her.
it's like a programming your moves puzzle game. You have to look into the future to see how the wolves are going to move and then move accordingly. And then alter the timeline so that the combat goes perfectly. That's cool. That's kind of clever. I mean, obviously the graphics are mad basic, but at least it's got style. What do I look like then? A child. 'Tis a child. Anything else we've never heard of here? Backpack Hero? What is Indie World? Did Nintendo have some kind of like Indie World showcase recently that I'm not familiar with? Hold up. They did. 1 month ago. Indie World Showcase. Only 20 minutes. Bro, let's do it. What are we doing? What are we doing? How did I not know about this? Drop some knowledge, Nintendo. God damn. You know, it's still funny that I'm keeping up with all this Nintendo stuff, and I've never opened my Switch box. My Nintendo Switch is still fully packaged.
And welcome to Indie World.
I've had that
I'm
for a year,
Amber,
and I've never
I'm
opened
Andrew.
it.
We've got another packed showcase full of indie games headed to the Nintendo Switch system. So, without further ado, let's get into it.
I do. Shantae. I recognize that sexy genie anyway. I've never played a Shantae game, but there's a few of them. And they've actually been on Game Pass as well, but the few that were on Game Pass, they all left before I started using it. So I never got a chance. I heard good things. Like, if you like old Nintendo action platformer RPGs, or like Game Boy style ones, then Shantae is like totally that. Shantae Advance. Oh, it's a remake of the Game Boy Advance version.
Hi, I'm
Okay.
Matt Bozon, creative director at Way Forward.
And I'm Erin Bozon, the creator of Shantae.
In 2001, we started development of a Shantae sequel for Game Boy Advance.
She does look like the kind of person that would
We'd always
develop
hoped that
Shantae.
someday we could go back and finish it.
She looks
Then
like
more than
someone's
20
wholesome
years
mum.
Later, we brought the original development team back together to complete the lost Shantae game.
Shantae Advance Risky Revolution is coming to Nintendo Switch, and we cannot wait for you to play it.
After 20 years, this long-lost half
It is a bit more
last story
pixelated than
adventure is back
some of the other
and
Shantae
ready
games
to
I've
grant
seen. I
us
should
your
have guessed
wishes.
this was a Game
Do
Boy
you have any, Andrew?
remaster.
I mean, obviously I wish for Shantae's signature hair whip attack.
Granted, naturally, but think
Look at the face on that
bigger.
demon.
Okay, how about magic dances that let me transform into different animals with unique abilities?
Bigger.
I'm a psych.
How about
I'm a sucker
completely
for
rearranging stages
magic
by shifting
dances.
the foreground and background to solve puzzles and find
Who doesn't like a
new
video
ways to
game that lets you do
progress?
magic
Now
dances?
you're talking. Plus,
I'm looking at you,
for the
Space Channel
first
5.
time in the series, up to 4 players can duke it out on the same screen in a local multiplayer battle mode.
Wow, I didn't even wish for that
Shantae
one.
has its own Smash
Embark
Brothers
on
mode.
This once lost revolutionary adventure when Shantae Advance Risky Revolution spins onto Nintendo Switch next year.
Oh, cool. I like the look of this one. Okay, no, I don't. That's a big spider. I really like moody dungeon crawling adventure type stuff. But like heavily story driven though. Okay, that didn't... Wow. That took me by surprise. It's Harvest Moon, but in a cave? I don't know what I'm looking at. 5'6". I'm not good at judging height. Core Keeper. Okay. I don't know what that is, but I like the look of it. It looks like a management strategy game where you build a village underground.
You find yourself stranded in an ancient cavern full of relics and wonders.
This is like if they went Dungeon Keeper but wholesome.
Explore procedurally generated biomes to uncover the secrets of this long-forgotten world. There are tools to craft, crops to grow.
This has got slat into the gungeon
bases to build,
graphics.
and monsters to fight during your subterranean adventure.
You're growing fast.
No need to do it alone, though, as up
That
to
it tends
8
to happen that
players
way.
can work together in
You're
online
tiny, you
multiplayer
suddenly
to
grow
explore
fast, and then you
the
stop.
underground.
And then you're stuck as the same
Customize
height for the
your
rest of your
own
life.
character, assign skills, upgrade your tools and armor, and prepare to face the titans that lie in wait.
An endless cavern is ready to be explored.
You could
in
see his blue eyes
Core
glowing in
Keeper,
the darkness.
plunging
That's a little
onto
creepy.
Nintendo Switch next summer.
Okay, I like that one. I like dungeon keeping. What is this? I see furries. On your tail. The furry adventure. I don't think furries would like the beach. If you've got that much hair, the beach would be a shitty place to go. I can't tell what kind of game this is. I think it's a detective game, but card-based, where you collect the cards as evidence. That was kind of interesting. That dude has an amazing t-shirt. Corina in
Io sono
vacanza.
Andrea, il produttore esecutivo del gioco. E tutti noi di Memorable Games
It's Italian for
non vediamo
Mouse
l'ora
on
di
the Beach.
accompagnarvi in un'indimenticabile avventura investigativa.
Molti di
Hi,
noi
Shem.
cresciuti qui in Italia condividono bellissimi ricordi delle vacanze al mare. Per un paio di magiche settimane si viveva una vita diversa, si incontravano nuovi amici, si esploravano posti nuovi e si facevano esperienze mai provate prima.
L'avventura di Diana
I've never seen a goth Italian before. Look at the girl on the left. The tats, the belt, the multiple facial piercings, the choker, the all black.
A seaside
Def goth
mystery
vibes.
in this narrative life sim with a little bit of sleuthing mixed in. As the intrepid young
I kind of dig it.
Diana,
I started out
explore
making fun of the
charming
furry stuff,
village
but
of Borgo Marina.
Hit the beach.
I like
hang out
detective
with
games, man.
friends, play games in the arcade, or kick back and relax with some fishing. How you spend your summer is up to you.
Isn't there a masked menace on the loose?
Yeah.
Obvious villain is
about
obvious.
that. Use your investigation and interrogation skills to get to the bottom of this mystery.
See, this is the part that I
Collecting
like.
clue cards along the way will help
I like
deduce
this
who the
investigation
menace
stuff.
behind
This
the
looks
mask
dope.
really is.
Play your clue cards right, and you might just
And the
have
fact
a
that the
vacation
mystery
you'll
is
never
solved
forget.
through like a
On Your
diorama
Tail launches on Nintendo
of the
Switch
crime
as a
scene.
timed console exclusive next
That's
year.
pretty cool.
She
I
has
want
lived
this.
in these woods, but it all fell apart when her
Furry stuff
brother
is
was
mainstream?
taken away.
I'm not necessarily into furry stuff until the game ends up looking
Was
dope like
her
that.
death, which gives her a unique protection against this curse.
Okay, we just watched this one
Many restless
a second
nights she
ago.
spent
Hang on.
to perhaps reveal the
Based tactical folktale.
Okay, we saw that teaser. I want to see the gameplay
A
description.
fairy tale world is being ravaged by the Howl, a sinister plague spread through sound alone.
There's something very XCOM-y
Only a
about
deaf
this,
prophet
but like
can find
storybook
the cure
XCOM.
and bring back peace to this realm.
Use both your weapons and wits to progress in this turn-based tactical folktale, illustrated with a living ink art style.
You'll need to stay more
Living
than one
ink.
step ahead. 6 steps, in fact. Plan your moves in advance, predicting your enemy's actions as you write your own prophecy.
I love the fact you can rewind it and then just try to
Watch your
predict the
route
perfect
carefully.
progress
Find
through the
secret paths
through the
and unlock new
encounter.
channels, all with the goal to save the villagers
I
from
could
the
be pretty
claws and
pedantic with that.
howls of the wolves.
Howl arrives on the Nintendo Switch system later today. A free demo will also be available
Later
on
today,
Nintendo
he
eShop.
says. What date did this come out? Middle of November. We're a bit late on the indie showcase. Okay, I don't recognize this either. Another detective investigation thing? I like what we're doing here. More of these types of games, yeah. Cyanide in the coffee. What are you doing? This got dark quickly. You lost your Lydia and your horse. I don't know what a Lydia is. The star named Eos. It didn't tell us much.
We're a Soul Line Studio.
Oh, they will.
A new game, The Star Named Eos, is a narrative adventure puzzle game where players use photography to explore stunning sceneries.
This guy's struggling with his public speaking.
A photograph lies fascinating stories waiting to be discovered. To highlight the difference,
He's struggling not to blink. He's very self-aware about the fact that he's blinking right now.
Photography as our game's theme. We wanted to use a more intimate and heartfelt interactive experience.
Some programmers just don't want to be in front of the camera, dude.
That are buried deep within our hearts.
We hope you will look forward to playing The Star Named Eos.
Photographs and the memories held within them tell a heartwarming story.
It's almost the same game as that furry game we just saw.
In this puzzle-driven narrative adventure.
As young photographer Day, use your in-game camera to take pictures of the hand-drawn world around you, solving puzzles to help uncover the truth about your mother's absence.
She went to get milk.
Overcome challenges to recreate old photographs and piece together the story. Use those snapshots to step back in time and shed new light on the moments when the pictures were taken.
You know, a lot of stories that have to do with why a parent has vanished from a kid's life, they end up becoming like really convoluted and elaborate towards the end, but I'd like to see one end. Hang on. Just once I'd like to see one end with the revelation being like, oh, they just didn't want kids. They just literally left you. There's no grander conspiracy involved. It's just, you were a shit baby and they weren't interested. Oh, I just thought of one that actually does do that. Shazam, the DC hero. In the Shazam movie, when he finally finds his, was his mother? That's pretty much what he discovers. She just left and hooked up with a new guy and just didn't want the kid. It's a good scene. Like, one of the few actually, like, top-tier scenes in that movie. That and the scene where the monsters, like, murder everyone in that boardroom. Top-tier scenes.
What if expertly packing a bag made you more powerful?
Then each trip to the supermarket would make me a hero?
Exactly! Though, in the case of this roguelike deck builder, the supermarket is a perilous dungeon full of enemies to battle, allies to encounter, and treasures to find.
Oh, this is that backpack game.
To be a hero, though, right?
Yes! Bring back the loot you find in the dungeon to help.
Oh my god, the
rebuild
overworld
your
looks like
hometown.
RPG Maker.
The locals will certainly consider you a hero.
Excellent!
You get to rebuild the town yourself? This is Dark Cloud for the PS2.
To unleash their full potential. Find potent combinations and use each character's unique abilities to repel whatever enemies stand in your way.
Wow.
Grab your magic backpack and prepare for some seriously fun inventory management in Backpack
So it's
Hero,
inventory management
launching on
strategy
Nintendo Switch later today.
/ town builder / RPG. That was sweet.
Welcome
I like
to
it.
Future Osaka. A dystopian cyberpunk world where a group
Oh,
known
look at
as
that
the
animation.
Pizza Association is charged with protecting the city from demon attacks.
This is slick. This is some good pixel
One
art.
member heads out on this deadly assignment, but things soon take an unexpected turn.
In this 2D action,
Let me turn it up by one.
You'll wield the powerful Luminosword, a demon transformed into a deadly weapon. This blade not only cuts down foes, but can also.
This is all I ask
time
from
itself,
pixel art
restoring
based
once-destroyed
retro
stairs,
action
bridges,
games.
and platforms
Just have
to reach
slick
new
art
areas.
with like
Can you
smooth
master
animation.
control of your demon blade? Blade
The thing that
Chimera,
makes pixel art
slapped
so
onto Nintendo Switch
aesthetic
as a timed console exclusive
is when the
next
pixel art's
spring.
animation is smooth as fuck. Like, we want to see that silky smooth pixel shifting bullshit.
Come to the sea by Beltane, he said.
Wasn't this nominated for awards
I'm coming.
at the Game Awards?
I must be off my trolley.
I heard this got some nominations in various... You explore the Scottish mountains, the Highlands. It's got a heck of soundtrack. And you can run on water like Naruto. It's actually kind of a beat. This is a jam.
Come to the lighthouse.
Welcome, lass.
Come as fast as you can.
You come as fast as you can. I'll come as slow as I can. We'll meet in the middle.
Hi,
There'll
I'm
be
Joe,
much coming.
and I'm co-founder of Inkle and the creative director of A Highland Song.
And I'm Nat, lead level designer in the game. A Highland Song is all about how it feels to explore the mountains of Scotland, and it's been
I feel
directly
like
inspired
if
by
I
our own
explored the mountains of Scotland, it would not feel like that.
The
I would just be
remote
lying in a
Scottish
ditch somewhere
Highlands can
crying
be beautiful,
and dying of
but also
hypothermia.
harsh and unforgiving if you're not prepared. That balance is something we've tried to capture in the gameplay of A Highland Song, from difficult climbs to fast-paced rhythm runs.
We're excited for you to immerse yourself in the landscape
Rhythm
we've
runs.
created.
Get ready to head for the hills. We're going on a foot
Rhythm runs
tapping
is when you
through the Scottish Highlands.
when you're listening to your iPod while on the
this
toilet,
narrative platformer,
struggling with diarrhea.
And there are a lot of different roads to take. Scale the peaks and roam the valleys, uncovering hundreds of new paths and shortcuts to
pretty.
reach the sea as fast as you can.
The narrative builds and adapts based
Damn,
on
the
the route you
parkour on this
take,
chick.
with the sights, sounds, and characters you encounter affecting the tale.
Run, jump, climb, and scramble your way to your goal, with the sound of Scottish folk music scoring your journey. A
Run,
Highland Song
jump,
launches on the Nintendo
climb,
Switch system December
squirt.
5th. Pre-orders begin today on Nintendo eShop.
Explore 100
What the hell is this?
procedurally generated islands in this creature-collecting,
Wow.
dungeon-crawling,
That dog is an
deck-building
octopus.
sim.
So basically all my favorites rolled into one?
Yep.
Oh, it's
You'll
Harvest Moon
aim to become a
Pokemon.
world-renowned
Interesting.
alchemist by exploring islands in the sky, collecting over 60 adorable spirits.
It
in
actually is
compelling
Harvest Moon
card
Pokemon.
combat
Wow.
Across this open world.
I'm actually
Then,
surprised more
when you're
people
ready
haven't
to
done
head
that.
home, a whole community awaits to help you unwind.
Just dancing in the tavern.
Craft items. Tend to your farm.
Flaming Skelly.
Brew potions. Decorate your
I love how
home,
one of the Pokemon
befriend the
creatures is
local
just a log.
villagers, and who knows?
Just a
maybe
wooden
you'll
log
even fall in
with
love.
legs.
Live your life however you choose in Moonstone Island, launching on Nintendo Switch as a timed console exclusive next spring.
You know what bothers me with Harvest Moon and Stardew Valley type games? When with the whole flirting, the romance part of the game's mechanics, they never let you romance multiple partners. Like every single game like this always completely leans into monogamy. Like as soon as you start getting someone romanced up to the top, and like you have to get to the part where you like commit to it, then it locks out like every other character. Like why can't you just like run the field? Like even something like Mass Effect, like at a certain point you have to commit. Like you can't just like keep a couple of people like towed on the line and maybe like hook up a couple of Normandy orgies, you know what I mean? I mean it's the future. Why aren't people more chill about this stuff? My shepherd runs a happening ship. We're a very close bunch. He runs a ship the way Austin Powers would run the Normandy. Everyone's just hooking up with everyone. What is this? More wow, there's a lot of detective games today. Indie Switch games seem to be like all about detective work in 2024. I think this one's set in a circus. Death Trick, Double Blind. Cool name.
Hello， 大家好，我们是双网把戏 Death Trick Double Blind 的开发
Cute
者，
developers
我是制作人糖果，我是美术 Jenny。我们从高中的时候就是好朋友，而且我们两个都是各种侦探故事的爱好者，所以那时候起一起制作一款侦探游戏。这个
They've got a cool backstory. Best friends in high school grew up together to become game developers.
以及
Kind of
丰富
dope.
多彩的人物群像故事，所以我们就想到了马戏团。谢谢大家，希望你们也会喜欢在双网把戏中破案，以及了解这些马戏团人物背后的故事。
Come one, come all. Morgan's traveling circus.
Oh, the game's actually in English. Good.
Unfortunately, their star magician Hattie has gone missing in this investigative visual novel.
The magician disappeared. Isn't that what she does?
Detective duo. One, a fellow magician. The other, a private eye with an unfortunate bout of amnesia.
Oh, God.
As they each investigate Hattie's disappearance, you'll need to combine each character's clues to figure out which
Why do so many
suspects have been
detectives in
clowning
noir
around.
detective stories have
Only
amnesia?
a limited number of actions at your disposal.
Not having a good
you'll
memory
need to
is
carefully
not a good
decide
thing
which
for
leads
a
to
detective.
pursue, looking out for contradictions in the evidence you acquire. Sort through your collection of clues. Get to know the stories of each whimsical character you encounter.
Bit Phoenix
and
Wrighty, it
challenge
seems.
anyone you find to be deceitful.
The investigation begins when Death Trick Double Blind launches first for consoles on Nintendo
No, the
Switch
investigation
next
begins
year.
when you give us
A
money.
free demo will be available on Nintendo eShop later today.
Cool. Outer Wilds, baby! Oh my god. It's the love of my life. What a game. Needs more corporatism. Not something many people say about anything, ever. This is not the main theme, but okay. Archaeologist Edition. I think that just means it's got the DLC included.
Exploration
For the
is key
Switch.
to unraveling the mysteries of this peculiar solar system.
This open-world adventure has you scouring multiple planets in search of
There's the
clues,
main theme. I
strange
can hear it right
signals,
now.
and ancient alien text to decipher. But don't
I've listened to the
dawdle,
soundtrack for
solar
this game
system is
on a
trapped in
YouTube
time loop,
playlist while
and
working.
Each planet changes dramatically as you explore.
Delve into an underground city before it's swallowed by sand. Dodge sky-high cyclones. And explore a planet collapsing into the black hole at its core.
You fall in,
Find
brother?
the keys to unlock the secrets of the solar system in the most hidden and dangerous of places.
Plus, unravel the
There's one
deepest
track
secret of them all in the
on the
included
soundtrack.
Echoes of the Eye expansion.
I think it's called 4 Billion Years.
Grab your cosmic hiking gear.
Whenever
and
I'm
Outer
listening to the
Wilds,
soundtrack
Archaeologist
on a
Edition
playlist,
touches down on Nintendo Switch.
that track always gets to a point where it kind of makes my eyes water a little bit. There's something about the build of the track. It's very emotional. There's a point in the track where, like, for some reason it hits me in the feels. And it does it every time, and I don't really know why. Maybe it's just that good a song.
December 7th. Pre-orders begin today on Nintendo
Maybe I need to give this
eShop.
game another chance.
A physical version will
There does seem to
also
be a
available
high-
next year.
There does seem to be a high hit rate of people bouncing off it early.
Well, Amber, it looks like our time.
I think a lot of people that swear by the game and are in love with it are people that, like, weren't sure how they felt at first, and then after playing it for a certain amount of time, it clicked, and then you realize just how enraptured you are about it. You get to a certain point in the game where you understand the game enough, and you start to get an idea of where the planets are and what they're all about. Like, you get a feel for the solar system, and then you end up with, like, a laundry list of clues or things you want to investigate or check out, and then you become obsessive about ticking all your boxes, about, like, doing all the things, and then before you know it, like 8-10 hours has passed of you dicking around the universe, just following leads and looking into things that you've got hunches about.
Time's almost up.
Almost. But before
Oh,
we
wow,
go,
this
let's take a
showcase
look
went
at a few
quick.
more indie games coming to Nintendo Switch.
Oh, we played this on stream. I like this. Wasn't S tier for the year, but it was close. Enjoy the Diner. Waku Waku Games. How do you play this? I actually couldn't make heads or tails of how you play that game. Heavenly Bodies, I've heard, is really fun. I would like to play that. Gecko Gods. That's adorable. Okay, yes. Yes to this. I want to play Gecko game. Gecko is solving puzzles. Part Out 2, The Lost Artist. That is a really difficult name to say. I don't like it. The game looks cute, but it doesn't roll off the tongue. Urban Myth Dissolution Center. Some of these are really cool looking. I'm sad we don't get to hear more about them. There's also a montage of whatever games I got left. Braid is back. Classic. One of the better plot twist endings of any game I've played. Sick.
Thanks for watching, everyone.
Okay.
We hope you enjoyed the games featured in today's showcase.
A big thank you as ever to our indie
That
community
backpack
and
game reminds me of
partners
as if
working
someone
hard
tried to
to
make an
bring their
RPG out of
experiences to the Nintendo Switch
that Resident Evil
system.
4 puzzle game on Steam.
Follow our official Indie World account to stay up to date on the latest news from Indie World.
Thanks again for watching, and as always, happy gaming!
I forget what it's called. We've talked about it on stream before. There's a puzzle game on Steam that is entirely based around inventory management from Resident Evil. Remember Resident Evil 4 when it introduced the attaché case with the grid system? We had to orient all your items to fit them all in there. There is a legit puzzle game on Steam that is just that part. Every level is a different shaped attaché case with a bunch of herbs, ammo, guns, whatever, and you have to figure out how to fit them all in the case properly, like puzzle pieces. That's the whole game. It's also really well priced. It's something like $3. So, like, I love the concept, but I also love the fact that they didn't, they knew what they had in terms of content. Like, it's such a simple idea that they didn't overcharge for it. They kept it like basic, and kudos to that. More developers need to go, yeah, our game's pretty small and simple. Let's give it away for less than $5. It's all good. You want to dabble in more puzzle games? The problem with saying puzzle games is that it's become, just like the action adventure genre, it's become too broad. Like, if you're a person that thinks you hate puzzle games, it might be because you played 2 or 3 puzzle games a couple of years ago that pissed you off and you just decided you don't like that shit. But the style of puzzle game, what a game means by puzzle, can be so varied nowadays that, like, something you hated 5 years ago because puzzles piss you off could actually be like an amazing game to you now, even though it's still technically a puzzle game, but it's just got such a unique concept, and it's something that you could much better wrap your head around because of the way that your personality thinks, that you'd never know that you'd be into it if you just wrote everything off as puzzle game. I think that's the difficult. Like, that's why I don't concern myself with genre too much. You know how, like, some people into horror games and they only want to show up and hang out if you're playing a horror game, for example. It's like, some horror games are bullshit. And some games that aren't horror games are amazing for the same reasons why a horror game is. They might be like an open world, first person, immersive adventure game. There's no horror, but the immersiveness and the way the game is played is the same as a horror game. Like a Vistage, for example. No, Visage. What did I say? Vistage? Yeah, imagine a game that plays like Visage, but it just isn't horror. It's just first-person, exploring, story, environmental puzzle solving. It's like, you'd probably like that too, even if there's no oogity boogities coming at you. Superliminal is a good idea to play, because most people who hate puzzle games, when they think puzzle game, they imagine themselves trapped on a screen trying to connect wires or trying to move numbers around or sliding tiles or, you know, actually like a legit puzzle. Like the most old school definition of a puzzle. And so if you were writing all puzzle games off based on that shit, you wouldn't understand how something like Superliminal would actually be awesome. Because I think games like Superliminal don't really feel like you're playing a puzzle game. They are, but like there's something very clever about the central conceit and about how it's all visual and it's all based on human POV perception, as opposed to just like, do you know how to do numbers? Are you smart enough to be able to combine this grid in a way that the numbers perfectly equal 60, 69? Some shit. I blame Darksiders 3 and Remnant for my disdain of puzzles. See, here's the thing with that though. Darksiders 3 and Remnant aren't puzzle games. They're action games that occasionally happen to have a puzzle to slow you down. And I think that's the problem. If you're playing those games because you like the action, and then the developer decides to impede your progress of the puzzle, that's kind of a problem. It's not an issue for gamers like me who like action games and also like puzzle games. So when you combine them all into one game, it just feels like a bigger, more awesome game with like more things to do. I think my issue with genre is that if I'm doing the same thing too much in a game, I kind of am ready for the next game already. Like if I'm playing a game like Remnant where it's just shooting, it's only ever just shooting, there's nothing else to do but shoot stuff, I will get bored of that. Because my idea of immersion is believing in a world, as like, am I a character in this world? And if all I do is walk from point to point, shoot stuff, my immersion breaks, because in the real world you don't just do one thing. Like, where's the moments where my character gets to go to the toilet or eat? Or where's the points where we have to use our head instead of just pulling the trigger constantly? Like, life has variation. Whereas the moments where we don't shoot for ages because we have to travel somewhere, and then it's more about exploration and discovery for a while before anything action-packed happens. Like, I want that flow. I want things to change up. But like, something like Remnant specifically feels like a game that's about the action. That is a game that when I was playing Remnant 1, it felt like the only point to this game was to be an action game. It just was wrapped up in a kind of procedural level experiment, which they've now like made more advanced for Remnant 2, because now it's also a procedural story. So that's the kind of thing where like you wouldn't expect there to be sudden puzzle solving, because the game has already sold itself and is playing itself like it's just an action game. And the only twist on from other action games is the procedural shit. A good example would be if you were playing Gran Turismo and in the middle of like a track in Germany, they make you stop the car, get out and play Sudoku before you can continue the race. Like, you know what I mean? That wouldn't make sense. Like, if you're there because you like simulation racing games, you would not appreciate having to turn the engine off, get out, sit down at a table by a gas station and play Sudoku with a crazy old man that, you know, lives out the back in a dumpster in order to get your keys back. You looked up guides for Darksiders 3? That's actually the Darksiders I haven't played. I've got the collector's editions for Darksiders 1 and 2, but then Darksiders 3 came out so much later, I was already deep into film school and wasn't playing games at the time. I think, is it on Game Pass? Hold up. Darksiders 2 Definitive Edition was free on Game Pass, it looks like. I don't think 3 is. That's a shame. I would have hit that up. I gotta catch up on my Dark Souls trilogy. I gotta finish it off. $60. Nah, I'm good. I'll get to it someday, somehow. There's a section in Remnant where you walk in and there's like 4 giant dial levers and 4 doors. I can actually imagine what you mean though, because there were a couple of optional puzzles that I did in Remnant 1. There weren't anything that impeded gameplay, but there was a couple of optional puzzles built into the environment that I figured out in number 1 that just gets you loot that were actually quite devious. There's one to do with There's one to do with statues and music that you can literally just walk past and not even think twice about. But I dicked around for a while and I actually solved this like optional Easter eggy kind of puzzle that after the fact I was like, that's actually kind of surprising that I figured that out because it was kind of elaborate. And it didn't really make itself obvious either. But that's the only one I can remember. I don't remember much other puzzle shit going on in Remnant 1. But I was proud of that at least. See, I can imagine you enjoying Superliminal despite not being big on puzzle games, but somehow I can imagine you not enjoying something like The Witness. Because Superliminal has a fairly elaborate concept that is sort of intuitive because it's about your own perception as a human being. Whereas The Witness is pretty much a straight puzzle game. Like the environment you explore in The Witness, you literally find murals with an actual fucking puzzle just pasted to the side of it where it's like, hey buddy, here's fucking connect the dots Sudoku. Do the thing, please. You did play The Witness? See, that based on what you've said, that's one that I wouldn't expect you to like. Because that is legitimately like, the puzzles aren't embedded in the game world and aren't natural. It's literally just, we have a pile of puzzles here, and we're arbitrarily getting you to wander around in first person in this gorgeous island just to find them. But essentially, you could have just sat you down at a desk with a pile of 100 pieces of paper with a puzzle on each and just had you go through them. The moment you looked up a guide on the 4th puzzle and it was over. Yeah. See, I think that's the key to hooking a person that is not naturally drawn to or in tune with the idea of the puzzle genre in gaming, is it has to be intuitive. Superliminal's intuitive. Cocoon does a pretty good job of being intuitive, and once again, also a very unique concept. I think the second you betray the immersion of the game to basically go, here, puzzle, take you to a separate screen and make you, you know, play Sudoku or whatever, I think that's a problem. That's when the puzzleness of it gets in the way, which I can deal with because I like puzzle stuff regardless, but like, unless you're a person like that, it's just not going to be interesting. See, Cocoon's concept itself is about the environment. It's that recursive dimension within dimension thing. Once again, like, it's intuitive, it's built into the game world, it's part of the DNA of the game. So it's fascinating to work it out, to understand it. Like, it draws you in. It's different from, like, walking through a beautiful game world and being, oh, this is neat, and then the game just stopping to give you a number puzzle. Any game that fits in the Portal style game design framework, I think works like that. Like Superliminal is essentially a Portal style game. Quantum Conundrum, the Talos Principle. These are all games that are like in the Portal school of puzzle game design. And they're kind of a unique thing unto themselves. Those are the kind of games that like non-puzzle fans can get into if they gel with the concept. Nothing wrong with variety, but I see it as Pokemon. You want to collect the guns and armor and get those instances after so much world resetting. It's an extra layer of annoyance. Oh, I remembered another puzzle from Remnant 1. There's a chess puzzle on a computer in one of the last worlds before the final boss, which leads to a locked door where you get some extra loot. You have to find clues as to, like, how to solve this chess-based quiz or something on a computer screen. Entirely optional, I think, if I remember correctly. Me and my co-op partner like hung around for ages figuring it out though. Anyway, goodbye, Nintendo Indie whatever. What's this? Announcement trailer for a game called Under... What? Under a Rock. It's kind of a bland name for a game. Under a Rock. But okay. Don't think I remember that one. You might have walked right past it. I tend to dick around the environment a lot, so there's a higher percentage chance of me finding optional shit, I think. Because you had to have looked at a certain computer in the final base, in the final world in Remnant. And there's like this chessboard image. And there's another nearby screen that has like this step-by-step riddle kind of thing. And you have to find more clues around the base to figure out how to put the riddles together using the image of the chessboard to like put in this number code that opens up this door to like a dead end that just has some loot. It was a little bit of a mindfuck. There was a little bit of Sherlock Holmesian going on with that one. I'll show you someday. I'll make a YouTube Let's Play out of my Remnant 1 footage. I've still got it all on a hard drive. And you'll see what I'm talking about. Alright, Under a Rock. I don't know what this is or what we're getting into, but it's adorable already. It's got those video game Pixar graphics. Cool. Is that a dodo? This is all pre-rendered though. I want to see what the game looks like. I like the look of it though. This is crisp. I'm starting to get some strong vibes of those fake trailers that mobile phone games tend to put on social media, on Instagram. And then you see the actual game and it's nothing like this. This is really pretty though. Oh, there's the game. Okay. Obviously not as pretty as the CG cutscene, but it still looks good. I like the aesthetic. Is this a survival crafting game? Come on, tell me more. Xbox Series X. I thought this was going to be a Switch game, not going to lie. Okay, if that is a survival crafting game, I hope it's co-op. That definitely looks like the kind of game that you want to play with other people. Open world survival crafting game for 1 to 10 players. Okay. You can play it with 9 other people. That's awesome. I don't think enough of these style of games have that kind of high-end art. That kind of Pixar-y look. So many of them have that jank early access Steam game look where it's trying to look realistic. Like something like Rust. I dig that. I dig this a lot more. Now, when did this come out? Beginning of December was the trailer. Did it have a release date? Wishlist now. Okay, no release date. Boo. Boo earns. Risk of Rain 2, Seekers of the Storm. Hasn't Risk of Rain 2 been out for ages? That's the first person... No, not first person. That's the third person co-op roguelike, yeah? The first game was like 2D. And then the sequel for some reason turned third person. Why is there a new trailer for it though? Let me just check. This might be a new DLC or something. Because this game's definitely years old. Yeah. Announcement trailer for Seekers of the Storm, a second expansion. Oh, okay. So they're deep into it. There's been a few expansions already. I've heard really good things about this.
If you receive this message, know the following.
I saw people giving this game their game of the year when this the first year this came out.
Her perfection is part of me. His passion is part of me. His hatred.
I don't know what's going on. There's a ghost frog up on the cliff to the right. Cool.
Our freedom is long overdue. These pathetic creatures seek.
There's some pretty sick heavy metal drums building though.
But now, I must save myself. Powered by the bulwark's end, driven by their fear, their hatred, I was changed. Now, a new salvation comes for them all.
Sick.
None shall bind me. Seekers of the storm.
Thumbs up for the soundtrack.
Face my divine rule and crumble.
Okay, that... I feel like that trailer told us nothing. There was no gameplay. It was just a really cool little short film. Letting you know there's going to be a new expansion, that's it. I guess they're banking on the whole, like, if you already play Risk of Rain 2, if you're one of the people that would buy an expansion, you know what's up. We don't need to sell this anymore. I will say, though, Risk of Rain is one of the few franchises that change genres in its sequel, which I always find to be a really ballsy move. I don't really understand it, but I have a certain level of respect for doing it. The other one is Helldivers on the PlayStation. Helldivers 1 was a top-down isometric action game that was known for its friendly fire difficulty. Like if you and your 3 friends, if the 4 of you, it's it's like a Diablo perspective, but it's all sci-fi machine guns. Oh, you've played it? Good. You know what I'm talking about then. Like, the friendly fire aspect of it made it so much harder, but it made it really entertaining. It was funny as hell. Like, your Helldiver pod, when you fall into the level, can literally land on a friend and crush him. Or if you call in for ammo or whatever, the ammo pod can just crush your mate if you're standing in the wrong spot. And if you want to both shoot in the same direction, the person in front needs to either, like, take a knee or go prone, so you can shoot over the top of them. Otherwise, you shoot them in the back of the head. So you had to have, like, good communication. I love that stuff. But that's why I don't understand the genre switch, because now Helldivers 2 is like a full third-person action game, like a Remnant type thing. It's very rare when you see games like Risk of Rain or Helldivers do this genre, complete genre twist. Unless it's like a spin-off. Like, I'm specifically talking about actual sequels. Like, in Helldiver and Risk of Rain's case, it was straight up the sequel just completely changed the game. If you look at something like Darksiders, it doesn't really count because Darksiders 1, 2, and 3, they evolve slightly, but they're all third-person action games at their core. They don't really change enough to change genre. They just have different conceits. But that spin-off Darksiders game, the one that involves Strife, is like a Diablo-style isometric game. But it's not considered like a sequel. It's not considered Darksiders 4. So it's not really the same thing. Plenty of games have used spin-offs as a excuse to explore a different genre within the same universe as the main series, but for the main series to completely abandon what it is and become something new is pretty rare. Unless you look at franchises that have been around since the dawn of gaming, like Zelda. Like, Zelda is a game that's completely changed genre technically because of the fact that it's been around since, like, Nintendo. So, like, everything about that game has changed from the first game to Breath of the Wild. They realized the only way to get mainstream appeal is to go third person. Maybe. I can see that as being the excuse, but I feel like there might be more to it than just that. I don't think they would be like sitting in a boardroom going like, oh man, no one likes our game. We need to get mainstream appeal somehow. And then like give in to like a more loved genre. I feel like there's probably more design focused reasons for why they wanted to do the third person thing. Maybe their capabilities now are like, if their studio since the first Helldivers is now making enough money and is big enough to tackle a genre that requires a more AAA budget, maybe that's why they're doing it. Like if they had the kind of budget and the kind of manpower back then that they have now, maybe they would have always made it third person. Risk of Rain 2 was vastly different having an extra plane. Yeah, which is why it's so surprising when this happens and why it's so rare. Very few developers have ever gone, hey, for the sequel, let's just throw the first game in the bin and just do something totally different. That's going to feel nothing like the first game. Like, that would set off alarm bells with most publishers. Like, it's usually the last thing you do. So I kind of appreciate the balls when it happens. And so far, no one has actually, like... None of the examples I can think of have actually fucked it up. Because Risk of Rain 2 is a big success. Helldivers 2 actually looks good in the trailer. And for all we know, it's probably going to hit. So that's why I don't think the decision was made cheaply. Like, I don't think it was a case of just, oh, we want to be more popular, so let's just give in to a different genre. Because that's how you make a bad game. Like, you have to know what you're doing if you're going to completely change lanes. Because otherwise, you just end up making, like, a very obvious cash grab piece of shit game that's literally only being this new genre or this new POV to cash in on something. Look at all the games that cashed in on the roguelike or the looter shooter genre that just completely ate shit. You could tell when you play them that they're just cashing in on a fad and they have no ideas. They had nothing to actually instigate development. There was no instigating force to why the game had to exist, aside from greed. And you can feel that when you play the game. Final Fantasy and God of War are the only AAA examples. Well, that's the same example as the Legend of Zelda one that I gave. Final Fantasy and Legend of Zelda have been around for long enough that their genres had to evolve with the time. And they've done vastly different things over the years. God of War is a more recent example of something that was one thing, ended, and then got rebooted as something slightly different. Although it's still very similar. Like the first God of War, the camera might have been a bit more distant and a bit more controlled. But, I mean, you're still essentially doing the same thing. Running around with the joystick and just bashing the shit out of things, except... The new God of War is basically just force the camera behind you in Gears of War view. I blame Gears of War for that, by the way. Not specifically for God of War, but the modern fad of cinematic action-adventure games where the camera has to be like that weird second-hand thing over the shoulder, where technically it's third person, but it's like really close on the person and they're kind of off to the side a bit. That's become a thing. What was the game we played recently that did that? Hellblade, Suena's Sacrifice. That's one of them. The Plague Tale series, they do it as well. I like those games, though. Someone in the chat the other day mentioned that they don't. I don't know who it was. It was someone that's here a lot. It was either Tenna, Elizabeth, or Jeannie. I think it was one of those three mentioned that they're not fans of the third person tight behind the back Gears of War view. Cincinnati Sacrifice. Yes. That's right. Fuck that name. I don't like the Senua. I don't like that name. I keep wanting to put an extra S in it. Like my brain wants to say Sensua. Like that feels natural to me, but it's not correct. I think it was Elizabeth. I think Elizabeth doesn't like it. The tied behind the back thing. I've never really personally understood people having that level of specific preference. Jeannie has that as well with first person games. Jeannie really does not like first person. She very rarely will give a game a pass if it's first person, unless there's something very specific about it. I'm trying to think of an example, but I can't. There's at least one game that not too long ago that she gave a pass to for being first person because something about the franchise or what the game was about appealed to her. But then everything else, first person's an immediate no. I've never had that. I've never had that level of preference with gaming. Like, I'm cool with isometric, I'm cool with first person, third person, Gears of War, second person bullshit. I don't think I've ever heard you say anything particular, Sham, about having a POV preference, except for the fact that you don't like isometric strategy games. You might be okay with camera in the sky games if they're action games, because I think Midnight Fight Express is kind of like that. That's sort of isometric camera in the sky. But as soon as it becomes a management or strategy game, you don't seem to feel it. Except for XCOM. Okay, that's fair. That's good to hear you say that, actually, because XCOM is one of my favorite franchises ever. I was an XCOM player when I was a kid on like the old Windows 3.1 PC. Me and my cousin had the very first XCOM game ever made, before it was called XCOM. It was just called UFO Enemy Unknown. That was what the first game was. And I had the box. I had the big PC box. And then the second game was XCOM Terror from the Deep. That's the one that takes place underwater. And that's probably the one I played the most. But I couldn't finish it because I was too young to have XCOM brains. I can get about halfway through the game and then the game got too difficult for my preteen brain. You played a bunch of real-time strategy games? Command and Conquer? Yeah, I played the Command and Conquers. I played the Warcraft games. I was probably more into Warcraft than Command and Conquer because I played them first. Like, Tides of Darkness is still one of the best RTSs ever made. The second Warcraft game is incredible. No game had... That was like the Pixar for real-time strategies. I'm sorry to use the Pixar terminology so many times tonight to describe stuff, but like that like thick, colorful, cartoony graphics that Warcraft 2 had, like no other RTS looked like that. It was so crisp. And if you clicked on the sheep like 100 times, it would explode. I really love that Easter egg. It just pops. Yeah, Command & Conquer was cool. That would be my second. Mainly because like very few other RTSs were felt modern, felt like normal armies. Like they were just soldiers with guns and tanks and stuff. Most things had a fantasy twist. Least interested in racing games. Only one you ever liked was Hot Pursuit. I did like a lot of the earlier, more arcadey Need for Speeds myself. I don't mind racing. It's not anywhere near the top of the things I like, but I probably like it more than you as long as it's not simulation based. Like, I love Burnout. Burnout 3 Takedown was a revelation for me. I didn't even realize I had the capacity to like racing games that much until I played Burnout 3, and like, I almost shit myself with excitement. That game was so cool. I think it was the cinematicness of it. Burnout 3, it nailed an intensity to the speed and to the destruction with the pounding cock rock music that was playing when it goes into like that Matrix slow-mo of the car flipping through the air and ripping to pieces with that kind of sound. Like, I swear to God, like my heart was in my chest in some moments in Burnout. I didn't know that a game could be that intense. I love that shit. And I think it was also because I just recently got my first 5.1 surround system. So imagine me experiencing Burnout 3 for the first time with a 5.1 surround sound system with a subwoofer turned up It was so fucking intense. That and SSX. I played SSX Tricky and SSX 3 with a 5.1 surround system, and the sound design and the music in those games and the way they use the 5.1 is so intense. It's amazing. The way the sound drops out, you can hear the subwoofer go like bro in SSX when you go airborne and start doing like breakdance moves in midair. And then the music like slams back in when the board hits the ground. Like you really hear that shit with a 5.1 system. Oh, Thynan's back. Thynan remembers Minx and Von. Minx and Von are number 1 and number 2 on my channel as the most gracious gift subbers. I don't think anyone has subbed as many times or gifted as many subs as Von and Minx. They're like the Santa Clauses of Twitch. They just show up and contribute to everybody. Had a perfect amount of adrenaline in the drifting and speed. Yeah, that's a good word for it, adrenaline. The SSX snowboarding games and the Burnout games, coupled with a 5.1 surround system, is the most adrenaline I've ever felt while playing a video game. I'm sure there's other examples. Split Second. If I had to add a third to that list, I would say Split Second, because that was like racing through a Michael Bay movie with like a Boeing 747 crashing into the airport while you're racing through it. Or you're racing through the Grand Canyon as a dam bursts and floods the entire thing, completely changing the track for the second lap. That game was insane. And also a game where I didn't ever lose a single match in multiplayer. I went online with it for a couple of nights, and I won every single race. Apparently I'm a beast at Split Second. You know what else was a very adrenalinely intense game that's not a racing game? Just came to me out of nowhere. Ashura's Wrath. I don't really know how to describe it, and some people don't like that game because so much of that game is quick time events and cutscenes. But Ashura's Wrath was a really good example of a game that could get your adrenaline pumped. It was like watching a really intense anime that's sometimes interactive. There are moments in that game where they were making me button mash something with the main character like screaming and building some kind of insane Hadouken that ends up like putting an enemy like through the moon and out the other side, completely shattering a planet in half. And like, that's some adrenaline, dude. Game was crazy. Most epic anime that doesn't have an anime. Yeah, especially if you've played the additions. Because you know how they added more to the story through DLC? There's a couple of extra chapters that actually ends it properly on top of the end. That is even more intense than the way the base game ends. Like, you end up fighting existence in a void and becoming like some new god or what. I don't know. I don't really remember correctly, but that was some crazy shit. I would recommend that game to people if it wasn't for the fact that it's very divisive. You can't predict whether someone's going to like Ashura's Wrath or not. Because some people really bounce off it, because it's just cutscenes and quick time events, the game, to most people who try it out. And they get really pissy about that. And that's a shame. Bit of a tangent. You know what I never watched? They released an announcement trailer for The Last of Us Part 2, the remaster. And I remember seeing the thumbnail, and being like, why the fuck are they remastering that game already? That is so new. That game is not that old. But I never actually watched it. I might as well give it a chance. I still don't understand why this is getting a remaster. It's a little bizarre. Hey, Sony. Hey, Naughty Dog.
I don't know what happened. I was supposed to take her to the Fireflies and walk away.
What do you mean you don't know what happened? You fucked up.
They were actually going to make a cure. The only catch, sweet Jesus.
What are you doing in here?
You would kill her.
I don't know how people still don't like
Even if we found
think
her,
of
or by some
Joel as the
miracle
villain of this
found someone
franchise.
else immune. It made no difference, because the only person who could develop a vaccine is dead.
I know.
Is there going to be a lot of
we need to
spoilers in
dry
this?
out, but Joel's still out there, you know?
This trailer, I mean. It does look good, but like it already looked good.
You say whatever speech you got rehearsed. Get this over with.
You don't get to rush this.
Includes new content. Oh, outfits. Boo. Don't really care. Lost levels? Oh, that I like. Guitar free play? I don't know what that means, but awesome. Roguelike survival mode? I'm sure someone's gonna be happy about that. Not really my thing.
You can't stop this.
He was black in the first game's finale, but white in the second game? Really? I didn't know that. I never got around to playing the second game because I was at film school when that came out. And I wasn't playing games. So I guess I get to experience the remaster for the first time fresh. Cool if they added the multiplayer from the botched live service game. Didn't they do the remaster of Last of Us 1, but then they took out that multiplayer mode? So you actually get less content in the remaster? I remember there being some complaints about that. The multiplayer in the first game was legitimately good. Yeah, see, I think that's what the controversy was. They just ditched that mode when they remastered the first game. So it's like, this is now the best way to play the first game's story, but you actually get less content on the disc than what the original gave you. It came out in 2020. Fuck, imagine remastering a 2020 game in 2023. That is the shortest turnaround to a game getting remastered I've ever seen in my life. This guy I agree with in the comments. Can we get a Jak and Daxter remake? Bro, the first Jak and Daxter from PS2, remade with this level of graphical fidelity. Not the gritty realism thing, just quality-wise. Like, considering what Naughty Dog can achieve with their graphics engine by today's standards, if you look at the Last of Us games, imagine like a Pixar-level quality Jak and Daxter game. There I go using Pixar again. I got to stop saying that. Oh my god, that was so good. Jak and Daxter was a revelation on the PS2. People thought that those types of platformers were dead since the N64 days. And then Jak and Daxter was like, it blew the lid off that genre. It tore it down. You know what I think was, okay, this is going to be very specific, but there's certain design decisions in Jak and Daxter that are kind of like gimmicky, or they're almost like novelty level design choices, but they make so much of a difference in selling a new way of making N64 style platformers in the modern day. And that was the no loading, the no definitive zone thing. I remember playing Jak and Daxter 1 and being in that little tropical hut village area, which is like the hub, right? And running around starting to collect things and being like, oh, we got to do this. The storyline needs you to go collect these things, whatever. And you walk down the beach to the left of the area. And as you're running down the beach, you can see a whole bunch of more level in the distance with like enemies jumping around and all kinds of things going on. And as you're running down that beach towards all the stuff you see in the distance, a little bit of text floats up on screen that says, Durky Durky Beach. And then the music changes. And then you start going around and collecting things, and you realize that you've just wandered into a level. So like, if in a Banjo-Kazooie game, you might have the central hub of like Banjo's Bear Hills or whatever, where his house is, where there's all the portals that go to the different levels, where it like loads the level. Like, this is Halloween Town. This is Christmas Town. This is the underwater Shark Bay. And they're levels. You load into them. In Jak and Daxter, you just walk onto it. You can see it from the hub. And as you walk over there, the name just comes on screen and goes away. There's no loading. It just is there. And now you're technically in the level. And you can look back and see the hub thing you just walked from. And it's like, this doesn't seem like it should be a big deal, but for some reason it is. Like, you bring up the stat screen and you can, like, 2 out of 100 eggs collected in Doki Doki Beach. It shows you the stats for the level, in quotes, that you're in currently. And I was like, this is a game changer, man. This entire world now feels more immersive. It feels more real. It feels less like a video game. It feels interconnected. It feels like an open world, or more like a Metroidvania. But it's technically still doing the exact same thing that every platformer from Rare on the 64 did with the Banjo-Kazooies and the Donkey Kongs. It's just seamlessly connected, and I was like, this is how you reinvent something. The gameplay's still the same. I'm still collecting 100 gold eggs, or whatever the thing is. But like, we've just modernized it, and it was genius. Any other games from that you feel changed the genre? What, you mean genre? You mean that genre? Like platformer-wise? That's a hard genre to consider, because that's a genre that doesn't really evolve much. Anything innovative. I mean, there's some obvious ones that everyone always talks about, like Half-Life 1. Before Half-Life 1, people thought that first-person shooters had to be level by level, start, run around, find keys, look for exit, see your stats, go to next level. You know, like Doom. Every game was like Doom. It was just 12 levels, run around, look for the exit. At the end, there's a boss. The only story you usually got was maybe an opening crawl saying why you're doing the thing, and then maybe a closing crawl saying what the end result is of you killing the boss. And in the middle, it's just you running around. And then Half-Life came along and was like, yeah, but what if a first-person shooter was like watching a movie? What if it had a story? What if characters talked to you? And there was actually like driving dramatic impetus to the things you were doing. It was a science fiction film that just happened to be a first-person game with guns. People lost their shit when they first started up Half-Life, and you were sitting on that train, and it was paced like a film. You're just riding a train into work for the first time through the facility, and you're getting like Easter eggs and little hints as to other sections of the facility and people going about their jobs and their work. And the credits were coming up on screen, like at the start of a film. They kept appearing on screen, like in front of your face. And then when the train stopped, someone came to talk to you and was like, hey, Gordon, welcome to your first day at work. We're waiting for you. And it's like, what is this? I've never experienced anything like this. And I think people take that for granted now, because every game in most genres has that vibe of trying to have a story embedded in what you're doing in a way that makes it feel cinematic. Like you're playing through like a 3-act structure with a character arc, and that didn't exist. That never existed in most genres. And then Half-Life was like, bet. I don't know how you go from that kind of thing not existing to suddenly just making that. Like, who's the crazy motherfucker that one day just went, this can be more, and then made Half-Life? It's like, in retrospect, it's like everything's like that now, so it's like it doesn't seem that big a deal. But before it existed, it's like that wasn't even a thing. So how do you become the first guy to come up with that? It's so obvious in retrospect, but if it was that easy, any one of us could have done it. GTA 4? Concept of walking into buildings? I mean, like GTA 4 had moments where that happened, dictated by story. But I think one of the problems with open world games is that even in GTA 4 and a lot of open world games after GTA 4, those games still have the same problem of most buildings being fake. Like GTA 4, there are buildings that do that, but only specific ones and only for the purpose of the story. And then every other building is like a giant rectangle with painted on doors and windows. And even by today's standards, most open world games still do that same thing. It's very rare to find one where it's so realistic that pretty much anything with a door or a window can be entered. You'd have to procedurally generate a lot of interiors, I think, for that to even be feasible. First Modern Warfare, shooting through pieces of wood and having a melee attack where you didn't have to equip a weapon. The melee attack one is very, very specific. Although Modern Warfare, I don't think that was the first one to do the ballistics can pass through certain materials thing. I think there were some others, but Modern Warfare might have popularized it. Division and Cyberpunk did a good job. Yeah, there's some that have tried. There's a few that have tried and are doing an okay job of it, but it's still a rare occurrence in games like that. Even GTA 5, like, there are plenty of buildings that could be entered for specific purposes, but there's still a huge amount of buildings in that game, the majority of which are just there to exist as buildings that you can't go into. And it's not something I ever complained about. It is what it is. You know, I don't need to be able to do that for me to get out of the game what I'm there for. Only found one shop with a blatant 2D JPEG to make it look 3D. Oh, really? Nice. You know, I guess you'd have to add Ocarina of Time as well to the list of games that, like, revolutionized the genre. Because a lot of people, I don't think a lot of people thought you could do an open world adventure game in the style of, like, Zelda in that way in 3D before the N64 dropped Ocarina of Time. That was kind of a next level moment for games of that style. And now we're spoiled. Now we have games like Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom where you've got a giant continent, underground, above ground, in the air, where you can just, like, explore at your leisure. But I still remember playing Ocarina of Time and being blown away about how real the world feels. There was actual geography. You actually got to travel across the Hyrule highlands, the fields, on your horse, heading towards the castle in the distance. That was a revolutionary moment. And then, like, so many moments after that that tried to replicate that were just magical. Like, I remember that, one of the first big 3D Dragon Quest games in the PS2 had a similar vibe, where it had a big open map and you could ride towards the castle, the palace you can see in the distance. Like, out of focus because of how far away it was. But it was there and you can get to it. Okay. Speaking of Zelda, I don't know if this just... Okay, this is creepy. I think Google might be listening to us talk about Legend of Zelda, because I looked over at my YouTube and there is literally a Zelda-related link being thrown in my face right now. Oh, wait. Zelda Ocarina of Time X Studio Ghibli-inspired fan film. Holy shit. Should we watch that? Oh, dude, let's watch that. Studio and Ghibli-inspired fan film of Zelda? It sounds amazing.
Environments I created in...
Is this the actual film or is this a making of teaser? Okay, let's just grab it.
Imagine the world of Zelda Ocarina of Time and the visuals of Studio Ghibli together.
Oh my god,
4 different
that looks awesome.
environments I created in Unreal Engine 5, as well as a third-person perspective. On top of my full-time
Bro, just
job,
make a game.
I worked for more than 600 hours in just 4 months and created more than 30 different characters just for this video.
Why is it
Let's
so
get
quiet?
started.
If he's made all these environments and these models in Unreal Engine, you could technically play this. Dude. Okay, I'm already over the fan film aspect. I want to play it. I just want to play this game. See, a more streamlined Ocarina of Time-like experience with this graphics, I would actually like that more than games like Breath of the Wild, with their level of openness. I don't mind a certain level of linearity to how the world is actually gated. The way games like Ocarina used to do it. Like, I'd be into that with this level of graphics. He could just make his own film. I mean, that's kind of what he's getting at with this. I don't know if he's going to actually fully complete a film or if it's just a proof of concept. Holy shit, he's done a good job. Arwan Link. I think that's his handle. Navi. The palace looks amazing. There's this interesting low frame rate look to how Link moves. That is kind of cool. I'm not sure if it's intentional or not. Maybe it's just how we had to render it to make it work. Because of how high end everything is. Oh my god. Yo. It's your boy Link. About to get some of that milk, you know what I'm saying? That pink-haired girl and her dad, they're from the milk farm, yeah? Where you get your horse. I remember her crushing on you. She's cuter than Zelda, I don't care what anyone says. She was the cutest one in Ocarina. I think Link's a gold digger. I think he's just into Zelda because she's the princess. He wants some of that sweet princess money. Kind of Spider-Verse? Yeah, like Miles Morales' low frame rate thing when he's still a rookie. That would be a great concept though. If young Link is low frame rate because he's still like growing into being a hero, and then old Link after the time jump is like full frame rate. May I request him? Yeah, I'll turn that thing on soon. Maybe one or two more things after this, and then I'll turn that on. This one just kind of took me by surprise a little bit. Hoi! Baba Ganoush! Look, she's adorable. Why is she dancing? Oh, the Gorons are actually playing the music. Do you think it was a coincidence that they named them Gorons and it sounds so similar to morons? What do they mean by this? Reaching a town in Breath of the Wild felt just like this, cozy. I mean, that's Zelda in a nutshell. Reaching destinations in all Zeldas have that vibe. Like Wind Waker. Traveling across the ocean and actually reaching a populated island. It was the same. That really scares me a bit. Yeah, it's just freaking me out. This video is definite vibes though. Don't like that either. That was a bit Silent Hill. Aw. Actually, this random NPC is more attractive than all the main characters put together. There's your best friend back from Kokiri village with the green hair, the short green hair. There's that girl from the horse milk farm with the red hair. And then there's Zelda. I think that's the three love interests of Link. And that NPC was hotter than all of them. Sorry, not sorry, Link. Can you turn this up a bit more? Yeah, I don't know what it is. Zelda... I never found Zelda very attractive. Big ass eyes and there's the wingspan on those ears. Gerudo. Nice nose. Mr. Ganon. I would like the next Zelda to throw a twist into the story with Ganon. Much like they've done with Mario. You know how there's been Mario games in the past where Mario allies with Bowser against like some greater threat, and then Bowser's actually on the team as a playable character? I want a Zelda game to kick off like everyone assumes Ganon is behind something, and then before the first act is over, it's revealed that he has nothing to do with it, and it's whatever's going on is also bad for him. And then Ganon has to cooperate with, I almost said copulate. That's a different game entirely. Ganon has to cooperate with Link and be actually useful and part of the main crew. I do like this guy's cel-shaded style with the way everything's lit on the 3D. It's very nice. The shadows are crisp. Was that character in Ocarina? I thought that character was in future games. I don't remember her being in the old games. Ni no Kuni was great though. I played the entirety of the first Ni no Kuni on PlayStation. PS3 I think. But I never got to play the sequel. Oh, come on, tell me you don't want to play that. That's awesome. I would accept this as a remake. I know Nintendo's more inclined to do remasters. It's basically just a sharper, cleaned up version of the original 64 game. But if they would remake the whole thing the ground up like this, hell yeah. I would consider playing it again. Which is something I don't normally do with remasters. It's not really worth it if you ask me. When you could use the time to play new games. Look at all those chickens. It's a bit too framey. I mean, it's not really gameplay. It's really raw proof of concept. Like, I think the frame rate thing with Link is just down to rendering. Like, this guy's making it on his home PC. It's probably an absolute bastard to render in real time with this level of detail. So if you lower the frames that are being put out by the animations, it makes it more feasible. Like, if you were actually a studio that was making this as a real game, you would have the money and the means to have, like, servers rendering this stuff. And you'd also have, like, an optimization team working on making the final game playable at the best possible frame rate with the highest possible fidelity, trying to find that balance. I still like the idea we talked about before of the frame thing being done on purpose to Link when he's a kid, but then his frames becoming smooth when he's an adult. I really like that idea a lot. But as long as everything else was smooth, so that he stands out. Because right now, like, everything that moves has basically got that framey thing going on. Render it like a juicy steak? I've rendered a fair few steaks. Rend them to pieces with my teeth. Wow, cool. That's a neat idea. The castle palace actually being somewhat separate from the town. So you still have to, like, exit the back of the town and head up the hill to get to it. I don't think Zelda's actually in there. Do you think they'll ever do a modern Zelda? Like transpose the Zelda gameplay to like a sci-fi setting? Because Zelda stories can be anything in any way. Oh, there's Zelda. Looking at your other love interest. Probably about to stab her in the back. She's about to get shanked. Like, because the lore of Zelda is so malleable, every Zelda game can be its own unique thing. You could just do a cyberpunk Zelda. Just like a science fiction city. With a more weathered Link with like a cybernetic arm or something. With the action gameplay being a bit like Nero in DMC, where you use your arm to like grapple yourself to enemies. To continue combos. I'm just inventing like impossible games in my brain now. I'm inventing an open world Zelda game with DMC combat and cyberpunk like open city story RPG stuff. The perfect game. His chicken came right at him for a second. Thought he was about to do that chicken Easter egg from Ocarina. Where they all try to kill you because you keep kicking the chickens around. Randomly show off an old lady? I think this castle square is like its own little rendered environment by itself. I don't think you can actually run up to the castle and enter here. It's so creepy how he's got the Ganon kneel and look through the window, just looping inside there. Iconic moment, but the time loop is freaking me out. I would really use just a piece of geometry. You can actually fall off the edge. Where is this meant to be? Is this just like his interpretation of the Lost Woods? It's not bad. It does remind me a bit of Dark Souls though. There's an area in Dark Souls 1 that's very much like this. Deep, deep underground. It's a shame you can't do better water, but I think more detailed water in that environment is probably going to kill the game. me enlarge it for a bit so you can see better. Here you go. The Deku tree. Oh yeah, you go inside him, don't you? Like one of the first dungeons in the game is you going inside the Deku's tree's mouth. Trying to solve like some kind of corruption that's inside him. You totally forgot about that. Thank you for watching.
And that, my amazing viewers, bring us to the end of today's video. And I want to extend my sincerest thanks to each and every one of you for joining me.
How long do you say it took him? Like 6 months?
A huge shout out to all my subscribers. You guys are the backbone.
Damn, look at all the asset folders he's got on the left
Your
there.
engagement, comments and likes make this whole experience incredibly rewarding. If you're not part of the family yet,
Studio's gone hard.
hit that like and subscribe
You
button
can see the
and join
seams in
us
the
on
cobblestone
future
though,
adventure.
where the textures repeat.
I also want to extend my heartfelt gratitude to the awesome individuals who support the channel through Patreon. Your generosity allows me to continue creating content and improve the quality of what I bring to you. If you're considering joining our Patreon community, check out the link in the description below.
I think the hardest thing with
also
stuff like
want to
this is
take a
the
moment
character
to
animation.
appreciate the magic behind the music.
It's one thing to build
A big
geometry
thank
and
you
put
from the
things
bottom
in
of my
places,
heart to
but
Mosaic for creating such fantastic and
like
unique
smooth
settings.
character animation is
Your talent is
that takes some
truly
talent.
appreciated. Lastly, I want to share a bit about myself. I do all this as a hobby alongside of a full-time job that takes up 40 hours a week. Knowing that I get to share my hobbies with such an amazing audience is what makes it all worthwhile. Your comments and suggestions fuel my creativity, so keep them coming.
Yeah, these
Let me
two
know
characters
what you would
dancing
like
and in
to see
love.
future
That's some
videos.
good animation, dude.
As we wrap up, thank you once again for being here. Stay awesome, stay positive. I'm Erwan Link, and I will see you guys in the next
What's his
video.
channel? He has a Patreon. Oh, this is on IGN it's showing. 100 hours to create. I think it's 100. I think it said, sorry, 600 hours over 4 months. I think he said originally. This video was uploaded with permission from its creator, R1 Link. His YouTube channel can be found here.
Imagine
is.
the world of Zelda Ocarina.
Goal in life is to find happiness and inspire others on our path. Ah. When's it coming out? I don't think there's a release date or anything. I think it's just it's a consistent, ongoing like project of his. We're probably not going to see any kind of final film for a long time. Like you said, he works a 40-hour work week and then does this on the side as a hobby. Poor dude. But that's his YouTube channel if you want to keep an eye on him. RWAN Link. R1 Link. I'll subscribe to him. Give him a shout out. I would like to keep getting updates about how his work's going. Honestly, I could see this kind of thing being like just constant proof of concept work and not actually ever eventuating in any games or movies. But I mean, I would still be fine with that as long as I keep getting more interesting experiments like this. I just like seeing it. But best case scenario, he actually finishes a film. That'd be sweet. But that probably means he'd have to voice act. He'd have to get voice actors. And Link never talks. That's one of the scary things about doing a film of Zelda. Is that Link has to speak. And the only time Link's ever spoken is in that that CD-ROM series that was really shit. Like the only bad Zelda stuff that's ever been made. And he was insufferable in that. His voice was all like, "Excuse me, princess." Like he was some kind of fucking 90s surfer dude. More interested in the film aspect. I want to see a film out of it or a game. That'd be best case scenario. But if all he's ever able to accomplish is just constant proof of concept experiments like this, I'd still be okay with that because I just like seeing it. It's just nice to see. And maybe, and even if he couldn't ever pull something together himself, this would inspire like others. Like maybe even Nintendo themselves will get off their asses and do something. Either a complete remake themselves or actually, well, they are making a film, so I can't say that. With the success of that Super Mario Brothers movie, they're going to do a Zelda one next. But I think I heard it was going to be live action. So that's a much bigger risk than what the Mario Brothers movie went for. So that's scary. But we'll see. Before I move on, the other two things I mentioned I want to look at, because they came up in my relateds when we were watching Zelda. There's something called Super Mario Eclipse. That was a release date thing for it. It was announced a week ago. I don't recall there being any kind of new Mario games coming out. So I have a hunch this might be some kind of fan game project that is probably going to get shut down by Nintendo. And then also there's another animated series that's come up that looks interesting. I want to look at these two. Super Mario Eclipse. The logo art on the thumbnail reminds me a lot of Super Mario Sunshine, which might be inspiration. The date is set. We can't wait to get this out the door for everyone to enjoy. Have a great Christmas. Demo out now. Oh, you can play it. Discord, song link. Mario Sunshine is the game linked at the bottom. Since the game doesn't actually exist, it's not official, so there's no actual link. This is definitely a fan project. Ooh, please let them be Nintendo. Mario Sunshine mod. Oh, so it's modded on top of the engine? 4 years in the making. I'm so scared for them. Because this is the kind of thing that Nintendo tends to like throw their lawyers at. Even if it's in good faith. Oh wow. Yeah, this is definitely the Mario Sunshine engine. It's got the backpack and the backpack moves and everything. The geometry seems a little bit more jank than what Nintendo usually puts out. But like, they've done a lot here. This is a lot of effort. That heat haze, nice. I don't know what's going on here. Mario 64. They've put the castle area in. 30th of June, 2024. So they're definitely not selling it, because then Nintendo would definitely sue them. But people have done fan stuff like this before, even for free, not selling it, and in good faith, that Nintendo is like ruined. So I don't trust them. I'm so scared for these people. 4 years later, if Nintendo comes to the door and says stop it or we'll sue, it's going to be so sad for everybody involved. What is this? Oh, it's like a fan-made sequel to Mario Sunshine called Mario Eclipse. Built off the engine of Super Mario Sunshine. Pretty legit looking. There's a lot of work that went into that. It doesn't look like first-party Nintendo quality, but for a fan-made mod project, like to make an entire sequel from scratch, well, not from scratch, but you know what I mean. Of course, they'll step in. The thing is, they've had trailers and videos for this out for a while, and they've been making it for 4 years, and nothing's happened to them yet. But the game only comes out in June this year. They're shaming Nintendo with their good work, but I just don't trust Nintendo. They always do this shit. like, even if they're not looking to make money off this, if it's just a fan shout-out thing, they still show up and, like, ruin all your hard work. They just make you throw it in the bin. That's why I'm scared for them, because it looks like they've done so much work on this. Why is there a Super Mario Sunburn trailer 2 years ago? Why is everyone making sequels to Mario Sunshine? Is that a thing?
Super Mario
That was great. Open world, dope. So they're kind of doing the Jak and Daxter thing we talked about before. Do missions out of order. So wait, this isn't so much a sequel as in a remix of Sunshine. They just basically remade the game. No boot out. Oh, as in like when you complete an objective, you don't get kicked out of the level to have to come back in and start again. You can just keep doing stuff. The long jump from Mario 64's back. Simpler blue coins. What do you mean by simple? I'm not really sure what they mean by simple. Skip cutscenes? Yeah. This is just it's like a fan mod remix. Just making it the same game but their way with improvements. I like the idea of them like changing the way the world's connected to make it more open world. So you can literally like just wander into areas, Jak and Daxter style. Custom stages. That looks a little shitty. All you need is 70 shines to beat Bowser. So they've lowered the cost of entrance to actually complete the game. I'm not too interested in that. I'm a 100%er. New rewards for 100% completion. That I like. Runs on GameCube, Wii, Dolphin, but not Switch. Oh, so if you've got like a jailbroken GameCube or Wii, you can play it on that. Soundtrack is slapping. Sunshine always had a slapping soundtrack. What the fuck? There's more? Super Doot Sunshine? Super Mario Galaxy 2 Cosmic Collapse. That sounds dope. Super Mario Gravity. Okay, this is a bit of a rabbit hole, I've noticed.
Yes!
Welcome to the galaxy. I didn't know there was such a big, what's the word for it? Fan community thing for making your own sequels or remixes of Nintendo games. This one just has a club beat. I'm still trying to figure out if this is like their own custom-made sequel, or if this is like that previous one we saw that's just a remix of Galaxy 2. I can't remember the game well enough to remember stuff in it. I just like blasted through this game when I first played it. Black hole shenanigans. Black holes, they do nothing. So, what is this? I couldn't make it out. Super Mario Galaxy 2 hack. Unique and challenging aspects of Super Mario Galaxy 2. All the 105 missions in the hack have been transformed into a brand new adventure. So he's basically remixed what's existing in Mario Galaxy 2 to increase the challenge. So it's essentially everything that already was in the game, but just changed around to make it different. So what's Super Mario Gravity? Okay, wait, let me read it before. Mod to Galaxy 2 again, featuring brand new galaxies. Over 30 galaxies playable legally on any homebrew-enabled Wii or Wii U. Okay, so this one is not a remix of the original game like Cosmic Collapse. This one's actually like making their own levels. Galaxy 2.5, basically. Their own little sequel. I think I like that better. I like the idea of people making their own... What the hell is that? Created their own banana skin man. Milky Way.
Yes!
Oh, there's one set inside a kitchen. Just someone's kitchen. Hey, they're being creative with it. There's Earth satellites since we're in the Milky Way. That's a trip.
Merci.
Donuts, chocolate. There's a candy land. They never did explain why Mario can breathe in space, did they? He just can. He's not actually standing on their train. You know what else has a community of people making their own mod levels for, surprisingly? Amnesia. I found out recently that the Amnesia franchise, people make their own like fan-made sequels and DLC style extra levels out of the original Amnesia Dark Descent engine, and also Penumbra. The franchise before Amnesia, Penumbra, which I actually own on disc but never cracked out. They're on a shelf somewhere in part of my old PC game collection. I saw a lot of people have made their own content from that as well. You can play those little unofficial Penumbra fan sequels. Oh, hey, Elizabeth. A pig for machines. Well, no one, I don't think anyone's made any mods out of Machine for Pigs. It's all the Dark Descent engine and the Penumbra engine. There's plenty of mods you can download for them, which are like unofficial sequels or continuations of the story, like more levels basically. There was one that I was told is very worth it in Penumbra, because there's an official DLC for is it the first or the second Penumbra? Might be the second. That is apparently pretty shit and very short, but there's a fan-made spin-off story-based, like it's actual got story content. It's not just a bunch of levels that I've heard fans say is like worth playing, almost as if it was an actual real sequel. Most of them are pretty bad. What was the one that I heard about? Let me check. I'm still shook that Mario Sunshine and Mario Galaxy have so many like fan-made remix games like this. That is a new thing to me. I think the guy that I first heard talk about it was... He's in my list somewhere. I am subscribed to him. Mandalore. Mandalore was talking about Penumbra recently. Here it is. Does he mention in the... Black Plague Requiem Necrolog?
That would be Penumbra Necrolog. This is a mod for Amnesia the Dark Descent that's as long as the entire Penumbra trilogy combined. It does some things similar to Requiem, like bringing characters back, but Clarence was warping your perception, so that's all fine.
This is the one.
The writing and voice acting are good for a mod, but they are the biggest giveaways that it's not an official game. It even reuses some ideas and areas from Requiem, but makes them way more interesting. There are lots of new areas, new challenges, enemies restored and polished up from the tech demo, entirely optional areas and encounters, some puzzles have multiple solutions, multiple endings, and an original soundtrack.
Yeah, this sounds great.
If you felt burned by Requiem and can tolerate some budget moments, this is a great send-off. Story-wise, I think Overture and Black Plague work best together. But if you want an entertaining what-if or just want to play more Penumbra in a shiny new engine, Necrolog is the place to go. It even has its own expansion built in to tie up loose ends in its own story and give a bit of detail of what happened before the outbreak. This one does go farther off the range with the story and some enemy designs and other stuff for my liking, but it is cool there is this line of active fan games. In fact, a new one just came out using the Soma engine. If you like Penumbra, they're
people are making sequels to Penumbra now with Soma's engine. I forgot about that. Yeah. So if you like the Amnesia and the Penumbra games, it sounds like this this Necrolog game is really worth it. The fact that it's longer and has more content than both the official Penumbra games put together is impressive for a fan effort, at least. Very cool. Oh, that's right. Sham. Guess what I've been hanging on to? Before I forget. Blip. Remember you sent me that link on the New Year's stream that we never got around to? You'd went to bed by then anyway. Some raps that Sham did last year. I kept your link for your rap compilation. Your rap compilation end of year montage. Or I don't know what to call it. You just called it raps I did this year. Very unoffish of you, Sham. 2023 Sham Lyrical Artistry Compilation Part 2. It's a cooler sounding name. How long is it? 7 minutes. All right. What audio?
Yep. Okay. I'm that silly motherfucker cooking with the spatula. Silly when I'm undercover springing
there
into
he is.
action, bruh. Feeling blue like I was Tucker dropping in you when you're I'm a fighter, not a sucker. Brothers will suck up to ya. Me and Mama Donald Glover killed the game like it was Slayer, racing it without the rubber. Euphoric just like Zendaya. Fairly odd, them Timmy Turner.
That was the fastest, most condensed attempt to get Zendaya's name to fit into a flow. Like you really just got that in there. It's only just. The Gambino line fit a little bit better.
Favorite flavor, story canon is expired. Tracks will burn when we yell fight. Out of breath will not again. Remessage before you send. Crushing steels like fenders men. Run the block like Enderman. Establish muscle, that's pretense. Lifting weight, well that's pretend. End of days, hell that's pretend. Flow follow like it's a trend. Counting stanks that I will spend. Wasting money once again. What goes up and down again. Back around just like a bend. Can't see straight like yeah we men. Play support if you want med. Die a lot if you were Ken. Need some wolf like it was hemp. Woo!
There were a lot of attempts in the second half of that to rhyme everything with men. Men, hemp, again. Like, you had a flow going on there where it's like every single word had to rhyme with that at that point. And you just had to make it work. I was like, he's going to run out. He's going to run out of that rhyming scheme if he keeps this up. Slow and steady, just how Elizabeth likes it.
Man, every single time, man, like when I hype my thoughts and I might think, damn, spinning on the mic from desire causes a fire, pause and a rise to slam.
Okay, I was wrong. Elizabeth doesn't like it slow and steady. She likes it fast and full of collateral damage. If the kitchen's not destroyed by the time you're done, it wasn't good sex.
Someone said he's slow mode, then merely max pain confetti, but it's all just fan fiction, mixing. Better get your licks in, make it in the kitchen, which it hits the pan. This
Get your licks in.
More tight, let's kick it. We're going with sky high tonight, clock's ticking. My teacher might define mind, embellishing the ring in ears of my kind. Those lemons you'll find a sublime, dooming ahead of us a bad sign. Oh man, punching below the waistline, such a low blow, so it's like an.
I don't know if this bit worked very well. Hang on.
Let's kick it. We're going with sky high tonight, clock's ticking. My teacher might define mind, embellishing the ring in ears of my kind.
That's good.
Those lemons you'll find a sublime, dooming ahead of us a bad sign. Oh man, punching.
There's something about that bit there that I stumbled on a bit, but everything leading up to that was super cool.
Below the waistline, such a low blow, so it's like in a FaceTime. Woo!
Woo! Come down.
Yep.
What was the one you said that you liked? Charter. That's groovy.
Alright, let's do this.
It's a cool instrumental.
Take back what you said, that I don't have the chops. I'm about to make a splash to win AoEs with belly flops. You're an island boy from many.
It's a gaming reference right there. The AoE thing. A little bit of the nerd sham creeping into the flow.
Seasons you're really lost. Heads up, I'm coining turns and flipping out before the toss. Childlike condition, just like it's chicken pox. You're such a sped, don't know what you said. Sorta like you're the fox. Damn clown balloon animals can make more sound. It's time to calm down. Your big red nose even knows no bounds. Throwing gang signs, your brain died as you start to fidget. Fell by the wayside, better as AI, now you're learning physics. If it's inspiration you need, then grab it by the gizzard. Casting aspersions on me, just like a silly wizard. Cold flum.
The rhyming of gizzard with silly wizard is hilarious. I love it.
When with the speed, kinda like it's a blizzard. So let's magic school buses this shit, see where we'll visit. It's the vibe of the speed that I find the most intrinsic. Took a break from riding G, but now it's back to business. I'm only beefing with myself, a personal attack. Took out some carpet cleaning, now I'm cleaning all my.
No one ruined Sham's innocence and explained what I meant by pops and cracks. I think I know what you mean by it, but it's I don't know if being in your early to mid 30s ish is old enough to be experiencing this many pops and cracks already. You got that old lady bod.
My act 9 years at Macca's without long service leave, but having to stay any longer really didn't work for me. Prefer writing.
There's a little bit of Sham history in the lyrics there. We've got a bit of his backstory at McDonald's.
Then when I spit it free, sounds like I'm speaking tongues, but not so spiritually. Love the sound of my own voice, it's time to calm down. I'm mostly always.
That was class act right there. Love the sound of my own voice, it's time to come down. It's the pause, it's how the cadence technically ended the lyric there and then started it as a continuation to change the context that for me. We need to hear that again.
Years at Macca's without long service leave, but having to stay any longer really didn't work for me. Prefer writing bars than when I spit it free. Sounds like I'm speaking tongues, but not so spiritually. Love the sound of my own voice, it's time to calm down. I'm mostly always.
That's the one. Anyone coming to Sham's voice?
Spin round, it's time to calm down. I'm afraid of heights, man, it's time to calm down. Was on the come up road, but it's time to calm down. Woo!
A lot of these ones are ending with a woo.
Get James on the beat.
Another cool instrumental. A lot of groovy ones in here.
Yep.
Woo! Hi.
Yep. Okay. Yep. He's seeking locked, undeployed, ready, spring into action. But bounce and backbeats like the springs that are in your mattress. Wrestles improved heat, striking
Sexual
differences
references?
like a matchstick. And I'm a
Sham?
pinhead, face
How could
first,
you?
suspend some action. And I don't hunt sex, I just be doing the shit for sport. But think about that, hype shit is within recourse. And I don't think facts, I just hit the shit and record. But have I got bars? Yes, brother, oh well, of course. But taking underground without breaking the backwards floors. The night's been marking my skin, but I'm not keeping score. And I'm not self-harming since, that's just a metaphor. Raising my master last, cause I'm a man of war. You're sitting back and quite like
Man at war.
reactions. But joining factions, spreading conflict for satisfaction. It's actually taxing, frightful passions is now in fashion. It's time to cash in, bet on how earth will blow its gasket. Screw that politics nonsense, I'm here right now. Fuck all this new rap, cause this is my sound. Never has the intent ever been profound, cause I just came here to spit some shit. Dribbling.
This is my sound. The sound of phone recording in car. It's a unique Sham flavor. Keep it rustic. Keep it raw.
All over this shit, cause this is my court. I'm laying the smack down, but I'm going in raw. Bitch, I got what you need, so I'll send the sauce. Cause I just came by to spit some shit. Woo!
There's your Will Smith.
Yep. Hopefully that's the last fucking take. God damn it.
How many times you had to do that one? Oh, that's another cool instrumental. That's like 3 really groovy ones in a row. I like the vibe of this one. I like rhythmic sounding instruments. I think that's the thing. 6 times and it was so hot. Yeah, because you're like sealed in the car. You have to hermetically seal that car for audio. You can't just like have kind of a window cracked open or anything.
And I'd be sitting here, dwelling on lack of changes, thinking wonder on the feeling vibe becoming famous. But those thoughts are worth nothing, like a game you might trade in. So damn fragile, your romance are completely degraded. The self-loathing's reached its peak, that's how I'd sum it up. And broken friendships can really hit like an uppercut. The climb is high, it's hard
Oh, that must be a very recent one. I remember you talking about having that issue with one of your friendships and you were depressed a little while back on stream. It sounds like that was a reference to that.
breathe. It was nice, it all goes down. Yeah, nostalgia embeds itself in us. I really need a guide like the one Relogic made, even though players would just use the wiki anyways. Brick by brick, build a foundation, build it up, and consult the guide whenever you're stuck in a rut.
I've noticed that, like, you don't make too many gaming or, like, nerd culture references in your raps, but then there's at least one moment per rap, at least one, in most of them where you sneak a little something in. Like that consulting the wiki thing, or the AoE reference in the previous rap.
With havoc, join yourself as a must.
Little teasers of the gaming side of Sham.
These aren't the common topics which we usually discuss. Escapism is blitz is what distracts us from us. Keep away the dark.
Because some people make that their thing. Like, some people like do the nerdcore thing, but like you can kind of tell that you're trying to just be like a normal rapper, but just like with a little bit of Easter eggs of that side of yourself, like hidden in there.
Thoughts and without making a fuss, keep them fuzzy far from memory, your leaves us concussed. Avoid the shame, claim you're sane and that you weren't mistaken. Artificial distraction, satisfaction, times are changing. Watch the world streaming, hate, claim you're perverse and heinous. Simultaneous, though obscene market manipulated. We claim purification, but all of us are tainted.
All of us are tainted.
When I rewind, I think
oh, there's the singing part.
I would find bits of bliss I cannot find. I feel like I'm losing my mind. Need connection and dimension. Can someone give me a sign? I need a guide.
What are we talking about?
Every time.
Oh, we're listening to some of Sham's experimental rap beats from last year.
When I rewind, I think of times when I would find bits of bliss I cannot find. I feel like I'm losing my mind. Need connection.
This is the part you don't like, huh, Sham?
Can someone give me a sign? I need a guide.
This might make a good song to collab on, huh? Gotta work on my singing. Maybe you don't have to, like, if you ever meet someone, like, let's say you meet a female artist with a pretty decent rhythmic singing voice, You could do a collab where you do the rapping and then she does the parts like this. You know what I mean? It's always cool when you see those. Although you could also just lean into it like Eminem did. Remember that one song of Eminem's where he just like he sings that one bit and he knows that he like isn't very good at singing and it sounds like shit but he doesn't care. He just does it anyway. Is it that one where he's singing about his daughter, Haley? He'd love to harmonize with them. Shampoo girl. That's what is going in today. What was that song? I know the song was about his daughter, Haley. And that's why he was singing. He was basically like, I just want to sing about how much I love my daughter and I don't give a shit if it sounds bad. And he just did it. And I think some of the lyrics even reference the fact that he sounds like shit, but he doesn't care. You want to meet a femboy? A femboy with a suitably effeminate hip-hop beat singing voice. Beans. We should all collab on the next Sham album. Can we do that thing that Michael Jackson did with all those other artists? You know, the Heal the World thing, where everyone gets together in like a big choir and sings like a charity song? I forget what you call those. And everyone gets their own little solo moment. And then everyone comes in on the chorus with that whole heal the world, make it a better place for you and for me, entire human race, etc. Is that this? Wait, what song was that? That is a very... I remember hearing that song a lot. And I think Michael Jackson was the driving force behind it, but it was one of those charity, look at all the celebrities singing about how we should, you know, care about the environment and stuff. I don't mean like, what's a lot of people singing called? Like, I know that's a choir. I could have sworn there was a name for those collaborations where a bunch of artists get together to do like a charity piece where they sing some corny song about the environment or about helping poor people or making money for kids with AIDS in Africa. Man in the Mirror had a big choir. It wasn't a specific MJ song. It was a specific charity song that I think it was... Wait. Was it Earth Song? What was it? Oh, I didn't do that correctly at all. Michael Jackson's Earth Song. I think it was that. No, wait. I'm wrong. Earth Song is a pretty dope song, but it's not that one. I just remember all the... Like, the video is all the artists in the studio with their, like, headsets and doing their thing. Oh, what was it? Wait. Charity song, celebrities, MJ. We Are the World. 1984. The year of my birth. Michael Jackson, with a number of other leading musicians, made a song called We Are the World to raise money for Africa. Oh, it was for the AIDS children. Okay, cool. I was in South Africa when that was... This was for me. I lived in Africa at the time. This song was to help me. That's awesome. That means I can talk all the shit about it I want. Because I am the intended recipient of said charity. You're gonna bring the wet bass? Wait, I'm assuming that meant bass, not bass. Not the fish. The one I keep seeing where MJ is visibly upset at the other singers. Is that what happens in it? I'm not going to play it because copyright will murder me. Where are the images? Yeah, they're in a big group like this. There's probably like Little Richie and the blind... What was his name? Ray Charles. There's probably a Madonna or a Cyndi Lauper in there somewhere. There's so many big artists. Yeah, Lionel Richie. Bit overkill. I don't think Prince was there. His sister's definitely there. Forbidding bassfish. Okay, that's fair. They don't make good music. Bowie's probably in there somewhere. Anyway, yeah, you can look that up. It's a cheesy song. But that is a common thing that celebrities do, especially musicians. All gather together for some like free charity song about saving the kids. Prince turned it down. He would have, because him and MJ were not on friendly terms. It's not like they were enemies or anything, but they had some kind of like pseudo feud or whatever, where they just didn't deal with each other. I don't know what that was about. I just keep seeing hints of it. Never really looked into it. Oh, before I open that link thing, this is the other one that I wanted to look at real quick. It's called Rayman Scepter of Leptis reveal trailer. And then in brackets it says Rayman animated series. I don't know if this is legitimate or if this is some fan thing. But it seems like we're getting a Rayman cartoon. Rayman. Whoops, I've accidentally started it early. Unofficial animated series in the world of... Okay, so it's fan-made. The series will consist of 3 seasons of 6 episodes each season. 3D animated with brand new characters and original soundtrack and voice cast. So it's fan-made, but it's legit. Cool. Music by Jinjo. Voice cast, Endy the Endo, Silverillium. Unheard voices. It's YouTuber voice actors. Globux for the win, yeah. I thought it was going to be legit, but whatever.
Is anyone there?
Have you ever heard of the Muse of the Poets? My people said that she was the first to live. The one who gave birth to Belocus and Leptis.
Oh, that was loud. Sorry.
Today's a day that Canaran kind has been waiting for years, and one that you will not forget. Today, my son, is the beginning of a new era.
Era? Era?
Why she left. I feel weak.
Oh, who's she?
And afraid that I won't be able to save everybody next time.
Rayman has a hottie.
I don't want to lose you too.
And I don't mean Globux.
Who are you? I'm not scared of you, you know.
I don't know about this Rayman voice. It's a bit basic for Rayman, I think. Yeah, this is really dark. And that title treatment looks like claymation. It's weird that they planned out 6 episodes in three seasons of 6 episodes each. That's a lot of content for something that they haven't even proven is worth making yet. Yeah, Globux for the win. There he is. Yeah, that evil character is a bit intense. The original soundtrack is kind of nice. The music is well made, but is also giving away that dark vibe. Looking for additional voice actors. Ooh. Sham. Throw your hat in the ring. Do some voice acting for the Rayman fan series. Let's all do it. Let's all play a Rayman character in this show. I want to play like a little gremlin. I want to play like a little Globox gremlin. Animation does not look good. All the voice, yeah, the voice acting of Rayman wasn't doing it for me particularly. Rayman's kind of a goofy character, and that sounded like just a very regular dude. Voice one of the teensies? Nice. I just want to voice like some little like if the Globox species had some kind of like enemy species of little gremlins that they always have to deal with in their village. I want to voice one of them.
Hello. I hate me some Globoxes.
gonna be one of them. That sounded a bit like a cartoon Golem. I don't have a history of trying to do Golem voices, but that wasn't too bad. It's like what you do when you're new to animating. I wouldn't be surprised if they're all amateurs that are just trying to do like something bigger to focus on, to put their efforts behind. Which is fair. You need a project. My problem with fan projects in general is that if you're a fan of enough of something to create something like this out of it, you do tend to take it a bit too seriously. So like every fan project you see is like The Thing, but made almost too dark. Like they try to make it like too mature and too serious. It's just a thing that fans do a lot of the time. And sometimes that was okay, that was like borderline, but I've seen ones that get to like cringe levels where you can tell they're trying to be super edgy with it, and it's like this doesn't even vibe with the feel of the original text anymore. They straight up abandoned the Rayman series. I mean, did they? They've been pumping out Rabid content for ages, which is Rayman tangential. And also Rayman is a character in that new Netflix show. I forget what that show's called. The cyberpunky one. A bit over the border. I only think that was kind of on the border. Like, I don't think that was too over the line because I've seen so many cringier ones where it just gets so adult and so mature that it gets childish. Like, if you try to be edgy too much, it has the opposite effect and it comes off as immature. Like, it comes off as like a 12-year-old trying to be like super cool and edgy, which is essentially my review of the Snyderverse. Every time Zack Snyder makes a superhero movie, it feels like a 14-year-old trying to take comic book characters and make them totally dope and dark and edgy. I had Cyborg say fuck. So cool. It's like how Sam Fisher was in Wildlands and Rainbow Six and not prepared to properly do this. Oh, like they're keeping the franchise and the character juggled, but they're not really doing anything substantial with it. That's fair. I mean, what was the last Rayman proper games we got? Legend and Origins, the 2D ones, and then most of the other stuff they've done is like Rabid spin-offs. Okay. Well, I clicked on that thinking it might actually be like a real Ubisoft official show. Because after Rayman appeared in that Netflix series, I thought maybe they had more coming. They had other things going on with the character. But I guess I was wrong. I'm sure we'll see more of Rayman. Ubisoft tends to go through phases, if that makes sense. They've got so many franchises that sometimes you'll stop seeing stuff from a franchise for a while they focus on like pimping other stuff. Like Watch Dogs has pretty much died off now. We don't see any more Watch Dogs. But then Far Cry just recently made a big comeback. Assassin's Creed is still doing its thing. Assassin's Creed only ever really stopped a little bit between Syndicate and Origins. So they could like reevaluate and build like a new engine. The director for Origins and Legends went to work for Insomniac. That's a pretty good combination. I like the sound of that. It's been 5 studios called Insomniac at some point. Actually, Insomniac themselves, I think, go back really far. I remember Insomniac games being around when I was a kid. So I don't think there's been too many studios called that. I just think that the one big main studio has been around since we were kids. In one form or another. You feel like you're living in the Matrix. So Insomniac is basically your Black Cat. You keep seeing it like repeating like deja vu. Wait, my screen just lost dimness. What the hell? Hold on, I have to fix this really quick. It's going to cause me to black out the screen. Oh shit. Give it a sec. Come on back. I had to pull out the HDMI cable just briefly. Something went wrong. Let me just restart the Elgato. Deactivate, activate. Okay, that's back. Re-kick in the audio. Alright, that should do it. Fixed. Fixed. Oh, what's this? What a sham sent. Elder Scrolls Apotheosis teaser, releasing 2025. Dark fantasy story-rich open-world expansion for Skyrim, set across the 17 planes of Oblivion. Oh, is this a massive, like, Skyrim fan project? Oh, that actually fits perfectly with what we were just talking about before, with Mario Sunshine and Amnesia. Cool beans. Also, high quality trailer text design. Looking good. When will people get over this game? I'm generally bored by the idea of mods in the typical sense. Like, I'm not a big... I don't really care about people adding things to the game. The one type of mod that I am kind of fascinated by is when people put in the effort to make a new game. When you make actual story content with new environments that are all like constructed by you. So essentially game development, but piggybacking off another game to make something that's essentially like an unofficial DLC or expansion. Like that stuff is impressive to me because that's basically making a video game. Although the soundtrack sounds like Nier Automata. Oblivion is like another... It's a hellscape, right? It's like another dimension. You go through through portals. I'm just trying to remember my Elder Scrolls lore. It's been a while. Stranded in the mind of a god. Unbound forever. They should have got a voice actor to narrate this trailer. It would have been cool.
Reawaken. Noble Izmir, Dragon of the North. Ride forth and reclaim the pieces of Lorcan's heart.
This is pretty impressive. Look at
or
that.
Is it thine fate to become a memory? Faded and scattered to the winds of time.
This is a pretty decent amount of effort for a fan project. This looks just like a game. This is just a...
Oh, ye failed scarab.
If you'd shown me this
Armored
without
head to toe in
context,
gold.
I would assume it's just a game. Not,
Such
I wouldn't even
failure
think
ye
it's
have
Skyrim.
wrought. Ye who could only muster but a retelling once told. Who couldst not alloweth wend, for ye loved them too much. And thine love was thine undoing. Ride below over a shattered corpse. At the far end of time, her flesh torn asunder. A fragmented brute within the mind of God.
It's just a vibe, man. That skybox is sweet. It looks like there's a god in there staring at you. Yeah, the Dark Oblivion vibes of it make me think of stuff like Bloodborne. Like that kind of dark fantasy. Where everything's just kind of eerie and off-putting. Okay. It feels like more of a Dark Souls game. You got Dark Souls in my Elder Scrolls. Peanut butter and jelly style.
O ye noble monarch, they will deceive thee. They will lead thee astray. They will hunt thee down. But thy will shall never falter. Arise, last of thine kind.
Arise.
By my breath, I shall guide thee.
Cool Minotaur. Cool blind old man. Cool Navi. Lesser Navi. Still blue, but kind of light purple. The wall with the eyes is definitely something they made from scratch. I don't recall that being in any Elder Scrolls games. Sick tree, bro. They show that eclipse a lot. I think it's just part of the logo. That was a very good trailer. Like, that's the kind of thing you want if you're doing a Kickstarter for something. Like, you really want a mood piece trailer like that. That's the kind of thing that gives people a full understanding of the vibe of the thing they're getting. That gets clicks. What? Tessopiosis.com? They have a really good sound designer on this too. 2025. So when did they start? How long have they been working on this? Is there a date? I can't see any dates. Yeah, there's a lot of these comments. 2025 for rearranging some assets. I think that's not giving people the right credit for how much effort this stuff can take. People can spend years on fan-made projects. It's not easy. It takes a lot of time, especially if there's just only one or two of you. And some of the most effective indie games I've played were made with RPG Maker on Steam. Like To the Moon's a good example. I hadn't cried at the end of a video game for a long time until I played To the Moon. And that was just put together by one person in RPG Maker, which is essentially like a pre-made game development engine where you just move tiles around. Play Dark Souls and Bloodborne instead of trying to make Skyrim into a low-budget version. But the problem is, if you're playing this, you've probably already played Bloodborne and Dark Souls. And it's something new, with some new flavors. And fans are pretty good when they got their head screwed on right. They're pretty good at looking at something they love and finding a corner of the universe that is not explored by the main developer. And then they can make something very interesting in that corner. Just for other fans to chew on. Black Mesa took a lot of time because of its original assets. I mean, you're assuming a lot. You're basically just deciding that they took this long because they're slow and just fucked around, which isn't really evident. You're just kind of being mean to them for no reason. I mean, they might be working super hard. It just takes a lot. I mean, look, I was looking at all that the stuff in this trailer, and I'm like, it's kind of exhausting to look at. I'm like, far out. That's why as much as I love games, and I do, there's a part of my brain that wants to experiment with game design. I even own versions of RPG Maker in Steam. I can't afford to put this kind of time and effort in for the other stuff I have to do. it's such an undertaking to do stuff like this. But they're getting a really good response in the comments. Like this guy's like, I can't believe this is a mod. If you'd shown me this trailer without context, I would have thought this was for a AAA game release. That's the same thing that I said. Not AAA, but I wouldn't have thought it was a mod or Skyrim. I just would have thought it's a game. This along with Sky Oblivion is going to make... What's Sky Oblivion? Is that some other big deal thing? Does anyone know what Sky Oblivion is? Sham, you probably know, if you look at things like this. I'm guessing from the name that it's some kind of fusion of Skyrim and Oblivion. I don't really know how that works. People combining 4 and 5. Oh, it's a remake of Oblivion in the Skyrim engine. Oh, that makes... Okay, that does make sense. Because Oblivion is a bit more dated. So that in the... Using the best assets of Skyrim would probably look a lot better. Especially with the Ultimate mod stuff that Sham was talking about earlier. Because I have seen screenshots of what the mods are capable of graphically. And it does look gorgeous. I think this is going to succeed though, because the comments are almost universally positive. Like everyone's getting hard for this. Wait, what if I search Google for 2025? I know. Just want to see their timeline summary. Does it show when this was uploaded? Nope. I just want to know when they started. That's all. Wait. Can I order this by year? Damn. Elder Scrolls Apotheosis. Date. Development started. God damn it. Okay, never mind. I can't find any information. I just want to know when they started working on it, that's all. Can't seem to find anything. See, that's why I'm curious about how many years they've been working on this one, because I know that the game that Elizabeth is talking about, the Black Mesa one, I know that's been in development for a shocking long time, and that they were making like their own assets and stuff like that, which explains it. And they had to probably change engines a few times, because that's a long period of time. If you're in development for over 12 years, at some point you probably have to change engines, maybe more than once. So based on that and how high quality that looked, I would like to know how long they've actually been working on this. The 8 most ambitious Skyrim mods in development. Oh, maybe it's in here. Skyrim Together, Sky Oblivion, Skywind, Beyond Skyrim, Apotheosis. 2016! Bro. Wait, Jesus Christ. Okay. So, we're looking at about 9 to 10 years development to get that out. Not bad. They're committed. They're locked in. They're working hard. Even worse than 2017. Who guessed 2017? Is that something Sham said before? Must have missed that. Yeah, there's a lot of things in here that were definitely not from Skyrim. Those walls with the eyes, with the blinking eyes, that doesn't exist in Elder Scrolls. Skyboxes are all new. A lot of that architecture, like that tree, for example, that was like some kind of central figure in the hub of the game world. That looked unique. Is there any more information? Wait, maybe this actually says more about it. Larger expansion set across 16 realms, communicating a beautiful and creepy world. Spinning an epic quest about fighting and bargaining your way to past a host of Daedric princes. Development since 2016. Original demo no longer available. Wow, okay. They've built numerous unique biomes, custom 3D assets, customized 3D modeled creatures, new stories, voice acting, music. So yeah, I mean, they're not cheaping out on this. It's full of custom created everything. It's just running on the mod engine. Unique bosses created just for the game. Allies and companions with deep backstories, thoughts, and desires. A relationship system to enhance with them through their actions and decisions. Damn, dude. That's cool. All right. It sucks when any team has to take that long to make anything, because that's a big investment to only make a little bit of money, or, you know, whatever the end result is. It's like the game's out, people like it, you make a bit of cash, but you still had to spend anywhere between 9 to 15 years making a game, which is unfortunate. Like bigger companies obviously can pump a game out in 2 to 3 years, see how they go with it, jump next game. It's the sucky thing about indie development is that such a huge chunk of your life is committed, and then it comes out and it's like, it's done. All that effort for like a flash in the pan moment of people going, yeah, this is great. And you're making a little bit of money and that's it. People go back to playing Far Cry 7 or 8 or whatever. Makes me feel bad for a lot of indie developers that are trying to make a splash or do something interesting. Nine years is absurd. I think any number of years that reaches like around a decade is absurd, no matter how much effort it takes and what the effort is behind, whether you're making your own assets or whether you're reusing stuff. Once you get to that decade, it's like, this is now a chunk of your life. And at the end of it, all you're going to get is just like this little game with a little bit of fanfare on Steam, slight injection of cash, and then it's like, move on with your life. It's unfortunate, but I mean, you got to have a passion for it to put up with that stuff, to live through that stuff. Any other industry or art form, like if it took you 10 to 15 years to paint a painting, if you're someone who likes to draw or whatever, and then that you get to the end of your 15 years and you have one painting and everyone goes, hey, that's a pretty good painting. Here's a little bit of cash. Anyway, what's on TV? And it's like, that's it. That's 15 years of your life. They like the painting. You made a bit of money, but it's like that little anticlimactic no matter what happens. It's that time investment factor. It's the time investment versus the payback, that the more time gets added, the less the payback has impact or meaning. Long horse. Well, wait, hang on. What was the long horse reference again? What was that from? Wasn't that in the last game we played? Long Horse Inn. Oh, it was fucking Ben 10. Oh my god. We're back on that already. Long Horse Inn. Poor Sham. You were like, I never want to hear about Ben 10 again. One stream later. Immediate Ben 10 reference. We can't escape it. We now live with Ben 10 for the rest of our lives. Apologies. Oh, just quickly. Do you guys see all the viral stuff on Twitter and across the internet about Mickey Mouse finally going? What's the term? What's the term for it? The rights lapsed because it's been around for 100 years. I think that's the rule. Isn't that the copyright rule? It's like after 100 years, after a solid century, you enter the public domain. That's what I was looking for. You enter the public domain, and Disney can't stop it. And now it's like, it's basically free fire on Mickey Mouse. It's been kind of entertaining. Over the last couple of days, I've been keeping an eye on the hashtags for Mickey Mouse and Disney in general across Twitter and stuff. And people are going hard on it. There's been so much fan art, really inappropriate Mickey Mouse fan art being drawn because Disney can't say shit. Yeah, the Steamboat Willie version of Mickey Mouse, the original black and white iteration. So technically, if you try to shove Donald or Goofy in there as part of your Mickey Mouse Rule 34, Disney can still kick you in the balls. Or if it's a more modern iteration of Mickey, I suppose as well. I mean, it's a weird gray area. You have to be careful that you're satirizing the correct version of Mickey, I suppose, unless you want litigation. But what's the main difference? It's the eyes. I think the biggest difference, aside from the black and white, is the way the eyes in the old Mickey are designed with that weird kind of Pac-Man pupil shape. That's probably the most common thing. And the general the general vibe of like Cuphead in the way he's drawn and animated. But that's been fun. Like, I swear to God, the day after Mickey Mouse went public domain free. What is? Oh, it's Ultima. Yeah, I've seen some stuff from this. Hang on, let me just keep this minimized for now. I'll get to that. The Ultimate stuff is really just making it prettier, though. That's like I'm not making a whole new game out of it, which is why I've never paid as much attention to it. What was I saying? Yeah, the first day, the very next day after Mickey hit public domain, I opened Twitter, and the first thing I saw was like someone's fan art rendering of Steamboat Mickey perched leg spread on the front of the steamboat with like a giant dick hanging over the front of the boat. And I was like, oh yeah, Mickey Mouse was meant to enter public domain yesterday. I've seen the fruits of this already, instantaneously. And for the rest of that day, I went down like a rabbit hole of people just releasing like the weirdest Mickey Mouse smut I've ever seen. Like the most creative shit, but sort of disturbing. Reminded me a bit of Meat Canyon on YouTube. Like, have you ever watched Meat Canyon stuff? How twisted he can get? I've seen some real Meat Canyon level of creativity with what people are doing with Mickey. Mickey Mouse smut. Yeah, basically. Like, at the very least, people are just drawing giant dicks on Steamboat Mickey. Like, that's the base level. And then from there, it just gets weird. Like, really... I saw one, like, Cronenbergian fusion of the Steamboat and Mickey Mouse. So Mickey Mouse was some kind of, like, half mouse, half steamboat amalgamation flesh creature with, like, multiple orifices hanging off it, and... I'm like, do you guys have to go in that hard? I know it's a meme right now to like troll Disney because they can't do anything about it. But still, it got a little too weird too quickly. There is some legit stuff coming down the pike though. There are indie movie studios that are immediately making horror films with Steamboat Mickey. There's a game coming that's been in production, I think, before the fact, that they were waiting for this to happen specifically for this reason. What was that game? I can't remember what it was called. Oh, the movie has a teaser. Oh my god, wait. The movie has a teaser trailer already. They must have already been working on this. See, there are people that are ready to jump on this train like immediately. Like, they knew like a year in advance that this was coming, and they're like, let's start working on games and movies now, because by the time we're ready to release, that's exactly when the public domain thing's going to hit, and we'll be ready to go. That is some forethought. Hold on, I'm going to grab this movie trailer real quick. Who put this out? Oh, this is IGN's copy of it. Whatever, I'll just grab that. In widescreen. Mickey Mouse Trap. Upcoming comedy horror by Frame Productions and Bailey Phillips. Alex's 21st birthday, stuck in an amusement arcade with a serial killing Mickey Mouse. Okay. Sure. I'll buy it.
These are the best party that we can throw.
This is already super cheap. This is like 90s exploitation movie
I've
making.
seen some rejections in my time, but man, that was a lot.
Wow, the audio is
There's
terrible.
blood all over the jungle gym. Blood. Yes.
The acting too. Hey, there's Angry Birds. Is that league? Are you allowed to put that in your trailer? Angry Birds is not public domain. It'd be funny if they're trolling Disney, but then they get sued by Angry Birds.
Yeah, he's like completely in love with you already. It's totally disgusting. Put the phone down! Put the phone down, please! I was like,
Someone's gonna get murdered by Mickey Mouse.
Gina, turn around, please, Gina!
Oh shit, that is actually kind of creepy. His face in the darkness then was not bad.
I'll be right back. And he's dead.
What?
Like if he was in a horror movie, you'd never say,
Oh, Jesus Christ,
I'll
shut
be
up.
right back. Because then you don't.
They're doing the Scream thing. I'm trying to pretend like they're all meta. It's too late. It's been done. That Mickey Mouse outfit is terrible.
Where the hell did he go?
Nice goth chick. I'm not supposed to laugh, but that was funny. I think it's because the outfit looks so dinky. Seeing him like peek around the corner is just comedy. I know they said horror comedy, but I'm not seeing the horror, really. Yeah, that was terrible. That's not going to be good. I don't think they care. Because they're just trying to like make money off the fad. It's the kind of movie you turn off in a minute because you realize they only spent $200 making it. Yes. 100%. This is one of those things that sounds exciting on paper, but then you watch the trailer and imagine what could have been. Yeah, none of these are actually ever any good. Like when Winnie the Pooh went public domain, they made that horror movie Blood and Honey, and it was the exact same thing. It was some dude serial killing in a bad Winnie the Pooh outfit, and the movie was terrible. There was no originality, creativity, artistry to it at all. There was no purpose for existing. No one ever puts in any effort, but they really are just trying to cash in, so whatever. Maybe if we wait longer, someone will do one of those and actually make it good. Where's the game? Hang on. I know someone was making a game and people said it actually looked good. Also, I don't want to forgive the filmmakers of that Mickey Mouse horror movie. I'll never forgive them for doing the Scream dialogue, for making the joke about, if you were in a horror movie, he'd be dead right now because he said, I'll be right back. Blah, 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 blah. Cringe. Oh, yeah, the Winnie the Pooh ban. That was because people on the internet... He found out that people on the internet were making jokes about the fact that he looks like Winnie the Pooh. So he banned it in its entirety because he can't take a joke. Because he's a little baby dick dictator. You heard me. Ban me from China. I don't care. Needs to be more meta. There's nothing wrong with meta, but that is not good meta. That is ripping off Scream in the most blatant, just do the exact same thing they did way. Like, just, if you simply point at the horror cliches and go, look, haha, that's a horror cliche, we're being meta, it's been done. Scream has driven it to the ground. We're up to Scream 7. And they're still struggling to find ways to make it interesting and original. That was the worst part of that trailer. And that includes how dinky that suit was. I think I found the game, by the way. It doesn't have Mickey in the name. That's why it's hard to find. It's called Infestation Origins, which is a terribly generic name, so that's already kind of a strike against, but we'll see what it looks like. There's a message on the front page. Disclaimer. This game is inspired by the works that are now in public domain. The independent creation has not been authorized, sponsored, or otherwise endorsed by any original authors or said works. All content in the game is used under appropriate public domain guidelines and is not affiliated with, related to, or endorsed by any existing intellectual property or trademark holders. See, these guys are being responsible with the shit. They're not leaving anything to chance.
Hey there. Thanks for coming out. We've got a bit of an infestation here at the storage facility.
Infestation of Mickeys?
We thought it was just rodents, but there's something else in here.
Treat the infestation.
There's nests.
Oh my god.
They're everywhere. We tried to take care of it ourselves, but things have escalated.
Those are regular rats.
The exterminators are our last hope. Please, help us before...
It's definitely a Mickey. I saw the ears. Oh, dude. Okay. That was scary. That was way better than that live-action movie we just saw. That's actually mortifying. Wishlist on Steam. Maybe I should. Wishlisting is actually good stat tracking for indie devs. Hang on, let me pause that for a second. Get a better look at that Mickey. That was pretty good. Oh my god. Yeah, dude. It's pretty fucked up. I accept. If I had to guess, I don't really know what kind of game this is supposed to be, but I bet this is some kind of Lethal Company rip. The dudes in the radiation suits, and the fact that you seem to be infiltrating probably procedurally generated maps to accomplish a goal and then escape and not get got by Mickey. I feel like it's going to be a co-op multiplayer procedural roguelike kind of thing in the vein of a Lethal Company. We're going to see a lot more Lethal Company rip-offs in the next year or two. And this might be one of the first. Because I can't think of any others. I can't think of any other games I've seen or heard about yet that are going to try and take a bite of that apple. But we know they're coming. Guaranteed they're coming. Do they have info about it? Hang on. They didn't put their Steam link. That's a fuck up. You gotta put your Steam link in the YouTube video description, dude. Infestation 88 renamed as developers disavow Nazism and hate in any form. Oh, they changed the name. The developers of the newly announced game based on Steamboat Willie respond to controversy around the name. It's been renamed Infestation Origins. Oh, okay. There's other meanings to the 88. They meant 1988, but if you say the word infestation next to 88, there's like... There's Holocaust implications there. So they had to change their... So what was it called now? Infestation Origins. All right. Easy. At least they were good enough to change it when it turned out to be a little dodge. They weren't precious about it. It was a shit name anyway. It still is, technically. Infestation Origins doesn't mean anything. Co-op horror in which your exterminator treating sinister infestations caused by twisted versions of classic characters and urban legends. So I don't think it's just Mickey. It sounds like other characters are going to get the urban legend treatment. That's pretty cool. It's 4-player max. Episodic. So I'm guessing every episode is a different creature. Maybe Mickey's the first. I bet there's going to be a Winnie the Pooh one because he's public domain. What else is public domain? Is Peter Pan public domain yet? And the number 14. Oh, I didn't know that. So 88 and 14 are no-goes. It doesn't say anything about how the episodic thing's going to work, but I'm going to assume it's like episode 1 is Mickey, episode 2 is hunting Winnie the Pooh, and then maybe Peter Pan. I might be wrong about... Let me just wishlist this. I might be wrong about Peter Pan. Peter Pan public domain. $14 characters. Unfortunate coincidence. Although the novel Peter Pan is public domain in the US, the play and stage adaptations are still copyright. Generally speaking, though, Peter Pan, as its original envisioned version, is public domain, yes. So you can make some weird Peter Pan shit if you want. Which, I'm surprised we never saw any kind of like weird indie Peter Pan horror movie. Or did we, and we just didn't notice? Peter Pan horror. Peter Pan's Neverland Nightmare. Okay. Winnie the Pooh Blood and Honey is getting a sequel. Why? It was universally panned. Gross. Yeah, okay, so Peter Pan did get a horror film. I was wrong. We just didn't know about it. Guess it was less of a meme when that happened. Pretty soon everything will be offensive to someone. Run a civilization into the ground or start considering context. I'm going to go with the first one. Run civilization to the ground. And that's how all civilizations work. It works for a while at a certain level, and then eventually it dies. Nothing is forever. Neither human beings won't be forever either. Just a question of how we take ourselves out. And I guarantee it will be our own fault. In the end, we'll only have ourselves to blame. Just watch it happen. Bye, Peter. Well, that was neat. I don't want to pay for it, but if I got given the chance to play this when it comes out, I'd try it out for a night, I think. Maybe I can get someone to send it to me for free around October. Make it into a thing. I think you can, if you do have channels on things like Twitch or YouTube, you can reach out to small devs and ask if they'd give you a code and stuff, but I don't think it's always... like, it's not necessarily... It won't necessarily work unless you actually have a platform where you get some eyes on. Like, if you have a YouTube channel with just 50 subscribers, or a Twitch that's as small as mine, for example, that's probably not enough stats to just get, like, free codes from devs all the time. But some bigger people do that all the time. They just put out feelers constantly for everything that comes out, and they get a shocking amount of codes back. Not all, but I'd say, like, 3 out of every 4 things they ask for, they'll probably get it. There's a value add there for a developer. It's like, this is one sale we're not getting from this Twitch streamer, but he's got like a few thousand people that are going to see our game when he plays it, so it balances out. I've only been approached a couple of times for that, personally, by very small indie game. What was that one that I played that was like a roguelike inside the human body? That guy just came on my Twitch stream in the chat and was like, I'll give you my game for free if you'll play it on your Twitch, and I did. That was fun. Not a bad effort for one dev. For a single dev. Oh yeah, this is still open. Pretty Skyrim. This doesn't look good. What's going on? 480p again. Why does that keep happening? How dare you? It's very quiet. No, stop fighting. I want to see the... No, stop it. I want to see the terrain. I want to see that moonlight through the leaves. This fighting is pissing me off. There we go. Volumetric. Tasty. I'm gonna have to make a decision about this one day. Because I wanted to experiment with what it's like to play Skyrim in VR. And when I eventually do that, I'm gonna have to figure out the perfect combination of mods to make it a as pleasant experience as possible. I'm not sure if it's worth going... Stop fighting. I'm not sure if it's worth going all hog on like these kind of graphic settings if it's gonna impact the VR performance. I might have to pull back a bit. This fight is going on forever. There we go. Yeah, these Oodies, they're difficult to wash because they're very thick and fluffy. I try not to wash mine too often, but you don't want to get it to get stinky either. How's mine going? Hang on. No, it's still good. Just checking. Holy shit. Okay, whoa, whoa. Now we're talking. Wait, roll that back. Let me see that again. Oh, look at the hair. This is like a live-action Merida from Brave. Okay, that's good. That's the most impressive thing I've seen so far. This lady. Okay, the hair popped a little bit there, which started running. That's gorgeous. This is like Elder Scrolls Aloy. This is the funny thing about Bethesda for me. Like, amateur coders and modders do a better job at making their games look good than Bethesda does. Like, Bethesda releases some, like, janky, only just works kind of like, you know, whatever, it's a game. And then people like this go and actually, like, make it look like some next level shit. Can't they just start hiring these modders and just saying, look, can you just start working with us from the base level, and we can actually make like a great game from the ground up at launch for the first time ever? I don't like the texture on her skirt. The skirt looks like a low-res texture. But the hair is like catching all my interest. The sleeves are good too. I like the sleeves. I think the thing that's really benefits from these graphics mods is like the vegetation, like seeing all the grass and the leaves in like fine detail, the hair physics and the lighting. Like those three things combined, like, and the way the light plays off all of it, that's where it hits right. It's like the modders in the end credits of Nier Automata. That's an interesting analogy. It kind of works though, because in the story context of Nier Automata, the other players are basically helping you survive against the brutally unfair end of the actual game. Checks out. We don't want to come back to this guy. I want to see that chick. No, no, no. Nah, that's a bit boring. Wait. Vistas? Vistas? What's this? New fella. Is that our girl? With darker hair? Different chick. Why does she have a frying pan hanging off her backpack? Can you use that? Is that actually functional? Can you fry some elder eggs? Fusra fry! The Dragonborn learns shouts that help him cook. Fusro microwave! Fusro da? That has actually been my question about the Dragonborn for a long time. Can you say Fusro da with any type of inflection or impetus? Do you have to scream it to make it a dragon shout? Or can you whisper Fusro da and have it still explode the terrain? Or can you say it with a question mark like Fusro da and have it still function? Or is your intensity of how you yell it part of the spell? Can you sigh Fusro da under your breath and still have it blow up a mountain? Someone needs to make a YouTube skit about this. You gotta scream it? Okay. I still want to see a YouTube skit about Fusro da being said in different contexts with different inflections. Or in different ways, but it's still... Look at the physics going completely apeshit. That wasn't necessarily the most realistic looking physics, but it was funny. Which is more important. Oh, there's our girl. The physics mods are actually really important in the VR mod apparently. Because when you play it in VR, for example, if you have the physics mod properly installed, you can do things like reach out with your hand and like tap the sign at the tavern and have it swing backwards and forwards at your touch. If you don't have the proper physics mods installed, you don't have that one-for-one tactical touch with the environment. Like basically like, for example, character's hair, like the girl's hair we just saw, signs hanging from the tavern, cloth fabrics, like people's dresses, those can all be manipulated by your hand touch. Like you can see it move like your hand's a real physics object. Everything's solid if you don't have the physics mods installed. So you don't really have that malleability on the environment. I think without the physics mod, you also can't fuck around with corpses. Like in VR, you can actually like grab and pick up enemy corpses. So like the enemy on the ground, you can basically grab his leg and like hold it up. Does it let you grab enemies? I didn't see, when I was looking into it, I didn't see evidence of someone grabbing a live enemy, but I saw them playing around with a lot of enemy bodies to show that the physics of the corpses were interactable. As long as you got your mods on. So, maybe. It'd be a shame if you couldn't, but it's not a deal breaker. Like, some of the biggest VR games are all about that, though. Like, Walking Dead Saints and Sinners, and Half-Life Alyx, and Boneworks are good examples of games where you can just basically grab the enemy by the head and just, like, slam it against a wall, or push it into your dagger that you're holding in your other hand. Love to grab them like they do in that one arena game. Are you talking about that Barbarian one that was made by fuck, what's that company called? They make good games. Hang on. I don't think it's Barbarians. No, it's not Barbaria. Arena Fight VR game? Not Battle Arena. Colosseum? No. Gorn. That's the one. Able to do stealth takedowns where you grab them would be dope. Yeah, like pull them down onto your sword kind of thing. Yeah, somehow I knew you were probably talking about Gorn. Gorn is... There's a lot of examples of games like this on VR. It's a pretty popular genre. But Gorn tended to stand out for its style, because it's all very, like, over-the-top cartoony, and it's super gory because of it. Like, you can rip the enemy's arm off his body and beat him over the head with it. There's a lot of goofy mechanics like that. This guy's have his face completely knocked off his head. I think they can only do that level of gore because of how cartoony the graphics are. Who's the who's the company? Devolver Digital, that's why. That's why I'm so familiar with it, because I love Devolver Digital. They do all the good stuff. I'm always down for some Devolver, always. Hang on, what's this? A difficult game about climbing. Announcement trailer. Is this another person jumping in on the fad of those impossible, infuriating Twitch streaming games? Like Going Up. And Bennett Foddy, Under Pressure, whatever that game was called. They literally didn't even bury the lead. They just called it a difficult game about climbing. Yeah, this is definitely one of those games. You can tell already. Although this looks easy. Okay, never mind. Mossy walls. I was trying to reference Bennett Foddy's Getting Over It, yeah. I just couldn't remember the name. But it's the most amazing swimming I've ever seen. Okay, that was cool. I like it now. This looks like it was made by Bennett Foddy. This has his stink all over it. I don't think it is him though, because it sounds like they're trying to do a parody of his style of game, just by the name. The fact that they actually called it a difficult game about climbing seems like it's meant to be satirical. Thank God Bennett Foddy isn't real. Do you have nightmares about Bennett Foddy on a regular basis? I understand. Baby Steps is the other one that's coming down the pike. The PlayStation exclusive. The one where you play that incel man-child dude in the onesie, and you have to control his footsteps while you like walk up a mountain. We saw that at one of the PlayStation reveal showcases. It looked awesome. It looked pretty funny. It looked like it had a good sense of humor. What do you mean he's not real? He's a figment of our imagination. He never existed. He's a phantom. That game that we all played, Getting Over It, was basically just a nightmare we all just simultaneously had. Which is what we tell ourselves to be able to get through the day without sweating and wanting to commit suicide. Let us have this. Please let us have this. We can't go on knowing that Bennett Foddy's actually out there developing games. What a nightmare. Boop, 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 boop. Boop? Oh, do you remember when we saw that teaser for the next DLC for Atomic Heart? The one that looked like it was like going full Alice in Wonderland? They've got a gameplay trailer out, so you can actually see what the game plays like. When did this come out? Hang on, let me check. 3 weeks ago. I'm a bit late on this by about 3 weeks, but that's because we were having Christmas and New Year's. Yeah, cool. Because this looked like a trip. I wasn't expecting Atomic Heart to get this weird with it. What the... I don't know, man. Somehow seeing the gameplay made this even weirder than I expected. Do you play as a furry? Because I just noticed his hand on the gun is like a cat or a teddy bear. Wow. This is kind of awesome, not gonna lie. This is really what DLCs should do. Is just completely reinvent the game. Lots of snowmen and chickens and ducks and candy people, gingerbread men. I think I saw some rhythm music gaming bits and some wall running bits a la Ghost Runner. That was a bit nuts. That was everything I hoped for and more. I don't really understand what's happening though. I bet the story context is you get captured and they pump you full of some kind of hallucinogen and it's all like not real. That's my guess. 100%. It's not the doc from Duck Hunt. It might be. I mean, every time you see your body in that gameplay footage, it's some furry white teddy bear, furry creature. So, I mean, I don't know what you turn into, but it could be a dog, could be rabbit, could be cat. You assume this is the LSD update. Yes. What's it actually called? Trapped in Limbo. That's my guess. I think that fridge in the game that's like weirdly sexual. I have a feeling that thing pumps you full of drugs for some reason to keep you lucid. I mean, to keep you inundated. And then this is what's going on in your head. That's probably going to be the whole DLC. People are weaponizing VTubers. You can't trust VTuber model people on site anymore. What do you mean by trust? I'm not entirely sure what you mean by weaponizing. Do you mean they're actually like doing shifty things, like selling product on behalf of major corporations? Like they're not just some regular person who VTubes, they're actually like a corporate entity with an actor? You want to play Atomic Heart? I hope I like it more than Deathloop. I mean, they're very different games. I wouldn't even say they're the same genre. They're both first-person shooters, to be fair, but I mean, Atomic Heart is more Bioshock. Deathloop is more open-world Dishonored. You have a video of a guy using a VTuber model that believes in shitty stuff like vocalizers. I mean, this doesn't surprise me because that... Here's my thing about VTubers. The only difference between a VTuber and a regular streamer is they're either live action or they're a cartoon. No matter whether they're a live action or a cartoon, they can still have any opinion under the sun. Or, you know, they could be left-wing, right-wing, conservative, open-minded. It doesn't really matter where you come from or what your style is. You can always be any of these things. So if I came across a VTuber that was a female character that's actually like a guy in real life using a vocalizer to sound female, that wouldn't surprise me because that would have been the first thing I would assume that's going to happen the second VTubing was invented. If I came across a VTuber that was super right-wing and conservative that whinged about woke shit all the time or, you know, whatever, the same stuff that Quartering or Geeks and Gamers does, that wouldn't surprise me either because a VTuber is just a regular person that will either have one viewpoint or another. So you're going to find them that have all potential viewpoints. Some use character traits as satire. Yeah, the thing with VTubers is they often have a more put-on personality type. Like they'll be doing a voice or they'll be playing a character that has a certain way of behaving that might not be the same as their real life, but it's still just a person doing a thing. Like, I don't think you could surprise me. The most shocking thing I can think of in the VTuber space is the first thing I assume Jeannie was talking about was if a mega corporation basically created a VTuber pretending it was a regular person, but it was basically just an actor or a series of actors under a VTuber pseudonym for the purpose of pushing product or service. You know what I mean? That's the one that I think, that's where the line is, I think. That's when it gets a bit shitty. Because that's just using a form to sell your product under the pretense of it being the real thing. I think they call it undisclosed advertisement. like Twitch has been stamping out undisclosed advertisement pretty recently with its community notes feature. Like anytime someone posts a thing that's like, hey, look at this crazy video, what would you do if you were in this situation with this chick? There's a community note underneath that goes, this is an undisclosed ad for someone's OnlyFans. They are trying to trick you into going to a link or take an interest in this particular person for the express purpose of getting you to subscribe to an OnlyFans. So that's a good example of like new systems in your social media that are trying to stamp out undisclosed advertisement. Because the way to do this, the proper way to do this stuff is to disclose advertising at all times. It's okay to advertise. It's okay to shill. It's okay to sell out. If you're a YouTuber or a Twitch streamer and you're getting popular and Pepsi comes to you and goes, we'd like to collaborate with you and do sponsorship, there's nothing wrong with you saying yes, with you getting the bag, as long as it's disclosed. Your stream or your YouTube video has to contains paid sponsorship or promotion as a thing you can tick or tag in the back end. They have that there for a reason. So that when you've got your Pepsi can in the video, and when you stop doing what you're doing for 5 minutes to do your spiel, where you have to read off the advertisement sheet telling everyone about the product, it's okay. It's fine. Because we know what it is. It's disclosed. We know that our favorite YouTuber is getting his bag. We're happy for him. We want him to be paid because we want him to be able to YouTube and make even better content. We just need to know what it is. It used to be a domain of good people, and it being made fun of by shitty people. I mean, that is generalizing a bit more than I would have. Like, I wouldn't have just assumed that a VTuber is a good person automatically. I know what you mean, though. Like, a lot of VTubers at the beginning would have been shy, introverted nerds that are just trying to do this thing in a new way. So there's probably a better chance they would have been, decent people. And then the shitty people that thought it was cringe are the ones that, like, I know what you mean. I get it, but I still stick to the fact of the matter is a VTuber is still just a tuber. It's still just a person. They could be good, shitty. They can share your opinions. They could not share your opinion. It's the same shit to me. I don't care if it's a cartoon or a live action person. I mean, half the people I know that I'm friends with, either through chat or in real life, are either for or against VTubing. I know plenty of people that I'm good friends with that are anti-VTuber. Mainly because they don't get it. They don't like it. They find it, I don't want to use the word cringe because that sounds shitty, and these are not shitty people automatically. It's just, they don't know why you'd watch a person faking a personality with a fake on-screen cartoon when the only way they understand this form is a way to communicate or interact with humans. Like, if they're the kind of people that, like, if I'm going to do this, if I'm going to watch someone stream or talk in the chat, I want to be talking to a person. I want to understand the human being. They don't want to be fed like a fake persona where it's just like it's some waifu putting on a squeaky voice. That's off-putting to a lot of people. It's not to me. I don't really give a shit either way, but like, I get what they're doing and why. But I find both forms interesting for their own reasons. I like creativity. I like everything about our culture. So when someone's doing like a cute waifu anime chick VTube thing with a voice and putting on a persona, like, I find that interesting enough. It's not a real person. I'm not going to pretend it is, but I think it's adorable. I watch them and go, oh, this is kind of cute. I've seen Shy Lily and Iron Mouse clips on YouTube, short ones, where they'll say or do something adorable or funny, and I'm like, yeah, that's I won't hang out in the streams, but I dig this enough. It's cute. But I also appreciate real people. Like, I appreciate being able to go onto a stream and actually seeing the person and getting their real personality and their real thoughts and with a real voice. Like, I like that as well. These things all have their place, and you either appreciate both for their own reasons, or you like one or the other and you stick to just that. And that's your corner of the internet. When Project Melody blew up, people thought she was an AI. I don't think I even know Project Melody. I know very few. I know Iron Mouse because she's been kicking off lately. I know Shy Lily. She's kind of cute. Like her particular persona and the way she speaks is particularly adorable. Probably one of the most adorable ones. Code Miku, I'm very familiar with because Code Miku is probably the most impressive from a technical perspective. Because the girl behind that, she is a coder, is an engineer. So her experiments with her character model and her rigging and her entire kind of thing that she does on Twitch is really impressive. Like she's always evolving it and creating new things out of it. Yeah, much respect to Code Miku. I think Code Miku should be getting more content creator awards or something, or recognition. Because that's some high level stuff. Is that a Bowsette cosplayer in the video in the lower right? Yes. That's a video I actually watched. It's a punk rock nerdcore music video singing about Bowsette, and they got a cosplayer to be in the music video and do her thing. I clicked off about halfway through it because it wasn't very good. The cosplayer was a bit awkward, and the music was a bit lame. I wasn't feeling it. But now YouTube wants me to watch it more for some reason. I think they're like, dude, watch the rest before you make an opinion. Don't just stop halfway. What are you doing? How dare you? Apex is getting Final Fantasy VII stuff. God damn, Square Enix likes to collab. Getting Final Fantasy injected into so many things. I don't know what to do about Atomic Heart. Here's my problem. I can play Atomic Heart for free on Game Pass anytime I want, right? But I really like the DLC. The DLC is really hitting for me, both this one and the previous one. Like, I don't want to play the game and not get to play the DLC. I want to do all of it if I do it. But if I did that, I'd have to pay money to add the DLC to my free game, which isn't the worst thing in the world, but at the same time, I don't know if I could justify paying the money for the 2 DLCs. I'm not rich enough for that. Whole point of being able to play games like Atomic Heart for free on Game Pass is so I don't have to do that, and I actually get to eat this week. But I just don't. It's been keeping me back. Like I've been avoiding playing Atomic Heart because I don't know what to do about the DLC problem. That's how they get you. Yeah, I can see that. This is not the first time. There's at least 1 or 2 other games on Game Pass that I'm avoiding because if I play the game, I want to also play the DLC, but that's when I have to spend money and I can't do that. Christ. Oh, you know what one of the other ones are? I just remembered it. You just want to play Atomic Heart with the Sexbot twins? I don't just want to play it for that, but I also want to play it for that because I like BioShock style first person creative science fiction stuff like that. And I also like Coomer content. I like smut. So if you're combining the two, then you just win on both fronts for me. I'm not, you know what? To be honest, and you won't hear me say this a lot, I don't really agree with the internet's obsession with those sex bots as much as other people seem to. They're not really doing it for me. Like, people like them because they've got slender, curvy female bodies and big asses. But there's one big issue with the sex appeal of those bots for me. I am very face-oriented. Like, it's great if you've got a nice body. It's great if you've got big tits and a cool and a nice ass. Love all that stuff. It really kills it for me if you don't have a pretty face. Like, that's become more and more a bigger thing for me nowadays than it used to be when I was younger. Like, it can really turn me off quick. Like, if you start up a porn clip and it's panning up a body and everything is perfect and it eventually gets to the face and it's like, and we're in butterface territory, I'm probably going to click away. Like, you've lost me there. I don't care how good the rest of it was. I'm out. And also hair is a big thing for me. I like sexy hair, specifically long hair. I'm not as into the short bob, like tomboy kind of haircuts. But if it's long, glamorous hair, especially Raven hair, it's a big sell for me. Why don't you like my butterface? Sham, you get a pass because you've got flow. How about that? Hey, he might be a butterface, but he can drop some verses. But yeah, see, that's my issue. Like I've been playing along to the Russian sex bot thing for a long time now, but I really am not really into them. And it's the fact that they're bald with no faces. Because for me, face, hottest part. Long, sexy hair, second hottest part. Everything after that is a cherry on the cake. Big tits, awesome. But if this part's not working for me, no. You lost me quickly. What's Office Fight? Okay, wait. Sorry, I'll get to your link in a second, Sham. But I just noticed why Jeannie mentioned the Final Fantasy Apex thing. Because there's actually a trailer here. I didn't see that. Apex Final Fantasy Rebirth official collaboration event 2 days ago. Oh, this is fresh.
Who's ready for something?
You don't like the sound of the high-pitched squealing? It doesn't turn me off, but I don't like it as much as the people with Japanese fetishes. I think it's because I find it funny. It's difficult to stay turned on when you're kind of finding the squealing funny. And then it becomes then you're just watching it for comedic value.
Electric.
As worlds collide. Is that it? Oh, good. Wow, this is a bad drawing. Holy shit. Are you kidding me right now? Oh, excuse me. This is the official art for their collab? This looks like an amateur that just started recently putting out their shit on Twitter. That is the worst Aerith I've ever seen in my life. Is that meant to be Aerith? On the left? Ugh. No. No, that looks like some guy from accounting wearing an Aerith wig. I'm not feeling this at all. The chick on the right is okay. But Aerith and this dude, no. I hate that drawing so much. Please tell me the in-game character models are better.
Better to die fighting than to live in fear. The truth is out there.
Surprise.
I haven't seen Apex gameplay for a while. I forgot it was this hectic. I've never actually played it. Not terribly interested.
Buster Sword here.
Oh, is the Buster Sword like a super-powered item that appears on the battlefield? Only one person can pick it up?
I'll make sure everyone makes it home. Checkmate.
Charged and ready.
You can't escape yourself.
It's kind of neat.
Now you see me. Lights out. Howdy.
We're a team.
Is that meant to be Barrett?
This is only the beginning.
And Japanese Cloud?
So much
People like to slide a lot in this game, I've noticed. There's a lot of sliding across the floor.
like a fantasy.
And then it took us back to the shitty
Like
graphic.
this? Now that will really help me cut the power.
What is this?
Cut.
What is this dinosaur plushie? Is that meant to be Loch Ness? The Loch Ness monster? It's cute, but what the fuck? I mean, I don't know what I expected. I'm not big on these kind of games anyway. And it's fucking Apex, just with a really badly rendered Aerith running around. This reminds me so much of what Call of Duty did with Tomb Raider recently. Like, they added Lara Croft as a playable skin in Warzone, I think. And she looks terrible. It's the worst Lara Croft 3D model I've ever seen in my life. And I'm like, Call of Duty, I mean, 3D artists at Call of Duty, you have many decades of examples of Lara Croft to model off. Like, what are you doing? It's a Nessie plushie. They keep it, put it in as Easter egg in most of their games. Oh, really? So it would be in like Titanfall and stuff as well? I didn't know they did that. That's cute. I like that. Reminder to myself that I have to eventually play Titanfall 2. I think I both own that game on disc, and it's on Game Pass for free. And I've got it for free maybe on the Epic Store. I have so many free ways to play Titanfall 2. Okay, what's Office Fight? This looks awesome. What the hell? Wait. You died. Time for revenge. Wait, what's happening? I don't know what's happening. I thought this was going to be like gang beasts or party animals, but I don't think it is. I don't know what's happening. How do you play this? Is this a phone game? Are you flicking items around the room to take out your opponents? I don't know. I don't know what this is. Okay, I expected something different from that. Now I feel bad. I don't know what the hell that was. As the ghost of your recently made redundant self, return to the office and unleash your physics-based chaos. Oh! Okay, I get it. You don't have a character in the room. You're a ghost, and you're throwing objects at people to kill them, to get revenge, for working you to death. Okay, the concept's fun. I like the concept. Didn't look that great, though. Looked a little too basic. The music was the best thing about it. That's stuck in my head now. That I'd listen to that song. Something bad, so you'll probably play it. I don't know. That looks like a phone game. I can't foresee playing a phone game on here. What's wrong with the Lara Croft model? She looks like shit. I said that already. The first article I saw about them adding Lara Croft, the screenshot they had, I was like, ew. Wait. Lara Croft is a very attractive character in almost all of her games. And then Call of Duty comes along and just is like, bleh. I don't think they put much effort into a lot of the DLC skin stuff they kick out. Like, as much as people hate Fortnite, they put a lot of effort into their models of things. Like when they're doing Darth Vader or Wolverine or whatever, the Simpsons. When they're doing all these collab skins and stuff, at least they look good. As long as you're okay with that art style. But Call of Duty is like the opposite. They pump out trash. But she is hot. Not the one that I saw. Lara Croft is hot. Call of Duty's version of Lara Croft is like, why have you done this to my girl? How dare you? Look how you did my boy, was my reaction, essentially. Did they release a trailer for that? Was that a thing? Wait. Warzone Lara? Huh. Why does she look like Gina Carano in some of the marketing art? I still find it like Fortnite is its own thing, but I still find it weird when they add these kind of like collabs into Call of Duty, into like a super realistic military shooter. Especially when it's things like The Boys, like weird stuff like that. Wasn't Cardi B and Nicki Minaj as well are now Call of Duty characters? It's really weird. Hang on. Hasn't been realistic for a very long time. Are you talking about Call of Duty? I mean, not realistic in terms of being completely modern, grounded, but Call of Duty was always kind of like a grounded, real-world adjacent military thing until it went Black Ops and was a bit more sci-fi. And then it went Advanced Warfare, which was even more sci-fi. And now Warzone is basically just realistic graphics Fortnite. They've got some varied quality versions of this. Some of them look better than others. There's something about her face that went wrong. I don't know what it is. It's almost like there's someone stretched a Lara Croft face graphic across a frying pan. Remember this, Lara? I like that, Lara. It's not the best. They're not the best games. That the most recent Lara, the more realistic one, is the best games. But the version of her before that had a pretty cool, a little bit plastic doll, but I did like her look. Very sexy. Very badass. The eyebrows are too prominent, angular, you think? You think that might be it? She looks like if Gina Carano had a baby with Jennifer Lawrence. And also doesn't have tits. There were gingerbread men and jetpacks 7 years ago. 2013 Tomb Raider, the only game worth playing. Is that the first reboot where she's a young adult that's still going to uni and then gets lost on the survival island? Like the new franchise that we're currently in the middle of? She looks like Jennifer Morrison. Can't remember who that is. Okay, well, whatever. Was ist this link? I've played Tomb Raider's reboot and also Rise of the Tomb Raider, the next one. I didn't get to Shadows of the Tomb Raider. But I do own it on disc. I've had it for a long time. Oh, it's London. There's a new announcement. Oh, okay, this is cool. Okay. I remember this. I totally forgot they were doing this. Characters in that one are so fun. The reboot was a good idea. The way they made it more of a coming-of-age story of how she becomes a survivalist and starts out basically like essentially a teenage girl that gets dropped onto an island and has to fend for herself. That was a good way to go about it. But it took them that entire trilogy to essentially complete the cycle of her becoming the Tomb Raider. I'm curious as to where they're going to go next after this. Are they going to reboot again? Or are we going to start to get traditional Tomb Raider games of her as a grown-up Tomb Raider that's been doing this for a while now? The girl from House. Oh, okay. That does ring a bell. I've seen some House. Official release announcement. Okay, cool. I haven't heard about this in a while. I was wondering what was happening with it.
Greetings and welcome.
It does makes my brain flash back to GTA London. Do you remember GTA London? Way back in the day. I can't remember if that was an expansion to GTA 1 or 2. I think it might have been between 1 and 2. It was 1, then London, then 2, right? I'll look up later.
The latest update for Fallout London. This will be our most significant update to date, revealing more than ever before about what we have been working hard on for the past few years, laying out the path to release, and announcing our official release
The
date.
post-apocalyptic London Bridge realized.
Over the past 3 years, a core team of at least 50 people spread over each core department have spent tens of thousands of hours on the hard graft and development of the game-sized mod Fallout London, with over 200 individuals contributing in some way to its completion. After all this hard work, the game is now at a functional content complete stage.
Sweet.
However,
Looks like
due
there's
to
some kind of British
unforeseen
Civil War
delays,
going on.
We have not completed the polish and testing we want to do before release. And so, we will be pushing back the release to a few months later than originally planned. We'll
looks like
explain
Washington,
more
DC.
about this and the road to release later
Underground
in the video.
subway.
With these
I've seen that in so many
unforeseen
movies.
changes, we wish to give you a taste of everything that is upcoming to show you all the hard work we've been doing. Building London. In the radioactive playground of London, our world spaces and level design aren't just blueprints. They're the walls in which players graffiti their own tales. We're not building mere levels. We're in fact crafting London from the ground up.
Get out of here
Recognizable,
sign.
changed, warped.
I wonder if you get to
A world
like
where
climb the
every
inside of
step
Big Ben,
shapes your legend, and
like
where
up into the inside of the clock,
landscape is as
where all the
deadly
gears
as
are.
the tales you choose to tell. The game setting includes 15 boroughs of London to openly explore. We begin with areas such as the leafy suburbs
Stop
of
fanning your
Bromley,
tits. I
with
have
its
to.
261
Look at all this wool.
cells.
This thing is
The
warm.
trendy canal paths
Get
of
air in
Camden,
there.
with 305 cells. Steel and glass towers in the financial hub of the City of London.
What does
boasting
cells mean?
139 cells. 283 cells make up
Wait, by cells, are they saying like individual loaded areas? No, they can't, because 283 individually loaded like areas is a lot. For just one area, just for Croydon.
ruined hellscape of Croydon. Not much change there, huh? Eastminster.
Do I get to blow up
a
the
new
Queen? I'm
compact
pretty sure the
district
Queen's
with
probably already
exactly
dead.
100 cells that blends history and modernity. The home to the echoes of naval stories.
Some mutants
is
have probably taken
Greenwich,
over
with its maritime
the
charm
palace.
with 460 cells. Hackney, with its vibrant racing heart of 151
I don't know what cells mean.
Islington's cultural enclave, which offers 102 cells of eclectic charm. The cramped ruins of Lambeth, with 175. Lewisham, the urban mosaic.
What
a
part of
182
London?
cell canvas of diversity.
What part of London
Newham,
do the
a
locals
dynamic
consider the
district
ends?
with 109
You know when you're talking
cells,
about the
where radiation change is the only constant. Historic streets
the
of
slums,
Southwark,
essentially,
with
the
437 cells.
what do they call it in
where
America?
every corner whispers tales of yore. Tower Hamlet's 368 cells, of where power and history collide. The open parkland of Wandsworth and its 388 cells.
The Hood.
And Westminster, the political
Americans would call it the
epicenter,
Hood.
boasting
I think in London they call it the
304
ends.
cells. Creating these areas has required concepting, design, testing, and onerous nav meshing to ensure they produce a cohesive world that is also engaging for exploration and combat. But with a combined total
Lewisham,
of
the urban mosaic.
764 cells, lock, stock, and barrel. Amongst these eclectic
The only thing I can
London
think is that
boroughs are
their
an
cells is their
additional mix of
word
areas,
for like
with a
an
final
individually
total
loaded
of
area, like
11
when you go through a door and it has to load a new
fascinatingly
area.
diverse world spaces, 337
But that sounds like a
detailed interior
lot.
cells,
That's a
48
huge
of
game.
which are the scale of the base game's Corvega factory, and a total of 7 unique settlements for you to build to your heart's content.
It's
The
got settlement
total
building
area
as well?
covered
What
by
the
our
fuck?
world is equivalent to the base game Commonwealth
That's
and
crazy.
Far Harbor DLC combined.
I want to build a
This
shanty town.
multi-world space size makes Fallout London one of the largest mods for Fallout 4 to date.
They love showing their
3D.
logo.
Populating this huge area has required the creation and adaptation of an enormous number of 3D assets, from the desolate urban sprawl.
Are they
to
playing the
tattered
Lock, Stock, and Two
armor
Smoking
shaping your
Barrels
character's attire,
soundtrack
or
right
the
now?
eerie glow of
I recognize that
mutated
music.
foliage, and the ominous cyber pigeons desecrating forgotten
Cyber
statues.
pigeons?
Each element breathes life into
You
the
got me.
panorama
You
of
you sold me at
Almighty.
cyber pigeons.
Whilst much base content has been reskinned or tweaked to fit a British setting, a great number of items have been made from scratch and new animations developed to support them. They include custom weapons, clothes, races.
This is
foliage,
so the fucking
London-specific
Lock, Stock soundtrack.
architectural kits, and of course, finely brewed pots of tea.
Man, don't
It
get
also
copyright on my
includes
ass.
many hundreds of miscellaneous assets, from iconic London buses to the humble
The size of those
pub
mushrooms.
to the extra mysterious Cthulhu doll. Every asset meticulously
It's Cthulhu
crafted for
storyline
our
stuff,
setting
awesome.
immerses players in a world rich with roleplay options. Our assets let the player explore a new reality where each detail beckons, inviting you to forge your own path and truly feel the pulse of the unknown.
They're really marketing. Their marketing department's really pushing hard on this
2D.
trailer.
Our 2D artists
They're going
have
promo
produced
crazy
a
right now.
plethora of artwork to populate the world with London-centric content. New signage, posters, graffiti, comic covers, logos, and textures help build a believable future London for you to get immersed in. In addition, we
That's a
have
lot.
overhauled the user interface with our Attaboy alternative to the Pip-Boy, which
Oh, cool.
includes custom animations for stats, perks, and quests
That's awesome.
based on the UK's Protect and Survive
It's not
family.
as good looking as the Pip-Boy stuff, but I love the fact they did their own thing. And the name is perfect, the Attaboy.
OST, covering all music found in the base game while adding more. It includes a completely
That
new
Slender
and
Man looking
overhauled
thing that keeps appearing on
soundscape,
those screens is a little
ambient and
eerie.
gameplay soundtrack, and features 3 new radio stations you can tune into. Whether you are feeling classy on the BBM,
We interrupt this monologue to bring you a stunning development.
This is
or are
awesome.
after some American classics with Crystal Palace Radio,
Hello to all you wonderful listeners.
or just after some good old-fashioned anarchy.
You know what? I just need to touch on that for a second. I've never liked the voice acting of the ghouls in Fallout, like any of them. That was obviously like a more amateur voice actor doing a ghoul voice in the radio there that they've just got for themselves. But that's the thing. The main games, they all sound like that. Like, I've never bought the inflection that the mutants put on their voices. It always sounds voice acty to me. They sound dumb. Yeah, I've never been 100% sold on it. Like, they're at least iconic in a way that, like, they all sound the same. So when you hear ghoul, you know it's ghoul. And I guess that's good enough, but it's just something about it.
UK on the mend with Dan Bull.
That was freshly squeezed.
Dan Bull is on the... What?
New audio is all part
That's
of
awesome.
making our adaptation feel true to London, whilst also
Wait,
integrating
he was saying that Dan Bull is one of the new the British radio station DJ, right? The announcer that just like talks between all the songs. That's fucking great. What an awesome idea to approach Dan Bull to do that.
seamlessly into the style of the Fallout universe. Our full OST is
You
also
see a Freemason
available
symbol?
early
That
for you
makes
to
sense.
listen to on our YouTube
A
channel.
London-based Fallout game. There's gonna be a post-apocalyptic Freemason
Much
gang.
of Fallout 4's acclaim stems from its distinctive mechanics, such as settlements, and we've elevated that legacy with our additions,
That was a neat gun.
including a revamped crafting system for ammo and tea, an overhauled perk
Tea?
and dialogue system,
You can craft
skill
tea?
and perk checks in dialogue,
My word against yours, eh?
innovative
Eh?
fast travel options, including
How's that guy
trains,
Canadian?
taxis, and boats.
It's too risky to transport the 3 of us across such choppy waters.
Dynamic weathers, new smoking mechanism, playable guitars,
Smoking mechanism?
unique uniques, new player animations such as ladder climbing and swimming, with a noteworthy addition, cow milking.
Yeah. I don't think you should drink milk out of a mutant cow.
Quests.
It's gonna be green.
The story and quest lines of the game have entailed some of the
The gun is a
greatest
Lewis
amount of
historical
work
machine gun.
in the mod,
Yeah,
involving
I recognize. I
writers,
just didn't know what it was called.
scripters,
I
voice
remember seeing that
actors,
model
and
before
audio
in other
engineers
stuff.
to produce a breathtaking array of content. Fallout London boasts a collection of 53 new main quests in and around the city. These engaging
How long has this been in
narratives
development
offer
now?
various choices and challenges in the Wayfarer's journey to shape the
I
future
feel like
of
they've-
all Blighted.
they've done
From
so much with
self-contained
this.
adventures to larger quest lines, players have plenty to uncover
Hey,
outside
Dutch.
of their main journey, with a total of 35 side quests.
Oh, it's a,
25 new faction quests.
it's a trailer for Fallout
intricately
London.
tied to the various groups you'll encounter across the city. These quests offer unique challenges and storylines, allowing players to deeply engage with the factions and shape the course of their journey. Uncover artifacts, tie up loose ends.
I'm really
and
curious to
solve
see when this
mysteries
game
in
is
the
finally
bustling
done,
world of
how in
Fallout
depth
London, with
the quest and story
64
stuff gets.
miscellaneous quests
Because
to
that's the hardest thing to
enhance
pull
your
off when it's
experience. On their travels,
fan mod
players
projects.
may find themselves entangled in the bitter conflict unfolding
That
on
takes
the
some
streets of
talent.
East
That takes
London.
some skill.
With 16 branching quests, the journey is rich with challenges and intrigue, all seamlessly intertwined with the main quest line. There are 7 companions you are able to recruit in the game, including one very British best boy, who we are sure will
You get a
charm
British-
players
oh my
just
God, you
as
get a
much as
bulldog.
Dogmeat. 5 of the companions are more human.
Or is a bulldog the most British dog? Like, is that a thing?
Branching relationship-based
I've never really
dialogue
thought
with the
about it,
player,
but
commentary on the world and events, and their own
would you
companion
link
quests.
bulldogs
In
to like
total,
Brit culture?
There are just over 90,000 recorded dialogue lines in the game, which is about 1.5
Nice.
times the size of Fallout New Vegas or Skyrim, and just shy of that found in Fallout 4. However, their protagonist was voiced, and ours is, as the community preferred, silent.
So the silent
Release.
protagonist thing
Our
again.
commitment to delivering
That's
as
fine.
polished an experience as possible will lead us to miss our intended release window. The main reason, to be transparent, is the impact of global issues on a considerable part
Is
of
it
our
Peppa
scripting
Pig?
team, including the head of departments who comes
She's
from
saying
one of
that
the
because
areas most affected.
we just played
This
Peppa Pig on the
has
stream the other day.
understandably shifted their focus away from the
Although it
mod,
might be something
and
we've already
while
watched
we've
recently.
managed to catch up through reorganization and reskilling of team members, it has come at the cost of testing. So unfortunately, we won't hit the 2020.
What game is it you're referring to, Dutch?
But the sheer amount of progress we've made this year is immense. That cannot be understated. But our ethos has always been to release when the game is truly ready. Our community.
This is a long
stresses
trailer
avoiding
for
a buggy
basically them
release
just
like
saying
some of
we
our
can't release the game on the
predecessors, and
intended
we are
release date.
committed
You have
to
to
a
wait
game
longer.
we can all be
Look
proud
at a bunch
of
more footage.
for everyone's enjoyment. Now,
Perennial
we've
Order.
set a specific
Doesn't ring a
release
bell.
date. The release date for Fallout London will be St. George's Day, the 23rd of April, 2024. As you know,
What the hell is St.
we've
George's Day?
consistently operated in quarters.
Is that a UK only
So we're
holiday?
just one
I've never heard of that
quarter
before
over our
ever.
plans. Close.
It's a small
but no
indie game?
cigar.
Oh, it's
And
probably
for
why I haven't
that,
heard of it.
We apologize. However, rest assured, anticipate our arrival at the end of the first quarter, perfectly aligning with the debut of the new Fallout TV series to truly get you in the mood.
That's
In
actually a
the
good
coming
idea.
months,
Piggyback
we'll
off the
focus
TV
on
series release
refining
date.
rigorous testing,
People will
and
be in the mood
balancing
for some
to meet the
Fallout.
high standards you
I might look up
expect.
what that Perennial Order game
All
is in
of
a
the team
second.
are
I'm just
done
curious
with
to
their
see
main
what it
tasks
is.
now and fully support this effort. And we've set a reasonable deadline to
Doesn't
ensure
Ireland have a
careful
Saint Day?
completion, aligning with your expectations. In the meantime,
Not sure.
watch out for further
I'm not good at
updates
knowing
from the team as we
public
build
holidays of other
towards
countries.
release. If you want to stay up to date with all activity, please join our Discord server.
Like, remember when we looked at those Pornhub stats on New Year's? There was a list of, like, the days where people in a country were the least interested in sex. And France was on there with Bastille Day, I think. Like, Bastille Day was a particular holiday in France where, like, it was the one day a year that, like, Pornhub stats completely dropped dramatically. Like, no one was interested in getting it on for that particular public holiday. But I don't actually know what Bastille Day is.
And feel free to support the work of Team Folon.
Okay, good. Since we're getting on a little bit for a Sunday stream, I'm gonna turn off the link share thing, and I'm just gonna manually look up what this Perennial whatever game is because I'm curious. Never heard of it before. You're all out in the fucking streets on that day? Yeah, that's probably why. What was it called again? Perennial Order. "2D Plant Horror Boss Rush." What? Plant Horror Boss Rush? Set in the Dark Age. Cut down eldritch bosses, painterly 2D style. Interesting. Planets do be scary. Yeah, that and plants. plants and planets. This must be the company's. Thank you for checking out our trailer. Stay up to date with the game. Blue, blue, blue. Okay. So there's an isometric roguelike. Oh yeah, isometric. The character animation is a bit of an indie giveaway. Cool vibes though. It almost reminds me of pop art, like pop-up picture books. Oh god. Why is there always a spider? When it said boss rush, I was assuming it would be more just boss battles. It looks like there's actual overworld exploration and regular enemies too. Which isn't technically a boss rush game, but maybe I'm just interpreting it wrong. Just like Dark Souls? Dark Souls with more icky plant stuff. Focusing completely on the icky plant stuff. It is a boss rush game? Yeah, like if the description hadn't have told me boss rush game, I wouldn't have thought that from seeing the trailer, because it looks like you're fighting regular enemies in normal areas while exploring maps and stuff. And then occasionally they show a boss in the trailer between all that stuff. So it kind of looked like a normal adventure RPG game. Trailer-wise, I mean. It's going to be traps all over the place. So there is like exploration between bosses where you have to do platforming and traps and fight minions. This is confusing me, but I thought the point. I thought you know by now that I just meme with everything calling Dark Souls. I mean, I did see a little bit of Dark Souls in the vibe though, but I don't generally take that as a bad thing anyway. I thought the definition of a boss rush game was it's just bosses, like you just go from boss to boss to boss to boss. With the exploration and any like minions and basic enemies like completely nixed from the experience. 80% fighting bosses. So I'm guessing those bits in between are just really short. Because if you look at something like Shadow of the Colossus, there's a lot of time spent going to the bosses on horseback, but there's no platforming on enemies, it's just travel. And then the actual meat of the game is fighting the Colossi. Titan Souls on PlayStation was the same. It was isometric, it was pixel art, but there were no basic enemies. It was basically you and your one arrow bow looking for the bosses and finding them when you find them. Well, fighting them when you find them. I can't think of that many other examples. There's one that's basically a Dark Souls style game, third-person action, that's just boss fights. Like you just walk through a portal to the next boss fight, from boss fight to boss fight. And what order you do them in changes how you progress, because some bosses are harder earlier on, but the stuff you gain from beating some bosses make other ones easier, almost like Mega Man. Trap dodging gauntlets. We've looked up that game before, but I can't remember what it was called. I had to look it up last time we did this too. What was it called? Oh, that's it. Sinner, Sacrifice for Redemption. That's the one. Yeah, boom. If you see screenshots of this, it looks exactly like Dark Souls. It's uncanny. It is 100... Wait, let me enlarge on this. Cuphead also has run and gun levels and ghost ones. Is Cuphead considered a boss rush game? I'm still yet to play it, and I want to, but I actually didn't realize that. Cuphead is just like Dark Souls. Wow. You're still joking, but difficulty-wise, maybe. Yeah, so this game that looks identical to a Dark Souls game, graphics-wise, third-person action-wise, everything. It's just boss battles. You literally just choose which boss to go to, and it teleports you there. And the difficulty of what order you do them in is based on like the strategy of who you fight first, so that you're better later for harder bosses. But you get to choose the order. It is considered a boss rush game? Oh, okay. I really didn't know that. I've seen so much footage of people fighting really cool bosses in Cuphead. And I've seen footage of normal levels where you're flying and shooting. But I just thought that was a normal 2D action game. Because all 2D action games have like a level where you're just running and shooting. And then a boss at the end. I mean, that's Sonic the Hedgehog, basically. You fight Robotnik at the end of every level. I think I'm getting a little dubious about the definitions of boss rush now. I've never really thought about it, but it's starting to confuse me a little bit. You were tinkering with a Souls game concept on paper for a while. That's a difficult arena to get into. There's so many Souls-likes. There's so many pretenders. I'm trying to get on that pie. You really have to have a very interesting concept with some genius originality to stand out. It's like Super Mario Brothers, but most of the levels you warp to are bosses. So not all of them have like levels attached where you have to run across the screen and shoot things. But either way, it doesn't really bother me. I'll like whatever the game is, I'll play it anyway. But you know, it's not going to throw me off or anything. Yeah, see, when you say boss rush could mean a game with only bosses and they're shorter, I think my interpretation was always only bosses, like strictly. Like, it really is just like fight boss, how did you do, stats, next boss. Like as soon as you have levels separating bosses with minions to fight and other things to do, then it's just a game. Like, then it's basically every game. That is an action adventure. So Monster Hunter counts as well? Wait, wouldn't count because of the longer fights. I mean, the length of the boss fight, I don't think makes it a boss rush or not a boss rush. It's the other things that you do that aren't boss fighting. So if you're adventuring and finding loot and treasure, and killing like low-level minions, I think that's where it loses me a bit with the genre. I don't think getting tangled up in categorizing things is important. Of course it's not important. It's just something to talk about. Nothing's important. And I am just going to play it. It's just something worth talking about because I've never really thought about what makes a game a boss rush or not. I just realized I had a much more stringent definition than what people seem to use when they talk about this stuff. Apparently it's a lot more open-ended than I thought. Oh. I was going to say, wait. Bloop. Let me just zip back out here for a second. Did you see the controversy about the Tetris kid? Because I just saw that recently. Like yesterday. And I saw a bit more about it this morning. And it's particularly been kind of getting under my skin. I think it's because it's been stemming from an Australian source, which is particularly embarrassing for me. Because, you know, we're Australian out here. Me and Sham specifically. So whenever I see something cringe happen in gaming culture, and it turns out to come from like an Australian source, I'm just like, oh god. Why does it have to be us? The base concept, it's a world split into 4 open areas with a tower in the middle. So 4 world hubs with 4 bosses. Because it depends on how much you do in each world hub leading to the boss. That makes it like a... a boss rush in my mind or not. But like, yeah, we're just splitting hairs when it comes to genre. Doesn't really matter. Just the kid that beat yes, the kid that beat Tetris. I heard about it briefly, and I was like, oh, that's cool, but I didn't actually watch any clips or whatever. I just thought it, like, when I saw the headline, I was like, neat. Oh, tower in the middle of the entire map. Is the tower the hub, or is the tower the ending, like the final boss? You were involved in the NES Tetris community. I even worked on some ROM hacks. So come at me, what you got? What's the drama? It's a specifically Australian-focused drama. There's a positive side and there's a negative side to this. And the Australian part is the negative part that I'll get to. The positive side is the kid himself. The kid is now officially the first person in existence who's ever beaten Tetris by what the community considers a beat state. If I were to describe it, it's in the original Tetris, it's an old game, so the code can only handle the game getting so fast or the point score getting so high. So once you've actually fully maxed out the score, like 9999999, the game essentially gets to a speed that becomes too difficult for the game's code to generate, and the game breaks. Essentially, the blocks stop falling. You essentially kill the game by keeping up with it past the point that humans should have been able to follow it. Tower is the hub and the ending. Oh, so it's where you start and where you come back to. That's neat. Yeah, so they've proven this is possible because of AI and stuff. They've had computers beat Tetris before. It's the running out of memory for the score counter. Yeah, it's that. I'm just sort of spitballing from memory. It's just, yeah, basically. It's just how you word how it works that I'm struggling with. The score counter gets maxed out way before the crash level. Yeah, I noticed that. It's actually, when you look at the footage of him doing it, the 99999 is already in the thing for a bit before it happens. Regions are split into 2 parts. Wait, so it's 4 regions around the tower, each region with 2 parts. These sound like game levels. It sounds more and more like a normal isometric action adventure with bosses than a boss rush. I'm still getting stuck on my definition of boss rush. Anyway, the Tetris thing. So yeah, they've proven with computers and AI, like playing the game, you know, computers basically beating themselves, that it's possible, that you can break the game by keeping up with it for long enough and maxing out the score counter. This kid is now the first human being to pull it off. And he's pretty young. Like, this is a monumental achievement. Like, Tetris has been out for decades, and this child is the first one that has ever killed the game by sticking to it with pure skill. In fact, I remember I watched another video that was explaining he uses this he uses a back tapping technique on the NES controller. You can max out Tetris before the thrill screen, which is hundreds of levels less than the crash point. Oh, point wise, yeah, but it's the getting to the crash point that has been the thing that humans haven't been able to accomplish until this one kid. And that was only days ago. So, huge. How'd they know about it breaking beforehand? Because you can make computers do it. If you make a computer play Tetris, because a computer is a computer, it can keep up with it and play it perfectly forever. So they've confirmed that, you know, if you get an AI to do it, you can play it for long enough to kill it. So this kid did it on stream. And is now officially the first person in existence to beat Tetris. This is the wholesome part of the story. The thing that I came across immediately after finding out about the kid and seeing a little bit of the footage of him celebrating, like, he's hyperventilating. He's like so excited. It's really cute. You couldn't wish for more, you know, for this kid. Like, the original creators of Tetris put out a statement congratulating him and calling it a monumental achievement. And I just saw an article this morning saying that they're flying him out to actually meet them. He's actually going to get to meet the Tetris devs, which also super wholesome, like, kind of amazing. This is the thing that pissed me off though. Australian television news decided to report on the event. And the person reporting on it was some conservative news anchor on Sky News. And if you know Sky News, which Sham probably does know what I'm talking about, you probably know this is not a good sign already. The original NES Tetris dev is dead. Got into a car crash. Oh, really? I wonder what they meant by the Tetris devs then. Is it whoever's left from the original team? So the original guy that ran the team is dead, but his boys are still around? Or the company or something? I'll have to double check we can look it up. Your mum watches Sky News? Oh, I hate Sky News. If anyone needs to understand what I'm talking about here with Sky News is Australia's Fox News. It's a Rupert Murdoch-owned news outlet that is usually incredibly conservatively biased and focused. If you want to see some real propaganda shit, you look at Sky News. They're absolute trash. I've only ever seen the shittiest takes come from Sky News. So this female news anchor from Sky News decided to report on this kid beating Tetris. And she was a bitch about it. She was an absolute, what's the word? Patronizing piece of shit about this kid's achievement. And I cringed so hard when I saw it. Because I'm like, everyone's going to see this and think this is Australian news in general. Like, most people from across the water probably don't know that Sky News is our Fox News, so most normal people ignore them because they're shitheads. I was so embarrassed. I was so fucking embarrassed for my own country when I know I ignore Sky News. They're not part of me and mine, but just the fact that everyone's going to see that now as Australia's take on a really wholesome event that occurred, it just killed me. It just killed me inside. Wait, okay. I just need you to understand. I need you to understand the attitude of this woman. Because it's just... It's just not necessary. Wait, let me take this off screen just quickly because Twitter sometimes just throws porn up. Okay, there's no porn. Let me just type in Tetris, it'll find it for sure. There's the kid. There's the kid, there's the kid. There she is. I only had to scroll down 4 posts before the bitch herself showed up. Awesome. Is this the long one? How long is this clip?
Now,
okay, the smugness has already begun. It's only 47 seconds. Also, she's getting roasted, by the way, by the internet. She's getting absolutely plastered for this. Pretty much every single person on Twitter, no matter what side of the political spectrum you come from, doesn't matter if you're right or left or whatever, the fact that she treated this kid like shit is getting her absolutely flamed. And I love that. I love that the internet has decided this is the opinion and everyone has it.
Now, Tetris.
Okay, wait.
Now, Tetris has long been touted as a video game that just can't be beaten because it just goes on and on.
Oh my god!
Well, 13-year-old American Willis Gibson has technically proven that wrong. He beat the original Nintendo version.
Look how excited he
by reaching
is.
such a high level that the coding froze. That left the program unable to generate any more falling blocks. As a mother, I would just say step away from the screen, go outside, get some fresh air. Beating Tetris is not a life goal. Speaking of fresh air, let's get a look at the weather.
Yeah. So that was very not necessary. There is no reason to make fun of that child for doing something that basically no other human being has accomplished in the history of mankind. That was just, it was just such a piece of shit thing to do. Like, I don't understand how you can, I don't care if you're into games or not. Like, if I wasn't into video games, if I see someone accomplish something that no one else has done in 30, 40 years, whatever, decades, and it's a child, I'd be like, this little legend. If you catch the world's greatest fish and no one else has been able to catch before, I hate fishing. I can't give a shit about fishing. If some 10-year-old pulls off some fishing feat that it was previous unto seen as impossible, I would be like, you little legend. Like, why is the condescension necessary? It's a child. It's a child that did things that even adults can't do, haven't accomplished, which is some next level shit. Even the child, even the fact that he's a kid, you don't care about what he's accomplished. That's fair. But the fact that he's a kid, doesn't matter what he did, why be mean to him? And then on top of that, the fact that the thing that he did is something that even adults can't do. Like, he's the first in the world to do something. Yeah, see, like, she had to come up with the most patronizing way to talk about it. Like, beating it isn't a life goal. Like, the thing that Sham just pointed out. Like, he set his mind to something, he focused on it, and he accomplished it. Like, do you have to make it into a condescending thing of like, oh, beating Tetris isn't a life goal, and then laughs it off? That little patronizing, like, smug snicker as she went to the next story. Like, can you believe this bullshit? Look at this loser fucking playing Nintendo, thinking he did something. Like, if I saw a dude acting like that, IRL, face to face, I would knock them the fuck out. Like, I am so triggered by that attitude. It really irritates me. Rolling does make Tetris very easy. Oh, you're talking about the back tapping technique on the back of the controller? I was watching a video about how that works actually earlier. That is pretty interesting. I didn't know that was a thing. They're the same people that'll claim the next GTA encourages violence. They're the same people that encourage every GTA encourages violence. Although those types of boomers that still say that, they don't know what new games are. So when they complain about stuff like that, they still use really old examples. Like that Mortal Kombat and that Doom. It's like, where have you been, Grandpa? It's been 30 fucking years since we've had this conversation. You know what's the big giveaway? When a boomer is complaining about video games being too violent or pointless or whatever, it's when they talk about points. Have you noticed that boomers that don't know video games, they still think that video games are about points? Games still have point scoring systems in them, depending on the game and the genre. But they will say things like, oh, GTA is disgusting. It encourages violence. It lets you kill hookers for points. Lets you kill hookers and children for points. And it's like, I'm sorry, what? Points? You're talking about GTA, right? Because it's a video game, you assume that it's still point-based like fucking Pac-Man. Like there's a score at the top of the screen that goes up by 15 digits when you manage to get a headshot on a hooker. Is that the assumption? That's the biggest boomer giveaway. The second they attribute points to anything gaming related, no matter what the game is, you know you have an old person that doesn't know what they're talking about. Anyone have that kid's final score? We could see it on screen, actually. I'm pretty sure it was just all 9s. Yeah. It's just 999999999. Level 18. You can also see the... Wait, let me give you the screen. The statistics on the left-hand side also show the number of blocks. So in the 500s... Between 520 to 570-ish on every block drop. Now, like the actual score? Actual score? On top of the dead score in the game that he maxed out. Just because it stops counting doesn't mean it can't still... Oh, there might be... Are there other HUD elements? Goals, 2 million clear, 29-3, 29 rollover. I don't even know what any of that means. There must be. There must be, because it says here on the bottom right that his goal is to hit 2 million. And the score maxes out at 9999999, which is just one digit shy of 1 million. So he must have a way of still counting up to 2 million so he knows if he's at the goal or not. We probably just can't see it on this particular screen that Sky News is using. Yeah, it's 7. 7 would be 1 million. But I think he does. It's not visible on screen right now. It might also be because if it is invisible on screen, it might be beneath their lower thirds. Sky News has like a ticker at the bottom for their headlines. There might be more information being covered. Or in the top right here with this Willis Gibson thing. Is that his name, Willis Gibson? Or is the footage being collated by Willis Gibson? Is he someone who works at Sky News? I don't know. Yeah, so basically, Boomer Lady tells child that's accomplished something no one's ever done before to go out and touch grass and to get a real life goal. And everyone on the internet is calling her an asshole. So the plus side to this event is that people are treating her the way she should be treated. For just being a dick, straight up. He must be new. I mean, yeah, he was only conceived a couple of days ago. Have you seen how old he is? I don't know how old he actually is. I've only seen what he looks like in the thumbnail, but yeah, it looks like he's fresh out the womb to me. Kid just turns up and wrecks shit. I mean, I wonder if he's got any conditions that have like made him particularly inclined towards being good at this kind of thing. Because I've noticed that some really high level, high speed video game skill type stuff tends to be very members of the autistic community tend to be much better at that kind of stuff. Almost as infuriating as the Logan Paul controversy. Is that the one where he scammed everybody with that that stupid crypto egg game and then wouldn't give everyone's money back? And now apparently he is to save face because he's actually losing massively in court. So he's trying to pull the ripcord out of the issue right now. He's trying to do a last-ditch effort. CoffeeZilla did an update. Yeah, CoffeeZilla seems to be the one to go to be on top of the news about Logan. About all Logan stuff. He does some pretty in-depth reporting on that shit. And has interacted with Logan directly as well. And I'm pretty sure Logan hates that man. Like, if Logan Paul has like a real-life supervillain nemesis, it's CoffeeZilla right now. The drama. Oh my god, what a great post. News hosts when kids are having fun with video games. Amazing. But so true. Why is it that, like, news anchors, no matter whether it's a lefty or a righty news service, it seems like all news anchors are always boomers that always talk about video games like it's an artifact. Like, every time I watch the news and they have to talk about video games, the news anchor's like, and recently in the news, when it comes to video games, they will say it in a way like they're saying the word for the first time. Now, Clarissa, there's a video game that's very popular called Halo. And I heard the kids are very into this one. And then she's like, haha, they really are, Steve. Like, that's an example of a news anchor being positive about a game. But still, they talk about it like it's this weird thing that they have no understanding of. And every time they say a word that has any attachment to video games, Mario Brothers... Nothing more redundant than the role of a news anchor. I mean, the role isn't necessarily redundant. It's just, it's a role that's quaint. It's archaic. It's been around for the longest time, and it's not a necessary thing anymore. We don't really need fancy boomers in a suit in front of a camera telling us all our news. Like, the internet has become a thing where we can basically scrape together news like ad hoc the second it comes across. Not even articles, just Twitter. Something like Twitter alone. The hashtags tell me about stuff that's going on, like, within 5 seconds of it's happening. Like, nobody has to wait for the 7 p.m. news at the end of the night for some guy in a tie to show up in a fancy voice to give us the rundown. Like, but the thing is, as long as TV still exists for the oldies in the audience, like broadcast TV, it's not going to go away. Like, it'll be there till the end of TV's days. What we really need to do is kill TV. Because all entertainment now is a la mode. It's a la carte, sorry. I'm using the wrong terminology. All entertainment nowadays is a la carte. If we want to watch a movie, we open up our streaming service, turn the movie on. If we want to watch a TV show, we start on episode 1, we blast through all 12 episodes in one like massive marathon, we move on. We don't have to wait for some broadcast schedule to bring us the thing that we want. It's all there on the internet for us to just pull out and have the moment we need it. Which means commercials are redundant too. Because they know we don't have to sit there on TV and wait for the thing. Just all that stuff just needs to die. But the boomers still, you know, think the TV's the way to go. Unfortunately. So we got to wait for more of them to die before they start losing the kind of viewers that would kill the form. The type of people with the biggest sticks up their asses, they're mad when others have happiness. Well, the thing is with the news is if it bleeds, it leads. So it's not that that most of them as people are mad when others have happiness. It's more like it's not going to make them money. When they get to talk about bad things is when the news gets the real ratings. That's when you get the oomph. That's when you get the clicks. Which is why there's so much toxicity in the online space, because if you're basically being as negative as possible, you're getting the most viewership. You're making the most cash from your sponsors or your view counts. You can watch news on YouTube, and we can choose any type of news we want funnel to. Yeah, it's all there. I would have become her if my sex droughts went any longer. Oh, this screaming lady. I've had her on screen too long. I'm sorry. Look at how smug this woman's... I just can't stand this lady's face. Even this is what she looks like when the story started. This is her look. You just know some bullshit's about to come out. And here's her at the end laughing it off like, oh, this piece of shit child. Well, they should just abort. I know he's probably already 9 or 10 years old, but it's not too late. Just, you know, pull that plug. She does have a very punchable face, yes. Which is also a common thing you see with a lot of news anchors, to be honest. But yeah, but that's the downside to what Sham was saying as well, how you have all this stuff on YouTube as well. You could just watch anything you want. You don't have to have it fed to us. The problem is the fact that if it bleeds, it leads. It's still a major thing that drives viewership. So that's why we have very toxic channels like The Quartering or Geeks Plus Gamers on YouTube. Because as long as they're pumping out really toxic thumbnails complaining about woke shit, they make the most possible money they can possibly make from their channel. So I've for a long time assumed that some of these people aren't really as legit with their opinions as they pretend to be. I wouldn't be surprised. Quartering maybe, because he's been proven to be kind of a dickhead before he's done all this stuff. He used to be into the not Warhammer, what's the other card game? Shit. What is that famous card game? It's not Yu-Gi-Oh! Magic the Gathering? That Quartering guy used to be huge in the Magic the Gathering. Like, he'd go to the expos and the tournaments and stuff. And I believe he got banned and kicked out because he was being really sexist towards a female competitor that was better than him. And he chose to combat that with misogyny. And so he got the boot. And now he makes YouTube videos complaining about how everything is shit. All movies are shit, all games are shit, and it's because of feminism and wokeness, blah, 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 blah. He just goes on and on. And he gathers a crowd of equally shitty people looking for the most toxic news to basically be mad about everything. And he's probably rich because of it, and that's really sad. You're into Jesse Cox's new videos. Cox, you say? But that's what you got to be careful of. Some of these people aren't really outlets of news. They just look at the news and they go, what's the thing that I can whine about the most that'll please my toxic bubble of people that want to be angry at shit. Like, the second anything comes out about, like, let's for example, Little Mermaid, the Little Mermaid remake. Any piece of news that comes out about the Little Mermaid remake, you can jury-rig that into something to whine about that you know that you're going to have people in your comments screeching. And that's money. That's money in his back pocket. So I'm pretty sure that 80 to 85% of the people that run channels like that on YouTube they don't really have an opinion. They just look for any way that they know is going to rile people up and get them the clicks. And what their actual opinion is, we'll never know. Like, they probably don't even give a shit. They just want to be rich. And they know they'll get rich if they look at whatever Disney's new thing is and go, look at the woke thing in the new Disney movie, blah, 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 blah. And, you know, the comments go wild. And the sad thing is that anyone that goes into those comments looking to defend the thing, you know, actually looking to argue the point, they're just adding to the guy's paycheck as well. Because the arguing in the comments and the fact that you actually clicked the video in the first place is adding to his bank account. So he wins either way. He's an incredibly large man, but he's a lovable man. There's a lot of incredibly large men on YouTube, I've noticed, including that quartering dude. The absolute dictionary definition of a neckbeard of that man. This is why I left YouTube. I'm still all over YouTube. I just know where to go and where not to go. I've got like a pretty robust blacklist of channels I ignore because it's not worth it. If I take the bait just to see what they're saying, to see how toxic they're being, I'm giving them views. So I know what to avoid. I have the places I always go back to. An ad every 3 seconds for multiple. Oh, I don't get that because I have me and a friend of mine have YouTube Premium together, which I've had for, I don't know, like 10 years. I haven't had basic YouTube in a long, long time, so I don't actually know what the ads are like. I'm nice and blind about that one. I'm kind of scared because if I ever go back to regular YouTube for whatever reason, if I end up back there, I don't really know what to expect when it comes to how the ads work there now, and what Elizabeth is saying is scaring me. I don't know if I'll be able to adapt. Anyway. We'll call it there. I think that's enough. I'm also way too hot now. You can probably see me getting glistening. They are out of hand. Isn't forgivable in the slightest. So is the ad blocking stuff no longer working on YouTube for people who use ad blockers? People complain about premium being expensive, but they don't realize they have a whole ass Spotify subscription. That's probably one of the reasons that I can also justify YouTube, is because I don't have Spotify at all. I've never needed Spotify. If you skip 1 minute into a video, you get another 30-second ad. It's bad. Yeah, I don't like the sound of that. That does sound brutal. I'm just in a lucky situation where I haven't had to deal with it in a long, long, long time, since the dawn of YouTube. Not the dawn of YouTube, but I've had premium for a very long time. So yeah, I don't know what it's like at all. And now I'm scared if I ever end up back there, I won't be able to deal. I remember seeing an article suggesting that YouTube implemented something new that was stopping people's ad blockers from working. That was also scary. Oh, you download the video. Do you use what's the program I've got? 4K video downloader? By any chance? Because when I need to download a YouTube video, that's what I do. I paste the link into my 4K downloader app that I've got on my desktop, and it automatically rips the video for me and leaves it on my desktop waiting. I can make like an actual playlist of links, and it will just go through them all slowly downloading. I don't need it for much specifically, though. I just use it for editing purposes sometimes, if I need to rip videos to use in edits. I also don't use video tutorials for gaming. If I need a tutorial or a list of collectibles or something, I always use text-based. I find that more convenient. I don't like watching along with the video and having to rewind. I like looking at a list, like a dot point list with screenshots, because that I can follow systematically. Use YouTube Music and dump Spotify. I just don't use music apps. I don't really have a place for them in my daily life. It's unfortunate because everyone at the end of the year gets to this Spotify Wrapped thing on Instagram Like, I see everyone's stories about their Wrapped statistics, and it's pretty fun. I like looking at other people's and what they say, but I don't get to do it, unfortunately. Oh, you have a Firefox add-on. Yeah, mine's not built into the browser. Mine's like an app on the desktop that I can have open on a second screen. One of my other screens. I've got a few. It's funny. I wish I could show you my my desk, because it's like, I have a curved desk. It's black glass, and it goes out in 2 different directions on either side of me like this. And there's just screens. There's a center one that I play on. There's a left screen, there's a right screen, and there's a laptop screen connected to the others over here. The laptop screen is what runs OBS. That's my stream is happening over here. And then the other 3 screens that are my main PC are just for whatever I want. Like, my right screen is what I look at for my my Twitch chat. So I'm reading your guys' chat on my right-hand screen. And my left-hand screen is like a backup screen. I'll have other apps open on there. Or, for example, if I've got links of videos I want to watch on stream, I'll have them open on the left screen ready to go, so I can look at and pull them out. You have a laptop that won't close because the hinge is broken. That's fair. Everyone's laptop gets to a point where it's fucked, where it's a junk laptop and you can't afford to replace it, and then that's just where you live now. Not looking forward to that, because I definitely don't have the money to replace anything. Please, everything just keep working the way it is, because I'm currently functional, and if anything fucks up, I'm kind of screwed. You'll see goodbye from me. I no longer have the tech to keep this this channel going. I'm sure your desktops will be fine. Well, screens are computer screens are really good for longevity. These things last forever. Same with keyboards. The keyboard I've got now is from 3 computers ago. Everything has changed with my PC over the last 20 years of my life. At least 3 times, except for the keyboard. Still the same one. Because it's a dope keyboard and I love it. The mouse, not so much. The mice don't last. At some point, this mouse is going to shit itself and be unrecoverable, and I'll just have to get a new one. I always get the Logitech MX3. Very classy mouse. None of those junk gamer mice. I fucking hate those things. They look plastic. They're like Fisher-Price My First Mouse. I have a friend who uses a vertical mouse. You ever seen those? Like, you know how you use your mouse like this? Flat and horizontal? My friend has a mouse that is tilted up vertically like this. So he holds it sideways like that and he moves it around like this on the mouse pad. Like, it has a base that it's sitting on like that and it's sliding along on the base. But it's apparently some like advanced ergonomic design that's better for your body. Because the human body, the hands, the arms, it's a more natural resting state to be sideways. Like, if I were to T-pose, that is more natural than that. So holding a mouse vertically, so you get to keep your arm in this position, is apparently a lot better for your arm and wrist and, you know, avoidance of carpal tunnel and arthritis and things like that. Despite that, that's a no from me, dog. There's no way. I can't. I tried using his at his house briefly, and I just no. It feels too weird. I'm too embedded in the way a fucking mouse is used. Normal mouse procedure. It just feels so wrong. Also, gaming wouldn't make sense. He doesn't really PC game, and when he does game on console, it's very doesn't really do it that much. He's not big into it. So his PC use is mainly work. And I can't imagine playing like a first-person shooter with my mouse turned sideways. Like, you would not be able to hit the broadside of a barn. Everything would be off. Yeah. I haven't tried it, but I'm just saying it. I know it wouldn't work. I wouldn't be able to accomplish nothing in a video game with a mouse like that. I wouldn't be able to nail Sham with that mouse if he was in a free brothel. You want a smidge more evidence that our hands rest better sideways? I mean, I don't care enough to need more evidence or to disbelieve them, because I've dealt with ergonomic stuff enough in my life. I mean, I worked in the public service of the government where they take ergonomics when it comes to office work very seriously. So I've heard a lot of things to do with different chair and desk designs and how high or low you're supposed to be to the screen and posture related things and what you have to do with your feet and your legs. Those are always like, you would have to attend actual meeting and training in the public service for ergonomics to make sure that the business can't be sued for you doing your job poorly and hurting yourself through bad desk sitting. If you worked for the government, do you have a stick up your ass? Well, it's not, when I say work for the government, it's not like that. I worked at the Department of Defense, which is a government department, but it was in the media ops department. So television and web related things. They're all very unhappy in my opinion. Yeah, I left because of unhappiness. But I wouldn't say they're all unhappy. The problem is there's a mindset. There's a personality type you have to be to work a 9-to-5 office job with the government and be happy. A lot of those people are the same kinds of people, and I didn't feel like I really gelled with that. Those people are very happy to do their job and go home at 5 p.m. and get their massive paychecks and just chill with the fam and spend their money. It's just no. The more family-oriented people are more into it because the 9-to-5 job doesn't matter to them. They're going through the motions. It's about the paycheck. It's about the 9-to-5. It's about just being a cog in the wheel and having kids and doing the things you're supposed to be doing and being content with that. I'm not a content person. I didn't like being in that desk. I didn't like looking at people that were 40 years older than me in a desk next to me that had been in that desk since I was 10 years younger than I was then. It's like, you've been here for 60 years at that same desk under that fluorescent light, and your cubicle's covered with pictures of your fam and your cat, and there's a little plant that you water, and I would just turn pale and start sweating. I would have existential dread looking at that stuff. It's just, if you can't be a cog in the machine, you can get away with doing it for as long as the money is novel. At a certain point, the novelty of earning too much money wears off. And then all of a sudden you realize that I might be super comfortable and not stressed about my living conditions, but I'm also super depressed because this isn't me. I don't belong here. When I come to work, I actually feel pale because the existential dread won't leave my body anymore. It's just a constant state of, I'm sitting in this chair dying with these people that are like future versions of me that are closer to death. Yeah, there will come a point where that line cracks and it's like no money in the world will make it worthwhile. And then I went and I was poor. Everything I did ever since then, I've been super poor and I've struggled to this day. And it's not fun and I'd rather not. But I have enough experience now to know that the alternative is worse for very different reasons. And I can't just go back to that to fix this problem because then I've got that problem again. And I'm just going to go through another cycle of the grass is greener before I realize and have to go back again. You can't just keep going back and forth, jumping the fence to the greener grass. At a certain point, you realize that if I'm just there, I'm going to feel this way. If I'm just here, I'm going to feel this way. Better that I'm over here and I'm trying to make something different from this standpoint. Just use this as a base. Okay, I'm poor, starving artist. Where can I go with this? That's better. That fixes these problems. That's not going back to that because that's no longer a solution. The problem is people act like that's always the solution. Whenever I talk to my mum, she always asks me when I'm going to get a real job again. Because in her mind, the only thing to do is to get to a point where you realize that being poor sucks and to go back to your 9-to-5 job and be a normal person. Like, she doesn't see past that. To her, it's just a matter of time. Like, till I get a normal job and I'm a self-respecting member of society again. And that's a lot of people. A lot of people, that's how they see it. It's like, if you don't have a decent paying middle-class 9-to-5 office job type thingy that everybody does, then you're not like a normal functional member of society. You're some weirdo doing some weird thing. You'll be back. Like, wait until they fail enough that it becomes too painful, and they'll be back in that seat, being a good little cog in the machine. And then you can focus on the real things you're supposed to be doing, like paying off a mortgage on a house and having kids, and basically stopping, like basically ceasing the living of your life to be a breeder, to be like the next, to, you know, sit there and just pump out the next generation, to be more cogs in the machine. Sham doesn't want to be machine cog either. But Sham, you're ahead of the curve on that one, because you haven't actually gotten to a point in your life yet where you've fallen into that part of life. Like you went from the typical job we all have at the start. You did the fast food service industry stuff. Now you have a more normal seeming physical job with your house cleaning thing. Sorry, I can't remember what to call it. I'm very tired and sweaty. Yeah, you were at Macca's for 9 years, and now you're is it carpet cleaning? What was it again? What's the specific thing? What? It is carpet cleaning. Okay, good. I thought maybe I was misremembering. Yeah, so that's a more normal sounding tradey, like blue collar job. That sounds like the kind of thing you would do after you've done your service industry stuff that you started with in your teens. You haven't reached a point yet where you've fallen into the 9-to-5er, where you get a desk in a room with fluorescent lights, surrounded by cubicles of other desks, and everyone wears button shirts and ties, and people come up to your cubicle sometimes and ask you if you have that report or that thing. Can you print out that thing? Have it to me before lunch. Yeah, sure. You're going to be at the meeting? Yeah, the meeting where we talk about the same shit we talked about 4 times already, so that someone in an executive level position can feel like they're doing something. Is Macca's not a 9-to-5? Well, I mean, not in the sense that I'm calling it. It's not about the exact times. Macca's is service industry. That's a different vibe. Doesn't matter whether you work at Macca's from exactly 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. When I say 9 to 5, I'm talking about the generic office job template, the big business cog in the machine shit that 80% of the population probably do, because that's how most big businesses are run. You've got 10,000 employees and they're all in this one skyscraper across 30 floors, and every floor looks the same. Same desks, same cubicles, same fluorescent lights. One boss in some fancier office that actually has a closed door that gets to be alone occasionally before they come out and boss everybody else around. They're one of the most monotonous, drive you insane jobs out there. I mean, that's the service industry. That's why people go through phases of this stuff. Every one of us needs to work service at some point in our lives. And when you're a teenager, it's the best to do it. Start your life out doing the most drive you insane job imaginable, and that's service industry. Whether you're in the kitchen or whether you're serving people over a counter, you need to do that first. Because I feel like the people that don't go through that phase, that have never worked service, they turn into pricks. Every single person I've ever seen in a YouTube clip or I've ever seen in real life with my own eyes, like in the moment, be an asshole to a service person across the counter, like turning into a Karen essentially, I can guarantee you that person has never worked one of those kinds of jobs, or you wouldn't treat people that way. The shiniest treasure in life is someone to kiss that will kiss me back. Oh, that's romantic. I mean, everyone likes love. I still cry at the end of Moulin Rouge every time because that's like the most romantic movie ever. That's my trigger. That movie is my love trigger. I mean, I'm not gonna... Ignoring Macca's specifically, service industry in general, doesn't matter if it's Hungry Jack's, Macca's, KFC, service industry in general, and it includes cafe. Anything where you're across a counter serving general public. It is its own kind of maddening, but it's a very different kind of maddening to office job. Office jobs the problem with office jobs is it's a mental entropy. They sap your will to live in a turning you into a zombie kind of way. The service industry is almost the opposite. It drives you violently crazy because it has an intensity and there's a level of disrespect you have to deal with that actually like rattles you. Like over time, you get closer and closer to jumping that counter and knocking somebody out. It's the other side of the coin from the 9-to-5 office job, where it's not intense at all, but you're stuck in that one chair under that one fluorescent light for years doing the same bullshit with the same boring people, and it actually feels like your life is ending slowly. It feels like you're withering away. Your brain is turning into a husk, a hollow husk. You may as well be one of those machines at Macca's that puts the fucking patty in the thing, you know, like, or the drink machine that just does the one thing over and over again. That's you in the office job with a stamping envelopes. The only plus side to service industry is the physicality of it. The fact that, like, if you're in the kitchen, for example, the fact that you're always running around having to do stuff constantly, at least you're being kept busy. In the office situation, a lot of the time you feel like you're being kept a pretense of busy. You're not actually busy. You're sitting in a chair, typing something up or printing something off, and it's just like, none of this matters. Nothing's actually happening. I'm sitting here waiting for 5 p.m. so I can get my paycheck. I'm performing the pretense of a role, and that can be just mind-numbing. Hey, Islander. Or Itslander. I think it's Itslander. Oh, there's like 3 different ways to read that name. I don't talk about my job, but it's very minimal time spent. Yeah, a lot of people here are very interesting jobs. Like, Tenna's got a very fascinating job. Because when he's working, he's also in the chat talking to us. But then it's like, okay, I'm going on a work call now, goodbye. And then he'll come back like an hour later after like one epic work call. And then he's back here again chatting to us. So it's almost like Tenna works for himself, like he's a work from home kind of thing. But when he actually has to do work, it's all phone stuff. Like whatever it is he's doing on that phone, he has to do it for a long period of time every time he does it. I don't know if it's sales or if he's doing some like long distance tech supports thing. But all I know is it's mad phone based. Don't think you can ever do an office job. There's still a chance that you'll fall into it at some point. The way a lot of people fall into office jobs is you end up at a position where you're between jobs. Like, let's say, for example, if for any reason you lose your carpet cleaning position and you just need something and you just start to put out feelers, like you go into seek.com or whatever, and you just try for everything that doesn't require some kind of specific training or bachelor degree. It's a very good chance the one that actually pans out is the one where they're going to put you in a seat somewhere. Some business needs a low-level assistant something or other that involves word processing, because we all know how to use Excel and Word enough to do a basic office job. And the next thing you know, you're sitting in a chair behind a computer in a room with 30 other people with the exact same cubicle, and it's like, oh, here I am now. I am now Sham, office boy. And then you get to experience that part of life. And it'll be fine at first. The thing about these types of jobs is they're all riveting at the start. Like when I first got my job at Kingsley's Chicken, like your Macca's job, it was kind of engaging at first because I was being kept busy. I got to run around, I was cooking chicken, I was making drinks, like I was doing stuff, and it was like exciting, and I was getting money. And then eventually you just hate every part of it. And then you get into office job and it's like, this is cool. I'm getting a shitload of money to sit on my ass in front of a computer and hit print document or doing stuff that are super easy. Like I really think I was mad overpaid for what I was doing at Defense. A lot of the time I was doing nothing. There were days where I literally just sat and looked at the internet all day and no one ever had anything for me to do. And then I went home. And at the end of the week, I would have thousands of dollars. And I would just go see every movie, buy every video game, collector's edition, collect all this. And then like a couple of years later, it starts to wear on you, and it doesn't matter that you don't have to that the job's easy or that you're earning a lot of money. You just have to escape. Or you're gonna go crazy. You actually have to find the you out there. At some point, you got to figure out what Sham needs to be doing. You know what I mean? Like, there is no Macca's Sham. There is no carpet cleaning Sham. There is no office Sham. These are things that Sham is doing to be able to live. Those things aren't you. There is something out there that you can do for money to live that is Sham through and through. And if only you could do that, you would never have a worry again in the world, because you're going to be kept in food, kept in rent by the thing that Sham does, by the Sham thing. And you will be happy for the rest of your life. The big goal in life, and the thing that I don't think many of us actually achieve, is finding the us thing. Like, what is Sean doing to make money and be happy? I don't know. It wasn't working in an office for the government. It wasn't working in the kitchen at Kingsley's Chicken. It wasn't being the IT support guy at Mobility Matters or any other stuff that I've done. It's just stuff that I could do because I have my degree and that I was capable of doing. So I did them, and I made money from doing them, and then realized I hated doing them. And I was just doing them because I needed to live. And then you move to something else, and it just keeps happening. And you're like, when does it get to be the part where I get to stop? I get to stop on the thing that I actually like doing or want to do that is me. Other people seem to be able to get there. I know people have gotten there. And they're comfortable. They can die now. They're content. They never have to change their lives again. Office job drives you insane just visiting them. Feels like you're in a prison. Essentially. It's a comfortable prison. That's the thing. It might not seem to you who gets driven crazy is just going in and looking at them just visiting. Maybe this won't make sense to you. But it's what I call a comfortable prison. And it's comfortable because it's not strenuous. You're basically sitting on your butt looking at a computer. It's not physically taxing in any way. It's not difficult in any kind of mental way. So there's no stress to do with your responsibilities. You don't go into work every day going, oh my God, am I going to be able to accomplish my goals? You go into work going, it's going to be a piece of cake. I know how to use a fucking printer. Like, nothing's there to stress you out. And you get too much money. And money is one of the most comfortable things of all. The more money you give someone, the more likely you are to sit back and go, yeah, I'm good. You give me that much money, I'm chill. Just keep dropping the cash on the table. I'm fine. I'll stay right here. And I was doing that. I was content earning too much money for doing very little for a long time. Because it seems ridiculous to walk away from someone giving you free money for something that is not taxing, physically or mentally. It's like it's a freebie. But that's the trap. That's the comfortable prison trap, is that you get trapped in that mindset, and then 6 years later, you're like, why am I so depressed? It's because you can't walk away from the comfortable prison you've built around yourself, or they've helped you build around yourself. Such an intense waste of time. Yeah, essentially. That's why someone like me can't really put up with it for too long. Because there's a pedantic OCD side of me that doesn't mind busy work. Like, if I'm doing stuff that I get to stay organized, I get to keep numbers and things in order, I'm like, cool, my OCD's being satiated. Because I like doing that stuff in video games as well. Being mad organized and pedantic. But that's the thing. As a creative-minded person that likes making things and just generally being, big dick, I can't really even pretend that I care about responsibilities that mean nothing to me. Does that grander corporation's bottom line, do their accounts mean something to me? No. Like, nothing that I do to be the cog in their machine to assist in the running of the greater beast means jack shit. And I can't even pretend that it does. Some people in those roles, they can. They take their responsibilities very seriously. It's like, oh, I'm important to this system. It's like, for them, but for you, no. I don't care if what I'm capable of doing is important to their system, because it's their system. It will never mean anything to me. The only thing that can mean something to me is my system. If I build something from the ground up that's only mine, like if I build up a business that I become the CEO of, and I have my own 60-story building full of 9-to-5 office workers being cogs in the machine, but I'm the one on top of that heap, different story. Because that's my system that I built that means something to me. But I'm not going to do that either, because I have no drive to build something of that size, because, like, doing what? Insurance? I don't give a shit about insurance. I'm not going to build an empire on top of an insurance skyscraper with my own little throne at the top. CEO. I don't give a fuck about insurance. Okay. I think we've ranted about this enough. Need to find what makes us happy. Yeah, but it's easier said than done, and the majority of people don't get there. If people want to know why their mum and dad were always so grumpy, it's because they were going through the motions, doing their basic job, just waiting to be able to cash out on their retirement. They never found the thing that made them happy to commit their life to doing, that actually also gave them stuff back to be able to live off. Embrace small miseries and do what you want to do free time. See, like, you've got a system going for dealing with it, but you still haven't found the thing. Because the little bit that you do to be able to pay rent and make food, even if it keeps you poor, it's still a small misery. It's still something you have to do just to get by. It's a better case scenario than all the things you could be doing, but it's still not the thing that makes you you. It's still not the Elizabeth thing that it's like, this is all I need to do, all I want to do, and it's giving me enough money to live. Like, if all you liked doing was painting, and your paintings became famous and were being sold for like hundreds of thousands of dollars, that's the thing. Elizabeth the painter. All you love to do is paint. All you want to do is paint. All you do is paint. And you're rich because of it. Because your paintings are a thing and everyone wants them. That is the end goal of all human beings, to find the thing that they only want to do and will be happy only doing. And it'll be successful enough that it'll make you. And then all you have to do is, all you have to worry about for the rest of your life is just that one thing. It's seemingly impossible for most of us. Because it's like, for most of us, we don't even know what we're trying to accomplish, or what we like doing, or what we can even make money doing that we would enjoy doing. It's hard. I mean, I went to university getting a bachelor in media production for 4 years because I knew that I liked to create, and that was an avenue to create. But has it led to anything that has solved that issue? No. That job I had at the Department of Defense in media ops, I was able to get that because of my bachelor degree. But was that good? No. There's other things I could get with that degree that'll be much better, that are nowhere near like that, but it's a clusterfuck. If people started paying me for my art, I wouldn't be able to sleep at night because it's shit. I think you would get over it at some point, to be honest. Because if people love your art that much that they're willing to give you shitloads of money for it, that's a kind of legitimacy that trumps your own opinion. Like, if someone did that to me, even if I still thought it was shit, I was like, okay, that's just me then. I think it's shit, I wouldn't pay for it, but I'm self-hating, so of course I think that. But if someone else is paying $1 million for it, I'm like, I'm going to have to go with you on that one. I'm going to have to believe you that it's good shit. And that's an important thing. We need to be able to pass on the onus of the quality of our own work to other people at some point. If you create art, art exists to be experienced. If I make, like, I've got filmmaking training at film school. If I make a film, that's not for me. I have to make it for me because it's my film. I need to make a film that I understand, that I like, that makes sense to me, that is the kind of film I'd want to watch. That's the way you make art. Make it for yourself. But ultimately, at the other end of the project, it has to be released for everybody else. You make it for yourself, but ultimately it's going to be for everybody else. and they're going to be the final say-so of its quality or its place in the world. And that's the part you have to learn to accept as an artist. I can hate my short film all I want because of all the flaws that I see as the creator and what I was intending and what I had to compromise on. And I can be all self-hatey about it, whatever. But if other people are giving it awards and it's going to film festivals and people are shaking my hand because they're like, oh, that's a great film. It's like the best in your class or whatever you've achieved. You have to find a way. It's awkward, but you have to find a way in your own head to accept that as the reality. Like, what I think about it is not the reality. That's my bullshit. I have to figure myself out. What everyone else is saying, that's what it really is. And I have to find that way to be happy about it because they have told me that it's good. I can't say, no, you're wrong, it's bad. I think it's bad. But they're the ones who get to have the final say. And you have to be humble enough to bow to that and go, okay, I did a good job. I secretly don't think I did, and I'm still sweating when I'm at home alone, but if everyone is willing to take it and run with it and call it the best thing ever, then, you know, I have to accept that decision. I have accomplished something. What's the light rod? It's exactly what you just said. It's a light rod. There's another one over here that you can't see on the other side of the desk. It's the desk is flanked by 2 neon light rods. They can change colors depending on what apps are open on the computer. And if I'm playing music, they can do visualizer things with the colors, like rainbows moving with the music and stuff. But yeah, I've struggled with filmmaking just because I'm that self-critical as well. So I go through a lot of pain trying to make stuff because of the self-hatred stuff. But the things that I have made have gotten very good responses. And I've had to try and meet myself in the middle with accepting that I've like accomplished things. Because one of my short films went to like 26 film festivals and it won a couple of awards, like 6 or 8, somewhere around that, somewhere between 6 and 8 awards. And everyone in my film school was saying it was really good. So I had to basically go like, okay, I will accept what you lot are saying about it, and I will try to shut up about my own thoughts, because they're always going to be in there, bottled and negative. But yeah, we all have to deal with that. I have to deal with it on Twitch, with the fact that if I had to watch myself, I hate my own voice. I don't want to hear it. You hear your own opinions and you're like, eh. It's very awkward. You make YouTube videos. You think it's funny in concept, you make it, and you see yourself actually doing it, and it's like cringe. May we see your short film? That one actually, it went up on this film website that was like a paid website, but there was never a free way to watch it. That's the problem. I could dig it out. I've got it archived. I could dig out a copy of it and play it on stream one time, maybe. Copyright banned by yourself? No, it's not on YouTube or anything like that. My first experimental, like 3-minute black and white film is on Vimeo. The second film is the one that got all the awards, and the third and fourth are ones that are in the ether a little bit. They were like, the third one was partially completed, and I screened a early version of it, but there's a lot of other things I want to do with it that got waylaid. And then the fourth one is very complicated and requires a lot of work. So I had to put it aside because the pandemic happened. So I want to go back and tinker with some of the stuff I've made and release more complete versions of films 3 and 4. I don't know if I'll ever get... It would be nice to get back to making something again, but it's exhausting and it requires money. So I don't really know when and where I'd be able to fit into making another film again. That's for the future. Any icy probes? No. Maybe partial nudity is the closest you'll get. Also, there's a hooker, there's a prostitute in the experimental short that gets a guy beaten up by some thugs in an alleyway. That's quite provocative. You're modeling it currently. Awesome. We're gonna have to see the end result at some point, even though you never show your work. I think maybe didn't you show me the one from Amnesia? I can't remember if you showed it to me or not, or if you just told me which one it is that you were modeling. I know you keep saying you don't like people seeing your stuff. I just told you. Okay, fair enough. Someday we'll see examples of your models. The first one we probably see will probably be the most sus one. Just be like a eggplant or something. I'm gonna head off. Next week is Garden Story. I think the playtime on that will probably get me through 2 or 3 streams. So right now the plan is just Garden Story until it's finished. I'll worry about what's next the week after. We shall see. I would love to get to Plague Tale Requiem. I think that's going to be the next game that I try to force in whenever I've got time and no other priorities. I have that game good to go and installed. The probe will just be a sketch thing though, not super serious. I don't think you're going to take it too seriously, but it still is funny that you're designing it. Awesome. All right. Good night, Elizabeth. Good night, Sham. It's not too late. It's only 1:30. Good night, lurkers that are still hiding in the bushes. I'll see you next week sometime, probably. I'm gonna go get some air. It's a bit toasty. See ya.